Hey there guys, Darkman here. Welcome back for a new series. I saw this on the, Steam store just because I looked at, like, one visual novel on Steam a long time ago, and now it's been recommending me visual novels non-stop. And I saw this one, and I was like, I like the look of this one, and this is just a demo. I don't think that the full game is released yet. I can actually check that right now. But I loved how it looked and everything, so I was like, why not? You know? But I will say, for this first episode, I may be speed reading, because I actually already recorded, I hit the mic, I'm so sorry. I am so terribly sorry. Yeah, it's coming 2022. It's not out quite yet. But yeah, I already did an episode of this, but my audio, the reading audio, the most important part, just didn't work. I don't know what it was. Like, it would just, like, suddenly, like, go super duper quiet, and then go super duper loud, and then super duper quiet. Like, I would be talking, like, just like I am right now, literally just reading, like, a line of dialogue, and suddenly it would go, like, almost completely silent to the point I couldn't hear it, and it'd go so loud to the point, like, it sounded like I was, like, shouting, but in a very, like, monotone, stoic kind of way, if that makes any sense. So even I tried playing around with the audio for, like, 10-15 minutes, and then at that point, I just kind of realized, like, I've spent almost as much time, well, I think, no, it was closer to, like, 20 minutes, because I remembered I hit the point where there was only, like, a few minutes before I was, like, at the point where I could have just recorded the whole episode again, and it would have taken up the same amount of time. So I was like, I might as well just re-record it, because I've been playing around with the peaks and the minimum volume, I'm blanking on what it's called, but I was doing a lot of audio editing on it, trying my best to fix it, and the solution I found would have taken probably close to an hour, and that was literally just watching the entire video, which isn't, like, too bad, because I have a storytime channel, not storytime, but like a narration channel, where I do a lot of reading, and a lot of that is just listening to the whole video and just cutting out the bad takes pretty much, and then like adjusting the audio so it sounds a little bit cleaner, that kind of stuff. So it's not like that would have been too bad, but I would have had to gone through and level out the audio every single time it dipped and every single time it rose. Which I did for, like, the first, like, minute of it, but that took about 10-15 minutes-ish for 1 minute of audio. I got it sounding really good, but it took too long. So, it probably would have taken around... it would have taken so long. But yeah, with that being said, let's just jump into it. Oh. Yeah, see, continue, new game, yeah. But I'm just really quick gonna do a thing that lets me sync up the audio, actually. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Click.
Tell me this story next.
Click. Also, yeah, a lot of the game has voice acting, which is pretty cool. Fog settled over the forest, far from the villages and towns, and with it came silence. Oh yeah, again, by the way, I'm going to be speed reading. Why is it that as soon as I started, like... I'm so scared of my audio not being right that I'm constantly watching it now. Okay, birch trees, I'm gonna turn up my recording volume. Just a little bit at this point. I'm sorry. Hello. Again, I'm so scared of it losing again. I don't know why I did that. Birch trees shivered, pondering the weather, and dropped their leaves in fright. Streams bubbled, unseen by man, and babbled like the birds in the trees. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen. Once was the proudest trees around, and now in death was home to abundance of life. A line of frantic ants ran to and fro. Mushrooms, cloud-like and pillowy, sprouted across one side like a footpath for fairies. Nearby, an old toad flopped contentedly in the mud, and inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. A traveler strolled into the grove. Their steps were slow and tired. They spotted the log with relief, like greeting an old friend. Weary from the day's journey, the traveler set to take a rest. Whoosh! With the scrambling of nails and rotten wood, a shadow bolted from inside the log to the tall grass nearby. The traveler watched the brush rustle as a faint patch of fur appeared within. "Hello there, friend. I didn't mean to disturb you." They held their hand towards the grass, offering a piece of dried fish. At first, there was no reaction, and then... First, a snout appeared, quivering as it tested the air. It followed the rest of the fox, sleek and tawny, as she took several slow steps forward. Her amber eyes were alight with mistrust, but also with wild, wild curiosity. The stranger sat unfazed, their offerings outstretched. They dared to meet the fox's eyes, and in that glance felt something kindred. As the fox closed her jaws around the gift, a bond was made. Maybe we aren't so different, you and I. The traveler returned the next day, and the day after that. Each day they brought some treat for their new friend. Each day the fox's steps grew a little more trusting. One day when the traveler arrived, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently.
Hello, my friend. Have you been waiting long?
The fox peered up at the traveler. Her amber eyes were warm and trusting. She accepted her gift of meat, gnawing it at the traveler's feet then and there. The traveler sat, imprinting into their mind the feeling of the wood beneath them, the clean air around them, and the tender bond of companionship.
Where is your home, little fox? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come to see me too? This will be the last time, I'm afraid. Because I'll be going home tomorrow. Home is such a small place compared to the rest of the world. Yet, it's some place I can't wait to return to. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. Your home is all around me though, isn't it? It's wherever the trees are, wherever the leaves fall. Little fox, perhaps it's you who's the more fortunate of the two of us.
All too soon, it was time for the traveler to go. As they bade goodbye to the forest and to the fox, they knew that they would not return, but that they would carry the memories with them always. The next day, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently.
You've now docked at Wellington Skyport. Thank you for flying with Kiwi Airlines, and we hope to see you again.
The intercom's announcement is muffled in the closet where I'm hiding, just like the clatter of seatbelts and the chattering of passengers getting ready to disembark. I wiggle around impatiently, sore from crouching in here for... I don't even know how long it's been. Hours for sure. The last few minutes always feel like they take the longest. Pride of footsteps begin to pass by outside my door. It's time. I listen carefully, waiting for a gap in the crowd. When it comes, I stand up and push the door open in a single movement. I give a wink to the shocked-looking lady that I stepped out in front of. She doesn't even have time to gasp before I'm out of her sight. Humans, they're always kind of slow. I nod at the smiling flight attendants as I pass her by, and then throw up my hood to cover my face. It's been a while since I last flew, but it doesn't seem like things changed much. It's always been harder to sneak on than it is to sneak off. I follow the crowd to the end of the walkway, and step out onto the ground. After a long stretch, I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air being stowed away for so long. Wellington Skyport, New Zealand.
I made it.
This game is so pretty. Get ready for me to say that about 1,000 times, because that's all I was saying in the first time I recorded this. It's so pretty, dude. My breathless voice joins the pleasant hum of the skyport. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the waves rolling onto the shore is like a lullaby. It makes me want to burrow into the sand and take a nap. But I can't. First I need to get out of here, and there's one more challenge ahead. Up ahead, the snaking line of passengers splits as people are funneled into a few security stations. While I'm too far back to hear what the guards are saying, it looks like they're examining a little booklet from each traveler before letting them pass. Humans sure like processes and procedures, specifically ones that take forever. I definitely don't have a booklet like that. Glancing around, I hope to find another way out. An open window would work, or even an unguarded exit. I'm pretty sneaky when I need to be. Unfortunately, it looks like the only way to leave is to go through security. Without any other option, I join one of the lines and prepare myself. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The line moves briskly, as passengers are cleared one after the other. I'm almost at the front of the queue before I know it. As the passengers in front of me approach the booth, I listen closely.
Good afternoon. Passport, please.
Right.
Oh, I love the accents.
It's good to be home.
I'm sure. Welcome back.
He stamps something in the man's booklet and then hands it back to him, and he continues on out of the skyport.
Next.
That's me. I don't know what they do to people without any papers, but I don't want to find out. I'm sure it involves a lot of questions, being escorted around, and other unpleasant stuff. Casually approaching the gate, I put on my brightest, friendliest smile, while keeping a slight distance. With my breathing steady and tail calm, I'm sure I put on a convincing act.
Passport, please.
Of course.
I fumble around in my pockets, pretending to look for my passport. Instead, I grab the useless, clunky phone that I've been carrying around and let it clatter to the ground at the guard's feet. As expected, he bends down to retrieve it for me,
Oh, let me get that for you.
and I make a run for it, bolting ahead and rushing past the security booth as real as I can. I mean, as fast as I can, as real as I can.
Stop!
By the time that I realized what's happened, I already have a few seconds head start. My inhuman speed combined with the natural chaos of the skyport should also buy me that few moments of time. I didn't finish reading that. Still, I've got to put them off my tail. Click. Dashing through the skyport doors and out into the out into the road outside. I don't even have time to take in the city. Without stopping for breath, I run into the narrow streets while weaving between cars and shocked bystanders. Being seen by so many people like this is annoying, but it won't matter by tomorrow. Putting the thought out of my mind, I vault over a low wall into a nearby alley and land in a crouch. Out of sight, but only for a moment. Close my eyes and relax my muscles. All feeling disappears except the slight warmth against my neck. My secret weapon. The unremarkable looking necklace is one of my only possessions, and by far the most important. The oddly heavy beads strung around my neck begin to heat up in response to my will, a soothing warmth flowing through my body. My hands and feet begin to morph first, and the fur chasing up my arms and legs as they distort and shorten. This sensation was so bizarre for the first few times I tried. It's amazing how it becomes second nature by now. Closing my eyes, I let my body and head shift and turn. The face is always a little uncomfortable. My once human face shifting and lengthening into a snap with some difficulty. The process complete after barely a few seconds. I open my eyes, not as a human, but as a fox. I dart away without second thought, far quicker on 4 legs than I ever could be on 2. Obstacles like the stack of garbage cans ahead would be a pain to get past as a human, but instead I'm able to flit between the gaps without slowing down.
That's her. I know it.
She points at the fox, chases her. Ugh! Sounds like the security guard hasn't given up on me yet. I pick up the pace, running as fast as my paws will take me. His heavy breathing gets farther and farther away, and in just a minute or two, I know I'm safe. I don't know where I am, but it's not like I knew where I was when I started running. I almost feel bad for the guy who was chasing me. He never stood a chance. Even in the crowded city streets, there's no way anyone or anything that can outrun me. There's no way anyone or anything can outrun me. The wind just wishes it could keep up with me. Comfortable that the danger's past, I slip into another alley. Once I'm sure that I'm alone, I close my eyes and concentrate on the form I want to take once more. The familiar flowing warmth runs through me again, my body stretching and deforming at my command. A few seconds later, and I open my eyes and glance at my human hands.
Better luck next time.
Brushing off the dust off my jacket and hands, I nonchalantly stroll out of the alleyway and back onto the street. The odd person walks by on this errand or another, not paying any attention to me, just the way I like it.
Left, right, past turn, left.
Mapping out my path in my head, I look for a way to the main roads. It'll be easier to get my bearings there. I pick turns at random without any real destination in mind. When I decided to make the journey to Wellington, it was pretty impulsive. I'd overheard another pair of travelers talking about it and how beautiful the city is. With a moment now to take in the scenery, I can see they weren't wrong. The streets around here seem like a mix of homes and businesses. Everything is very colorful. Even the brick walls are covered in pictures and paint. In the distance... Sorry, my phone vibrated and it distracted me for a second. I can see green hills that are lined with houses. Sonic! As well as green hills. Sonic again! That are completely empty. There are a lot of hills now that I look around some. Oh, I love it. From just a few streets away, the sound of pedestrians and busy intersections floats my way. I head in this direction, taking shortcuts through yards and driveways when it's convenient. In one lawn, a big dog growls at me as I walk past. When I transform and growl right back, he tucks his tail and runs away. After squeezing through at least one last narrow side street, I finally emerge onto what looks like a main road. There's no cars here, but tons of people on foot. There are brightly colored signs and decorations on most of the buildings. In the middle of the street, there are fountains and benches and trees, and all kinds of stuff. The best part is the variety of stores when I stroll past a few of the windows and peek in. I can already tell that I'll be doing most of my shopping around here. There are stores with food, with clothes, and just about everything else. I don't have any money on me, but that isn't exactly a problem. What is a problem is that it's too crowded. Dodging a couple of security guards is one thing. Trying to escape down a busy street with lots of people could be too much even for me. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, no! Wait. Okay, yeah, it was throwing me off. I'll just have to remember where this place is and make another visit later, after all the shops are closed. When a man in a bright coat hurries past me, talking loudly on his phone in a language I don't understand. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice when his wallet falls out of his pocket and onto the sidewalk. I notice, of course. Seeing an opportunity, I zip over and snatch it up, prying open the black leather pockets I find. A couple of bills and what I figure is the local currency. I slide the money out into the pocket in my jacket. By now the man is so far ahead that he's almost out of sight. I have to hurry to catch up to him to give him back his wallet. He barely even says thank you.
I should have just kept the whole thing.
It's only fair that I get a little something for myself, since it's not like he would have gotten it back without me. I head back to my bench and inspect my prize. A blue bill and a brown one. These feel sturdy, nothing like the paper I expected.
1, 0, 10. And 5. So 15.
15 isn't much. I definitely should have kept the whole wallet. Oh well, at least it should be enough to buy myself something to drink. My thirst is starting to get the better of me, as I haven't had anything since I snuck onto the airship. Following my nose, I walk down the busy street until I find one of the many cafes lining the path. The sign hanging above its front door has a picture of a bell on it. Oh, and I love this place. Like, it's so aesthetically pleasing. Everything about this game is, but I love this place. Like, with the hanging plants, all the plants on the outside, all the potted plant, all the plants on the counter, and it is so good. A charming little chime rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savor the wave of refreshing, cool air washing over me, which is all the better after so much running.
Hiya! Welcome to the Bell House.
It's so weird not doing the character voices. As soon as she popped up and said that, I was like, oh, what voice am I gonna give her? But I don't need to. The barista behind the counter is the only other person in the store right now. As I nod in greeting, and she leans forward with a cup in one hand and a pen in her other.
We're having a special on affogatos if you want to try one. Usually they're like $7, but today they're
And
only
I
$5.
died when I heard that $5 was a sale for a drink.
I'd like
I'm not sure what an affogato is. Isn't that a vegetable? Not wanting to commit to the strange-sounding drink, I look at the menu instead. Unfortunately, it's full of handwritten, spindly letters I can't read. Oh, I can't read a single word, and there are no helpful pictures. Safe option it is.
I'll just have a vanilla latte. Ugh, boring. But okay. Name? Mio.
It's my first time testing out how that name sounds, and I decide that I like it. I decided on the airship that was the name I would use here in Wellington. I use so many names throughout my life that I can't remember most of them. For each new city that I visit, I come up with something new. Foxes don't have any use for names, so nobody ever gave me one. She scribbles something on the cup with black... For a second there, it sounded like a dog bark, but my dog is asleep. I don't know if that picked up on the mic or not. That was weird. She scribbles something on the cup with a black marker. If that's how this name looks, then I'm even more pleased with it.
$4.50, please.
I hand her the brown bill and she gives me back a big coin with the picture of a boat on it.
Alright. I'll have this ready for you in no time.
She sure seems enthusiastic. I nod as she spins around and starts working. Looking about somewhere to sit, I decide on a seat by the window, with the sun pouring in. Near the entrance of the cafe, there's a wire rack with a stack of maps and tourist pamphlet, so I grab one of the maps before taking my seat. The cafe is big and bright with plants everywhere. They're on the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Most of them are real and vibrant, obviously being well cared for. Even the lights that hang down from the ceiling have glass ornaments with little shrubs in them. Seems like I made a good choice coming here. Any place with a bit of nature in it is more comfortable to me than the other places without it.
Place to stay.
Looking down to the map I took, I traced the path I made from the port to this cafe. It's useful, but doesn't really tell me anything about the houses in particular. I'll need to find a higher vantage point. I move my finger along the hills. I notice from outside, following the little brown path, a patch of green with a little mountain icon. I move my finger along the hills. I notice from outside, following the little brown path to a patch of green with a little mountain icon. That should work for now. My ears perk up right as the barista arrives and places my drink in front of me.
Thanks.
I reach over and take the warm cup in my hand, but the barista doesn't let go.
You ready for the rain tomorrow? Huh? It's gonna rain tomorrow.
I glance behind me out the window. It's as sunny and blue as day as I've ever seen.
How do you know that? There aren't any clouds
It's
up
called
there.
the weather report, forehead.
I'm just good with the weather. Anyway, if you forget, then you'll be
Are we
sorry.
gonna, go way out in the mountains and drown? Also, I have a theory that this girl is like us, mostly because these brown things... In my head, for some reason, I'm thinking of, an eagle. I don't know why. But that's just what immediately popped in my head. So I'm thinking she's like us. I don't know. Maybe she's wearing it under her, collar. But yeah. She finally lets go of my drink and heads back behind the counter. People are weird. Does this barista pull down on everyone? Standing on the doorstep, I have my first sip.
Oh, this is really good.
It's pretty plain but well made. The coffee isn't too bitter, which is perfect for me. With a moment to myself, my thoughts turned inward as I sipped the drink. My first travels were in search of someone, but despite my whole life being spent trying, I haven't made any progress in finding them, so I've taken to simply wandering, going wherever I wish at the time. I've been itching for a change of scenery anyway, so I snuck onto the first airship that I could. The best part about owning nothing but the clothes on my back is that I can pick up and leave whenever I feel like it. I take a moment to get my bearings and look around. I see a tired-looking person shuffling the far footpath with a briefcase in their hand. They stop outside one of the buildings, take a deep breath, and pat their face a couple times and then go inside. They must not be looking forward to whatever's going to happen in there. Maybe they have to fight someone. Through the large glass windows of another store, a fawn is trying on a pair of shoes, but they don't seem to fit her hooves. The people waiting with her look annoyed. I wonder if she fusses around with the footwear a lot. And here, I got a little confused, and I'm still confused. Because I don't know if she's just talking about, I still haven't looked this up. I don't remember if fawn means a kid deer, or... Wait, yeah, no, it has to be a kid deer. But then she says her hooves, and I was like, oh yeah, haha, because she's an animal. That would make sense, but then I was like, wait, why wouldn't she say paws, because that's what she has. And I feel like feet are closer to paws than they are to hooves. So I'm confused, specifically just by this wording. For a while, I simply let the day roll by and watch the various figures who stroll by. People watching is fun, especially in such a busy city. I eventually go to sip my coffee, only to find nothing is coming out. With no more reason to stick around, it's time to go. On the sunlit street, I look about to match what I can see with the map's directions. There's a tall, green mountain in the distance ahead of me, which must be the one on the map. It'll be perfect vantage point for the city. Ideally, I'll find an empty building that I can crash in, but it's not necessary. A roof over my head would be nice, but I'm plenty used to sleeping outside under the stars. Sometimes it's better than sleeping in a bed. Encouraged by the plan forming in my head, I set off on a long walk to the summit. And this is where I'll end the first episode. This right here is where I also cut it off last time, so I don't know anything past this point. And looking at the audio, because I've been constantly glancing over at the audio during this whole recording, because I'm so scared now. I'm at the point where I feel like I need 3 monitors. One to watch the gameplay, so I know it's constantly recording. One to watch the audio, so I know it's not, freaking out on me. And then one for the game. But, yeah, with that being said, so far... Dude, this game's so cool. I know it's a visual novel, and people are like, bleh, visual novels, and I'm kind of a little bit like that too. But this one is just so visually pleasing, you know? I feel like that's the most, for me, the storytelling and the visuals are the most important part of visual novels, and so far this game has knocked the visuals out of the park. So I'm hoping as we get more into the story, that the story just matches it. I'm interested to see where it's going and what I guess the point is. Steam, I think it's a slice of life kind of thing, so it's nothing like Fate where it's going to be these big grand epic battles, but that is a-okay, a change of pace. Speaking of which, this should be going up on the days I normally put up Fate. I don't know how I'm going to handle the schedule, Because I like to have it like visual novel days, which is normally Fate days, be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then whatever else I feel like putting up be like Tuesday and Thursday. So I don't know if I'm just going to have this go up on Fate days every time I upload one, or how I'll like change it. Maybe I'll start. So I'm going to put this up on a Friday, because I don't have a Fate episode recorded for this upcoming Friday. And then I think I might upload Please Be Happy on Wednesdays, and then Fate Monday, Friday. And maybe I could alternate that, like 1 week I do Fate Monday, Friday, and then the next week I do Please Be Happy Monday, Friday, and Fate on Wednesday. Like, maybe I could alternate it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Yeah. So yeah, with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back with some more Please Be Happy. In the last one, I speed read everything I could. And now from here on out, it's all completely new stuff to me, so no more of that. The path to the mountain turns out to be less simple than the map made it look. First, the trail takes me along the waterfront, and then it turns upwards through a small forested area. Being among the trees and their tall shadows makes me feel at home. When the path leaves the woods again, I'm a little disappointed. It leads up a paved road, so I stick to the edge to avoid passing cars. Sometimes I take shortcuts through yards or up unmarked paths. There are quite a few nice-looking homes right along the roadside. I make a mental note to go check them out when I'm low on money or food. Not much further along, a concrete lookout offers another glimpse of the city below. A couple airships are coming to the dock at the skyport, probably from one of the other floating islands. There's still a ways to go to the top of the mountain, but luckily the walk has been easy so far. I won't even consider it a hike. Eventually I reach the final stretch of road. I can see where it curves ahead to the summit, and I hurry to the end. A metal railing spreads out like a crown on top of the mountain. As I go to toss an empty cup away, a pair of chatting tourists pass me.
How far is it from here?
Oh, about an hour from the base of Mount Victoria, so a bit further from here.
Mount Victoria.
I'm glad to know what this place is called. I say the name out loud to help commit it to memory. Standing at the edge, I'm treated to a wonderful view of Wellington. The city forms a crescent moon shape around the bay, which glitters like a sapphire from up here. The sun is starting to set, and that makes the water even more shimmery. Even more airships can be seen coming and going. I think that I can even see the edge of the floating island we're on miles out in the open sky. I survey the city using the port as reference point. From up here, what felt like such a long chase really doesn't look far at all. If I strain my eyes, I think I can even see the coffee shop from earlier. What was the barista said? Wait, what was the barista said it was called? The Bell House? It's kind of tough to make out details. My hearing and sense of smell may be great, but my eyes aren't that much better than humans' is. Then I noticed something useful.
Look! Is that our house?
Probably. What can you see from here?
I see Dad's car!
Not too far away, there's a little kid using a pair of metal tubes to attach to a post. His mom is helping him aim it at the city. It must be something that improves her vision. The moment the kid and his mom leave, I hurry over before someone else can get to them first. I press my eyes to the same spot the child did, though all I can see is black. I try moving it around, but it doesn't change. Is this thing busted? Some text is printed on the side. I have no idea what it says. There's a small slot, though, with a picture of a coin next to it. Lucky for me, it's a coin that has a 50 on it. I put the coin that I received from the barista into the slot and spin a lever. The machine eats my coin, and then when I put it up to my eyes again, everything looks much closer now. Even the trees on the other side of the hill appear in crystal clear detail, like I'm standing right next to them. I aim the viewing glass at the city and look around, trying to find a good place to rest for the night. Houses are a no-go. Even if they look empty or abandoned, you can never let your guard down for a minute. Same with most shops. I don't have enough money for a hotel. I won't risk sneaking into one of those either. As I'm studying the sights, trying to memorize as much as I can, there's a clicking sound, and once again the view goes black. Stupid machine. Smack it a couple times and check again, but I still can't see anything.
Well, whatever.
With the image, while the image is fresh in my mind, I sit down on a nearby bench and pull out a pencil and some crumpled papers from my pocket. I always carry a few with me. I sort through them until I find one that's still blank. Using my knees as a table, I sketch out the view before me. The trees, the curve of the bay, the buildings far below. You never know what information will be useful later. I add more details to my drawings of the bigger, more important buildings. Others are just represented with simple, rough squares. The view is pretty, that's for sure. It didn't really help much though. Once I'm confident I've jotted down everything I need to, I carefully fold the paper and put it back in my pocket.
Looks like I'm sleeping outside tonight. Guess this place is as good as any.
I head back down the trail a little bit and veer off into the underbrush. You know, I was doing so good reading at like the first I'd say 2/3 of that. Why? I kind of don't get why it keeps taking me to the map, only to have like only one option and for it to all be question marks. Granted, that could be so I could get to the menu. Wait, isn't the menu already? Hang on. Yeah, the menu is still there. Okay, it'd be a little weird if
But it'll do.
It'd be a little weird if like the menu was unselectable, like when you're like not on the map. But yeah. So the sunset. Oh gosh, darn it! Why is this game so pretty? When wait. Oh no, I bought a different game the other day. I forgot what it was. I think it was called like Dark Deity. Also, if my voice sounded a little weird there, it's because I turned my head away from the mic because I needed to scritch my head in a weird way. And that had an art book. But dude, when I'm opening Steam right now so I can look it up. Please be happy. I need to see. Also, I'm sorry I hit the mic. That was a mistake, and I'm so sorry. Oh, is there anything like, hey, we're coming with an art book? Dude, this game needs to have an art book. I mean, if they could also release a physical one, that'd be cool too. I don't know how that would work. I saw that Elden Ring had an art book, but I think it's only digital, so that really sucks. But yeah, with all that being said, let's get back to this. It's not exactly the wilderness, but just about everything around here seems cityfied to some extent. It took my brain a second to be like, cityfied? But then I was like, oh, cityfied. Usually when I make a den, I prefer to find a place far from other people, a place where nobody will find me. I doubt I'll find anything perfect, but this is good enough.
It's fine. Can't afford to be picky.
Once the trail I was on is out of sight, I transform again. My neck gets warm as my beads activate. A few seconds later, I'm on all fours. Also, if they can release the soundtrack to this game, like digitally, I mean, I would be super down to use some of this music in like the background of my videos. I don't know if I'll get like copyright strike for that, because like I'll own it. So, but I don't know if I'd be able to use it. I don't actually know how that works. I'll try it because like this music is great. As a fox, the sensations of nature are much stronger. The earth beneath my paws is cool and refreshing, and the breeze whips through my fur like a massage. I hurry down a hill covered in grass so tall that it reaches way over my head. I can smell fresh water and follow the scent to a small stream where I am able to parch my thirst. It's just as satisfying as the drink I got at the cafe, but in a different way. And being able to slurp up water is way more enjoyable than having to use a straw, or worse, one of those lids with a tiny hole. Dude, I love straws. That's such a stupid statement, but like straws are like my preferred way of drinking things. For a little while, I follow my nose to some berries, and some edible plants that'll do for a snack. Unfortunately, unlike the water, foraging is never as satisfying as eating human food. If I want a real meal tonight, then I should pick up the pace before it gets too late. Still, I want to get this done now, while there's still daylight. I keep close to the stream and search for a place where the ground is soft. Before too long, I find a promising area, a small valley with hills on most sides and thick foliage on the others. I'm still close enough to civilization to hear cars and other city noise, but the area I'm in just doesn't seem like it gets visited very often. At the very least, it doesn't really smell like people. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the edge of the woods, partially hidden by a tall tree with low-hanging leaves. Even if no one comes by, it makes me feel better knowing that I'll be out of sight. And so, I start to dig. My claws rip away the dirt as I burrow downwards, widening the tunnel just enough for my sleek frame to fit. First I dig forward, and then downwards, widening it out an area that's big enough for my... Is that how foxes... I've heard about, like, foxes, like, having burrows, but I didn't know that they actually, like, just straight up, like, dug holes. I don't know if that's just something she does, because she, like, it, like, has human intelligence and is like, this is a good way, I can, like, literally just hide like this. Or if that's something that foxes do. This is something I've been doing my whole... Oh. This is something I've been doing my whole life, even back when I was just a regular fox. I think that's why I don't mind it too much, compared to sleeping inside somewhere. It just feels right to me. It takes a little while, and by the time I'm finished, the first few stars have started to peek out from the sky. I shake myself clean of the dirt that sticks to my coat, then transform back into my human form. Why?
Spread this here.
Oh.
A couple of branches here, some leaves there.
I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles.
Not bad for just an afternoon's work.
If you weren't looking for it, I don't think you'd ever notice anything out of place. All that digging has made me work up an appetite. Not the kind that will be satisfied with just a few berries.
Oh, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a real meal since yesterday.
My stomach rumbles painfully. I've been so busy since arriving here in Wellington that I kind of forgot just how hungry I was. I'll grab some human food back in town. Casting one last glance at my afternoon's work, I set off towards the city.
Work never ends. Time to get some food.
I'm a bit disappointed when I finally get back to the busy street from before. I was hoping that it would be emptier now, that all the stores would be closed. Turns out I was half right. A lot of shops have gone dark for the evening, but there are just as many people walking around now as there were earlier. In fact, there might even be more. The patio of a restaurant has a bunch of tables full. A mermaid is sitting in the fountain I sat by earlier, chatting with the Cyclops. Wait, what? What? So is this just... When she was described a fawn earlier, was that like a satyr? That's what they're called, right? The guys from Greek mythology, the goat people. I haven't heard that word in literal years, so I might be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're called satyrs. Was that what she was describing? Because she was talking about like how a fawn was like putting a shoe or something on its hoof? What? Wait, so are these all monster people? But then... Well, I guess she's not even really worried about, like... That's why no one, like, questions her ears. Is because... Also, that's really weird hearing the audio loop like that. They probably didn't expect anyone to just, like, sit here on this page just talking while not reading any of their stuff. Like, that's why, like, no one was like, yo, you got some weird freaking ears, dude. It's because they're all, like, monster people. And outside of that one girl who had, like, the weird hair things, we haven't really seen anybody. Like, visually, I mean, like, she's seen people, but we haven't seen... That's so... Even the cafe that I visit is crowded now, with a line almost out the door. After pacing up and down the road for a while, I sit down and try to figure out what to do next. I'm not too worried about what would happen if I got caught stealing. I'd just escape, obviously. And even if they catch me somehow, and even if they somehow manage to catch me, it wouldn't be an issue for very long. See, there's something different about me that makes me extra good at being a thief. It's not just the skills I've practiced over the years, like picking locks and sneaking around. No, it's a bit more special than that. Without fail, every single person I meet forgets about me by the next day. I don't know why, but I don't really care either. It's magic. Wait, but the person at the beginning of the story didn't. She came back day after day after day. It's magic. That's all I know about it. Really useful magic. Everywhere I go, no matter how careless I am, all of my problems are solved by the next day. That doesn't mean there's no danger. I've been caught in the act before and beaten or harassed before I can manage to get away. I've even lost a few prizes that I stole fair and square because I had to get going in a hurry. But if someone sees me but isn't able to... I feel like there's a spider crawling on my back. That was scary for a second, I'm sorry. But if someone sees me but isn't able to stop me, I know that I'll be home free for sure. I don't know what is wrong with me, and how I did not separate that into two sentences, but whatever. Sure, they might remember having something stolen, but they'll never know who did it. It also makes things too easy. Right now, it would be smarter to just come back later, in the dead of night. hope that there are no people around. I'd be able to take my time browsing without having to worry about making an escape. Dot 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 dot. Where's the fun in that though? I walk casually up and down the street, glancing into the windows without being too obvious about it. Some stores still have customers inside, others still have locked doors and shut off the lights. Most of the restaurants are still open and are making me hungrier. Stealing from restaurants is a bit much even for me, though. I've tried it before, but the cluttered kitchens as well as the tables and chairs make it hard to get around. Plus, I've learned that the hard way that there are plenty of hot or sharp things for angry cooks to throw at you as you try to make your way out. Instead, packaged and pre-made foods are my best friends. Things I can grab multiples of at once and stuff into my pockets. If I'm really lucky, I had a panic attack. I looked over and saw like there was like a little blank space and the audio was like, oh no, it's not recording me. But then I was like, oh, that's just where I took a pause. If I'm really lucky, I'll find a place with refrigerated sandwiches or salads, or sometimes perfectly good hot food that gets thrown out. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that's available if you don't mind sifting through the trash a little bit. It's not perfect, of course, but a hot meal is a hot meal. I know plenty of foxes who have eaten much worse.
Target spotted.
It's perfect. A small convenience store, snacks lined up behind the front window. Even better, the stores on either side of it are closed too, so there's not too many people in the area.
Locked, huh? Not
Well,
surprising.
yeah, would you think it would be unlocked, you nerd? I head down a nearby alley and find the back door, which is probably where they bring in new products. The alleyway is dark to begin with, and my dark clothes help me hide even better. I glance around the alley, glad like always for my excellent night vision. Nobody is watching. Nobody is even around. I pull my hood up over my ears and tuck my tail between my legs, leaning against the sturdy door. Is anyone not looking closely? I'm sure I appear to be nothing more than a shadow. I dig around my pockets until I find my trusty lockpick, and then set to work on the door. It isn't a complicated lock at all, just a regular keyhole. With a click, the latch springs open just a few short moments later.
Bingo. Huh?
I try to tug the door towards me, but there's a chain on the inside that keeps it from opening very wide. There's no way a human could fit through that gap, but it would be easy for a fox. First, I slink away for a bit, idling on the nearby street, just like a regular pedestrian. I wait to see if anyone shows up just in case I triggered a silent security system. After about 10 minutes, I decide it's safe. I transform under the cover of darkness in the alley. Wait, why does... Whoa, wait, hang on, I just had a realization. If this is a world of, like, monsters and stuff... Because I made a joke, like, in the last episode, like, when she turned into a fox when she was running away from people. That, like, the guard yelled, oh, that's got to be her. And I made a joke like, yeah, it's definitely the fox. But like, in a world of monsters, the fox could totally be the person. I don't know the rules of this universe yet, so I don't know if that's a thing that they're used to or not. But yeah, that actually, that makes sense. I transform under the cover of darkness in the alley and slip into the building before transforming back. The shop isn't very big, and the shaving area is just a small hallway with a few boxes of soda and candy bars on the floor. I grab a couple of my favorites and shove them into my pockets. When I creep into the main area, I make sure to stay low to the ground, trying to avoid being seen from outside. It's not exactly hidden, but as long as I don't stand up, I shouldn't attract anyone's attention. I move fast, cramming as much into my coat as I can. Cookies, protein bars, popcorn. I'm not very picky. When my coat starts to feel pretty heavy, I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. I also take a few bottles of water and sports drinks from the coolers. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot a few of those covered plastic wrapped sandwiches that I was thinking about earlier.
Jackpot.
I fill my bag with sandwiches until it's almost overflowing, and then I head back out the way I came in. In total, I was in and out in under 5 minutes, and I've got enough supplies to last me several days. When I step into the alley, I glance around in both directions, making sure no one saw me emerge from the store. I don't see anyone, but then my neck prickles as if someone is watching me. I sniff the air, but I don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that wasn't there before. Still. Suddenly there's a flap of wings, and a bat flutters past me from out of the shadows. It goes right over my head and disappears from sight up the street.
Oh, that's it?
I let out a breath I'd been holding and start making my way back towards the mountain where I made my den. I let the bag swing from my arms as I walk, whistling a song I heard earlier. I'm not able to keep a smile off my face.
All in all, not a bad first day. I've got a nice nest, food to spare, and plenty of places to explore tomorrow.
There have been plenty of days in my life where I had none of these things. I unwrap one of the sandwiches that I grab and take a big bite.
Nothing beats the taste of hard work.
I hope Wellington continues to treat me well while I'm here.
So tired. I'm gonna sleep so well tonight.
I unpack everything that I got from the store, as well as the treasures that I always carry with me. My lockpick, my wallet, a few pretty stones. The only thing that I leave in my jacket is a small scroll.
Can't get that damaged or dirty.
I change back into a fox and then dig another hole near the entrance to my den. This one is much simpler and shallower. I bury some of my snacks that I stole before covering them back up with dirt.
Not like anyone's gonna come by and swipe my things, but
Who?
better safe than
Who is the
sorry.
voice actress for Miho? I need to know. Miho. Wait, I'm putting that into the wrong thing. Don't ask me how I was putting it into the wrong thing, I just was. Miho. Please be. Ah, I accidentally bumped my microphone. I have a terrible knack of doing that. Miho. Wait, this is. Oh! This is on Yuri Wiki. I didn't know that this was Yuri, but that. Oh. There's literally a picture of her being. Of kissing a girl. Hey, nice. Okay, so this Yuri Wiki, which I didn't know was a thing, by the way, has statistics for some things. Such as boldness. It gives her a 5. I'm pretty sure this is like, from what I'm seeing, this is on a scale of 1 to 10. Her boldness is 5. Her commitment is 6 to 9. Her relationship status is dating. Her lewdness is 6, which I mean, I guess. I don't know. Literally, the little picture I'm looking at is like, you can kind of see the outline of boob. She's showing off shoulder and her midriff. So I guess 6 would be, because I feel like 5, what would 5 even be at that point then? Just like, I don't know. I feel like she should be like a 5. I feel like that would make more sense. But her gayness is a 9 out of 10. And I'm just sitting here like, what? I feel like it's like either a 10, a 5, like, I guess like the way I put it would be like 1 is straight, 5 is bi, I guess? I don't even know if that makes sense, but I'm going with it. And then a 10 would be gay. How are you a 9 out of 10? Okay. What am I even looking? Oh yeah, I'm looking for her. Looking for her voice. Where's her? This doesn't have her voice actress listed. What? That's what I was looking for. But I guess I know she's now a 9 out of 10 on the gaydar. I'm sorry, this is so stupid. That's taking up so much time, but whatever. Please be happy. Studio Elon. Alright, that's probably not how you pronounce that at all, because it has a little accent mark, but I don't know how to pronounce that. Our titles. Bro, Bro, oh, there's like a full... Wait, without a voice? First Snow. What is the bell? Oh, they have like a couple of these. Heart of the Woods. Oh, I might need to check out some of their other like titles. But like, how do they not have like... Oh, CV. .ovu. I don't know that person. It sounds like a Twitter handle. I am sorry that this is taking up so much time, but this is just how I am. Datovu. Voice actor. Tae Kim, voice actor one. Oh, see, she's from South Korea. Apocalyptic Dream. I've never heard of any of these games, but her voice feels so familiar. Apparently she's in Yandere Simulator. That's the only game I've played, but I've never played it or really even watched people play it, so I don't... How do I recognize her voice then? I've literally never... The only one I've heard of is obviously Please Be Happy. And then I've heard of Yandere Simulator, but I've never played it before. Or even seen people play it. I didn't know that the main character even had a mom. Or a sister. What the freak? Hang on, she also has a video. Kudere Dialogue, Japanese voice acting practice. Oh, she has a YouTube channel. I'm checking this out.
Hello, Discovery
Ah,
here.
ads. She's so big. She has so many subscribers. 326,000. Freaking go, girl. Okay, I want to look at. I realized I slightly gone on a tangent. I will look more into this after this episode.
I stole this myself, after all. Don't want it being stolen from me.
Stuff like my pen and my favorite rock go into the burrow with me. My favorite rock. Since I like having them close. Bye. Once I've got everything where it belongs, I climb into the hole myself, turning a few circles before settling down with my tail wrapped around me. From here, I have a perfect view of the stars. I look up at the clear sky through the mouth of the tunnel. I feel bad for all the people way down on the underworld.
Can they even see the stars from there?
I've never been to the underworld, so I have no idea. I can't imagine falling asleep without them. Comfortable and safe, I close my eyes and quickly slip off to the dreamland. You know, I'm not continuing. This is the end of the episode. I wasn't planning to have it even be this long, but I got distracted. But, like, dude, it'd be so cool to voice in a visual novel. I think that'd be so much fun. Like, I love, like, this voice acting stuff. That's why I, like, love playing, like, these visual novels on the channel where I can read out loud. Or, like the dialogue-heavy based games where there's not, like, voices to read them. Obviously, I'd like to have, like, a little bit of a mix-up. Because I like just playing games for the channel where it's not just me reading dialogue the whole time. But I also like this because I just like doing the voices. That's why I consider my entire second channel, which I should really start putting in like the description of these videos and probably on my about section. It's called Deep Voice Boy Books. Consider that my auditions, and the entire Fate Stay Night series. Maybe I shouldn't do that because some of the voices I'm not consistent with, but whatever. Dude, yeah, it'd be so cool. And it looks like like all of these like voice Anne Chloe Murray, Shara Kirby. I want to look into like all. I want to see like, oh, there's a Please Be Happy press kit. I'm so sorry that I'm doing all. Whoa, 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 whoa! What is this? It's a Google Drive. Born as a Fox, Best of Elon, team and collaborators. You know, I've also always wanted to write like a visual novel. I thought that would always be so cool. But I mean, hey, now I have their contact information, so maybe I could send them one because I'm like, dude, I love your games. This is making a lot of assumptions, by the way. I don't know how any of this works. I just, like, why else would they have, like, their contact information there? But I should end the episode. I should end the episode right now. I don't know why I got so distracted at, like, the minute 20 mark when I was so on focus for the rest of it. Sorry about that. Yeah, with that all being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there guys, Dark Hunter, welcome back for more Please Be Happy. I was planning to only record 2 episodes tonight, but I was like, I can do a third. I don't know why I said that. That doesn't mean anything to you guys. This will go up whenever I upload it. It's not like it's all going up on the same day. But yeah. I looked around a little bit on their website, found out that this company has made a couple visual novels, and I'm like, gosh darn it. I was planning for Fate Stay Night to be the only visual novel that we read. And then I fell into this rabbit hole, and that's leading me to more rabbit holes. Well, granted, all the games made by this person would be the same, like, this company would be, like, the same rabbit hole? Yeah. So yeah, with that being said, let's just jump into it. I wake up to trouble, or at least a threat. I'm sure it's only morning as I peer out of the burrow's entrance, but the sky is already dark and foreboding. My intention moves from the... How do I get rid of this? There we go. Dark and foreboding. My attention moves from the ominous rain clouds above to the trees outside my den, their branches shaking in the strong
I can't believe
breeze.
that girl from the cafe was right.
I climb up the tunnel and out into the open, sniffling the air. It just tells me what I already know. A storm is coming, and fast. But also, another scent plays on my nose, one so faint that I can almost brush it off without taking another smell. Surely I'm wrong. There's no way that... Lowering my snout to the ground, I investigate the area, and then decide that I'm right. I change into my human form and look around.
Someone's been here.
Oh. I bet it was either the girl from the cafe or the other girl on the starting screen. It's one or the other. Yes, someone's definitely been here, but this scent isn't a human. It's vaguely familiar, but at the same time, not like anyone I recognize.
Definitely wasn't here when I went to sleep.
Oh. So I was looking at her YouTube channel, and dude, she has like cover songs, and I'm like, dude, I love listening to covers of these. Oh, she has a other friends piano version. It doesn't look like she uploads often, but everything she's uploading looks like pretty. Oh, she has a hide and seek. Okay, I can't do this again. I already spent like 8 minutes of the last episode just not focusing on this, so I should focus on this for a little bit. I should give it at least an episode or 2 before I go off on another horrible tangent. They must have come here in the night and stopped right outside my den.
Are you watching me sleep? Oh crap!
As a fox, I dive back into my hole to make sure everything is still there. My heart pounds in my chest, but nothing appears to be missing. I also check the spot where I buried my stash from last night, but that hasn't been disturbed either. I breathe a sigh of relief. If any of my stuff has been stolen, I'd be so mad. But that doesn't answer the question of what they did want, and that's even more concerning. I'm a pretty light sleeper, and usually the slightest sound or motion will wake me up. So if someone was able to sneak up on me, even I have to be impressed. Impressed, and a little bit worried. I've got more pressing issue right now, though, and I stare up at the sky in disappointment.
I hate the rain.
I love the rain. I would have found a different place to make my nest and hide my supplies if I'd known this would happen. Instead, both burrows will probably just be piles of mud by the end of the day.
I found a place with a roof after all.
I filled my pockets with my most important possessions and some of the food I grabbed last night. Everything else I wrap as tightly in the plastic bags as I can and bury them in my den. Hopefully I can find somewhere fast, and move everything else over before it gets ruined. The abandoned house would be perfect, or some other place where I'd be able to hide. After finishing packing up, I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expected it to be a bird, but yet instead it's another bat. I mean, I don't really see any white on her, so it can't be can it be the cafe girl? I don't know. Also, I don't like the detail of like the pink on this. That looks so gross to me. Yeah. The one is even bigger than the one I saw last night. Oh, if it's different, then it can't be the same one. Its wings are way longer and noisier. I can even hear it squeaking something as it flies past. Some people say bats and foxes are similar. I don't see it. It depends on the bat. Some of them look like just dogs with wings. Others look like nightmare fuel. I watch it fly around for a little while before it takes off towards the city.
Maybe it knows somewhere to stay. Guess I'll follow it for now.
A couple times it disappears between the trees or just too far ahead, but I always manage to catch back up. Eventually we're out of the woods and back into civilization, where a car whizzes right past me. There's a sidewalk here and other people walking around. Most of them look up to the sky nervously, though, and everyone seems to be in a hurry.
I'm not the only one looking to get away from the rain.
Bro, just give me an umbrella and I'm fine. I love going on walks or drives in the rain. It's like my favorite thing. More people seem to be going in the direction I was headed than anywhere else, so I stick to that. By now my winged guide is almost out of sight again. Just a little black speck in the sky flying into the distance. Farther up this road, there's a slope that leads to a big, fancy-looking building. It doesn't look like a shop or a restaurant, at least not one that I've ever seen, but there are so many people going in and out that it has to be open to the public. That's good enough for me. It'll give me somewhere dry to spend some time. Maybe I can learn something useful. Plus, places like this usually have plenty of valuables inside. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find something to fund my next few days. Ah, no! After all, the bigger the target, the less likely I are to know something's missing. The sturdy oak door isn't as heavy as it looks, a firm push being enough to heave it open. Gingerly stepping inside and out of the rain, I'm greeted by books. Lots of books. I don't know why I said it like that, like lots of books. Books on shelves, books on tables, books on the floor, books everywhere. The place even smells of a musty old paper, and the dozen or so people inside are mostly leafing through pages in the aisles. The odd silence about the building is striking, given how many are around. It doesn't look like a shop, so I assume this must be a library. I've heard of them, but I've never been in one. No point, since I can't read at all. But it's warm and cozy and very dry, so it'll do just fine. There's a desk near the entrance with a computer on it, that I would assume would be where I check in. It's unattended, which is good for me. I take a seat in an empty chair nearby, and sit back just to observe for a bit. There are plenty of people, but it's not too busy. Lots of empty, unwatched spaces. Most folks seem to be here alone, or in small groups that keep to themselves. There's not... Oh. I took melatonin right before I started this, and it's hitting me a lot faster than I was expecting. There's not much conversation going on, and what there is all whispered. Nobody gives me a second glance, which is a good sign. It means I'm probably not breaking any rules just by being here. Behind the desk, there's a hallway leading deeper into the building, and I peek around the corner to see what's back there. All I can see are some shut doors, and at the very back, a staircase. After glancing around to make sure no one's watching, I sneak down the hall and try a couple of the doors. All of them are locked. I could probably pick them if I wanted to. No sense trying to do that now, though. Is there anything more valuable around? An antique clock or a vase would be perfect. Sadly, it's almost all books. Books and small trinkets that look pretty worthless. Not even worth the trouble of stealing. At least it's got a roof. I do spot a couple promising items, like a set of old coins, and memorize their locations. I wander back to the main area where I came in. Outside, it hasn't started raining yet, but it's only a matter of time. The wind is loud and gusty, and even opening the door is enough to make me shiver. If nothing else, I can probably wait out the rain here. But my poor abandoned snacks back at the den. What a waste. Can't do anything about it now, though. I should keep looking around. I move slowly through the area, never going beyond what seems to be the public area. I pretend to inspect a few books, taking them off the shelves and flipping through the pages. I'm actually mapping out the place in my head. Doors, windows, and potential places to hide. Things like that. Most of the time, this kind of info is unnecessary. It's been at least a few decades since I've had to make a dramatic escape from anywhere. At this point, plotting an escape route is just habit. Overall, I like what I'm seeing. Even with the locked doors and off-limit hallways, there are a lot of nooks and crannies that would make good hiding spots, especially as a fox. From the thick dust that coats a lot of these areas, I can tell they don't get a lot of visitors. If I'm careful, I might be able to go a whole week or more without being noticed, as long as I can get in and out of the building easily. That is. And with the huge windows that line the back wall, it seems easy enough too. I weave around a couple shelves that are taller than I am, heading for the far back corner. I peer around the corner of the last aisle, just to make sure I'm alone. But I'm not. Oh my gosh. She is so... I saw her on the starting screen, but she is so cute. At a small table by the window sits a woman with a small book in her hand, resting against her fingers. She's perfectly still, but mouths the words on the page as she reads, like she's tasting them instead of just seeing them. Her expression has the distant look of someone way off in their own world, far away from this one. She looks so at peace that I think she must belong in that other world. She's beautiful and elegant in the same way as a painting, with the light of the window shining on her like a display. I duck back behind the bookshelf, pressing one hand on my racing heart. My other bumps against one of the books on the shelf, and it falls with a dusty thump. Cursing my clumsiness, I silently back away in case she decides to investigate, but she doesn't leave her chair.
I suppose it's nothing.
Oh, and then the accent is so good. I love the accent. She turns and gazes out the open window. At what? I don't know. A moment later, she returns to her book and leaves this world again. I stay hidden, my face still burning a little bit. Yes, I think this will be the perfect place to spend some time. Suddenly there's a much louder boom than the one I caused. Then the one I caused is thunder... Oh, wait. Okay, that's because it's a sound effect. I was like, wait, didn't that sentence end? But then I was like, oh, it's just because it's a sound effect. It's not really the sentence ending. Whatever. Suddenly, there's a much louder boom than the one I caused, as thunder rumbles outside. A few people around the library startle at the sound and look around. Sighing, the girl in the chair pulls the window beside her closed. The first drop of rain's falling not a minute later. I'll investigate the window later. Right now, I don't want to bother her, so I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. I could be here a while depending on how long the rain lasts, so I might as well get comfy. I find a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up on one of the soft chairs to flip through them. There aren't as many of those ones, and I go through the stack pretty fast. It takes long enough for the rain to start, though. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind. Okay, wait, hang on. I just had a realization. That person was just a person with no, like, oh, she could be something else, like the girl from the cafe with her hair. What is this world? What the freak is this? Talking about fawns, talking about cyclopses and mermaids. What the freak, dude? Also, yeah, no, this melatonin is hitting me hard. This is gonna be fun. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind become. Guess it's not letting up anytime soon. I can't complain, though. This library is pretty cozy, by my usual standards. It's warm and safe, and nobody tells me to go away. I even have snacks. More than once I get up and walk around the library again, even though I've got most of it memorized by now. I take notes of things like a child's stuffed toy that's lying on the floor in one section, or the thin blanket that's stuck between a bookshelf and the wall. On my third or fourth trip around, I finally find something I've been looking for. In one of the far corners, totally opposite from where I saw the reading girl earlier, there's a single chair and a small table. On the wall nearby is a portrait. The painting itself is of a girl with light brown hair, but I barely pay any attention to that. What I'm interested in is the frame. It's lovely. It looks like it's made out of gold. It certainly shines like it. It's carved intricately into the shape of waves flowing up and down. It's gotta be worth something. I try not to pay attention to it as I make my way back to my table. There are too many other people around for me to be able to try and sneak it out. It's too big to fit under my jacket without being obvious. That just means I'll have to come back some other time. Maybe once this place is closed. The hours pass by and the storm continues. I'm kind of disappointed by losing a whole day, especially so soon after arriving, but it's not like I'm in any sort of hurt. No, I didn't mean to. I pat one of my pockets, feeling the familiar and reassuring weight of the paper scroll that's tucked away there. That scroll is the only thing close to a purpose that I have. It's not particularly urgent. Or at least, I don't have any way to deal with it faster. And should I end the episode there? I don't... The hard part with, like, these visual novels is, like, I want to end them at, like, good spots. Like, I don't want to ever end them in the middle of a scene. But sometimes it calls for it. But I think we can go a little bit longer. I spend a long time reading, in quotations, It's almost afternoon when I go and check the windows again, but the rough weather outside continues. At this rate, I'll be sleeping in a puddle of mud. Unless... A quick check shows that a lot of the other library patrons have left. It's not empty, but it's not nearly as full as earlier. Guess some of them decided it was worth braving the rain. Looking as nonchalant as I can, I get up from my seat and pretend to browse again, slowly moving through the shelves. The reading girl is gone now, although she's not what I was looking for. Sure, it wasn't. Instead, I picked up the dropped toy and the blanket that I spotted earlier. Then I head to one of the out-of-the-way hiding spots I picked out before. It's on the floor between a shelf and the wall, but has a bit of carpet to help make it softer. Even better, it's between two corner shelves, meaning that it's practically out of sight if you're not looking for it. I wriggle my way between the furniture and lie down, using the toy as a pillow and draping the blanket over me. I toss and turn a few times before finally settling down.
Not bad at all.
Even though I haven't done much today, I'm always down to take a nap. Gosh, I can't think of anywhere more peaceful to take a nap than a library. Libraries are like some of my favorite places in the world. During, I think it was middle school, or was it like late elementary, I don't remember. I would have my parents take me to the local library like every day, if I didn't have plans with friends, just so then I could have like a peaceful place to do my homework and just read the whole day. And since I'm not a big nap guy, I didn't take many naps there, but I do remember once or twice taking a nap, and it was so nice. I can pass a few hours by sleeping, wake up once it's dark, and then grab that picture frame and be on my way. I'll have to rebuild my den once I get back, but that's a problem for future me. I yawn, staring up at the ceiling until my eyes get heavy.
Maybe today won't be a total waste after all.
Do I want to start it or not? I think just because of how tired I am, I actually want to be able to read the dialogue well. So I think I'll make this a short episode. Gosh, I haven't made like a 17-minute video outside of like gotcha videos in so long. This is so weird. All my videos are so long. I say as I watch a YouTuber who can like pretty consistently uploads like an hour to 3 hours video almost every day. So yeah. With that being said, yeah, I'm just enjoying this game more. I would love to be reading more of it right now, but again, I am just falling asleep. Usually the melatonin takes a little while to hit me, so I was like, yeah, I really want to do another episode, so let's do it. And then it just hit me like a truck. I don't know why. So yeah, with all that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. I don't know why I made that so dramatic. Okay, we are back with some more Please Be Happy. It has been just about like a century since the last time I did any of this, just because I realized that it was really hard on my voice to have two visual novels going at the exact same time. I say as I'm doing this and Digimon Survive at the same time. So that's fun. But anyways, with that being said, for everyone who doesn't remember, we are some type of fox person, some like a fox that somehow learned how to turn into a girl. We got on a plane, and I think we're looking for a person who visited us when we were like just a fox. And now we're like just going around this town meeting people. That's really about it. I only did like 3 episodes before I had to go on break. But yeah, we're going to finish the demo of this, and then we're going to get back into doing some more Fate Stay Night with the Unlimited Blade Works route. So with that being said, let's just jump into it. The soft sound of cloth rustling wakes me from a dreamless sleep. How did someone sneak up on me twice now? I don't know how long it's been. The sky outside has darkened significantly, and now the stars twinkle outside the window. Oh? There's no time to react to the sound as the sounds come closer. I hear no footsteps, but suddenly a woman steps into view. Her clothes are pure white, making her stand out like a ghost in the dark library. Her cape rustles again as she reaches towards one of the shelves. One of the shelves I'm hiding behind, to be precise. Gingerly, she moves 2 books to the side, and then slides another book into the space she created. She handles them like precious treasure that might break if she's too rough. I stay perfectly still, afraid to even breathe in case she notices me. My heart beats wild. I love her outfit, dude. Also, again, I know it's been so long since I've said this, but if you're watching these episodes all back to back, I've said this a lot, but dude, I love how this game looks. Like, it looks like it's just paint. It looks like it's been a paint, like, this is a painting. And I love that aesthetic. I feel like it fits, like, the vibe of the story so well so far. My heart beats wildly as she slowly and deliberately looks over the shelf, examining their titles before taking a book from the second lowest row. Through the gap she created in the shelves, our eyes meet in the darkness. Well, that's not really what this image illustrates, but sure. Oh no. I tense up as she steps around the shelving between us to get a better look at me, preparing myself to leap away if the need arises. The carefully memorized layout of the library flashes through my mind as I frantically plot the best way to flee. Even as I prepare my escape, I can see her taking in everything about me. The stolen blanket, the makeshift pillow, my generally disheveled appearance. She opens her mouth, and I brace myself for the verbal attack that's sure to come.
Hello there.
Hello there.
May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
I think I'm going to go like this. And turn up the volume. So then we can hear the voice acting better. I think in the last couple episodes I just, like, narrated over the voices. But I think in this time... Well, no, because then maybe the music would be too loud while I'm actually over the parts that I'm narrating if I have this loud enough for it to be, like, heard. I don't know. We'll try it for this episode, and then I won't in the next episode. And then when I edit them, I'll see how it works. I don't know. Just experimentation. So, yeah. Wait, actually, I just had a thought. Even though I do love the sound. I'm having such a hard... I genuinely can't tell, like, where my like anything is on this. So I'm actually going to go like this. Go like this, and then go like this. So then we can hear everything that's being said. There we go. Let's try that.
I don't have anywhere else to
I'm also going to
sleep.
make sure that the... Okay, I was just making sure that OBS was actually, like, doing a good job at recording the audio. Sorry that this is such an experimental episode. It's been a while since I've done this like, visual novel. Oh, I love her voice, though. Get you a girl. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. Where's the log? Log. She leans down and offers me a hand. I look at it warily. Okay, now I can... Using a controller for this is not very good. I'm just gonna say that. They probably didn't expect people to try it too often, but it just doesn't work that well. I don't take it, but I slowly stand, letting the blanket fall to my feet, and trying to subtly get into position to run.
Well, I have an extra room on the second floor that you're welcome to borrow, if you'd prefer that. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to remain here, on the ground. I apologize for waking you.
With a smile, the oddly calm woman steps away and busies herself organizing another row of books. So does she, like, own the libraries? Dude, the characters in this game look so great. I love this. Yeah, I'm guessing she, like, owns the library, I guess, as she said I have a room on the second floor. Otherwise, that'd be a weird thing to say. Unless she's just so rich that she just rents multiple rooms when she's here. With a smile, the oddly calm woman steps away and busies herself organizing another row of books. She probably expects me to let my guard down and take her off her. I'm just a stranger, someone who broke into her library. There's no reason for her to treat me kindly. My years of experience, and there are plenty of those, tell me it's a trap.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll just be going, actually. Sorry to bother you like this.
I hurry past her, shoulders tense as I expect her to grab me, or try to stop me. She doesn't, though. The one time I glance back, she's watching me with a strange expression that I don't recognize. When I get outside and away from the library, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Whew, that was close. I'm not falling for that one again.
The last time I let someone feel sorry for me and accepted a place to stay, I woke up to them trying to empty my wallet. I may be a thief, but at least I do it honestly. I wouldn't try to trick someone like that. That wasn't the first time someone tried to fool me and take advantage of me either.
Still, it's a shame to lose such a nice hiding place. Maybe I'll give it a couple days for that woman to forget about me. And then try
I
again.
don't know how forgettable you are. You do have fox ears sticking out of the side of your head. You're pretty recognizable.
If she wasn't lying about there being an empty room on the second floor, then maybe I could sneak into there.
Tonight, though, I'm on my own. Shivering, I wrap my coat and tail tightly around myself as I think about what to do next. The rain has stopped, although it's still cold and cloudy. My stomach grumbles since I haven't eaten anything other than snacks all day.
Ugh.
I may as well get it over with and go check on the status of my den.
Well, it could be worse.
It's not as bad as I expected, which is a pleasant surprise.
What's a little mine? It'll be just fine.
I swapped my fox form to prod around. The entrance has caved in a little, but after I scoop that out, I find that the rest of the tunnels and main room are relatively intact. Cold as hell, but intact. Seems the trees protected the den from a lot of the rain. It takes me a while to find the spot where I buried my stash, since the stick I used to mark the spot got washed away. Eventually I locate it though, and start digging. The cold mud makes my paws dirty and sore, and little flecks cover my fur. After I finally reach the soggy plastic bags, I shake myself clean before opening them as a human. Some water has seeped through, and I open the soiled items before tossing them away. I'm not too picky, but I have plenty of other snacks to choose from.
Eat up, birdies.
A few of them swoop down to inspect the offerings. I scarf down a quick meal of cookies and unwarmed soup, along with some cold water from the stream. At least the water is satisfying. Even though I just woke up from a nap not too long ago, I shift back into my fox form to crawl into my den and curl up. I'm sure it'll be a while before I fall asleep, but I don't feel like going back into town. I've had enough excitement for one day. This isn't all that bad. Regular foxes without magic powers have it way worse than I do. Although, back when a fox was all I was, I wouldn't have really cared. To this day, I'm not sure what it is that makes me different. I used to be just like them. No desire to go beyond the forest or anything. And then one day, I became whatever I am now. All I had was my necklace, a small scroll that I can't read, and the memory of a person who had given it to me. They were so kind to me, that stranger in the forest. They wished me well, even though I was just an ordinary fox. Somehow, that didn't really seem to matter to them. I never even knew their name, just their face and their voice. But I know that I'll recognize them when I see them again. It's just a matter of finding them. So since then, I've been looking and surviving. Looking for them is what keeps me going. It's enough to live for if I wasn't. I don't know what else I'd be doing. I guess I'd just be surviving. But if that was the only thing, I think I'd rather have just stayed a fox. Standing outside my den in human form, I take stock of how things stand. The sun's thankfully out this morning, but everything remains damp from the ground to the muggy air itself. The chill and the breeze is the worst, making me shiver every time it hits me. The Bell House was pleasant when I visited a couple days ago, so I decide to head down towards the main street and get a coffee there while working out my next moves. Coming to the door of the cafe, I pause and wipe my feet on the mat outside. The human fascination with shrouding themselves in concrete makes a little more sense as I work the mud off my feet. With that, I finally head inside, only to stop in my tracks as the door shuts behind me. Oh, is it? I was honestly expecting it to be like her, and then the girl that she just walked away from. Because I want that awkward conversation to have happen like, hey, listen, you said you don't have a place to stay, and then you just walked away from a place to stay. What's up with that? But dude, this girl's so cute. I love her. Standing behind the counter is the same girl who I saw reading in the library yesterday, talking with the customer as she takes their order. That gentle aura about her is unmistakable. The person in front of me finishes their order, and I step up to the counter.
Good morning. Welcome to the Bell House. What can I make for you?
I love her voice. It's so cute. Oh my gosh, I can't get over it.
Oh, hi.
Oh my gosh, I did not realize how short Miho was compared to, like, just other people. Like, I don't know, I was just expecting her, like, to be slightly taller, I guess. Granted, this girl could also just be, like, a little taller than average. I don't know. Anyways. A vanilla latte? No, that's boring.
What do you recommend? I want to try something new.
I'm glad you asked. I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy-kissed
That
cherries.
drink sounds amazing. I'm not a coffee guy in the slightest, but that sounds amazing.
It's one of our signature drinks with a vanilla gelato base and a mint.
Never mind, I hate mint. Ugh. I was planning to get something warm, but that does sound pretty good. It did. Until you got to the mint part. Just mint, ugh. Outside of toothpaste, please keep it out of my mouth.
Okay, give me one of those then.
Perfect. And could I get your name, please?
It's Miho.
She scribbles something onto a cup and finishes it with a big flourish.
I'll have that right out for you.
Thanks.
Also, that was weird. Did her mic just like crackle there? That sounded weird. I pay and then go take the same seat as before, next to one of the windows. It's pretty empty in her again, so I can sit wherever I want. Before the barista starts making my drink, I spot her writing something else down in a little notebook. She glances my way once or twice while she does. Is she like drawing her or something? She glances my way once or twice while she does, but I pretend not to notice. I wonder what it is. The barista yesterday didn't write anything down. Anyway, I've got more important things on my mind. I mull over the plan which formed as I walked here, becoming increasingly happy with it. Tonight I've already decided I want to sneak back into the library. Between that picture frame and some of the other trinkets I saw, I should be able to pilfer enough to fend my next few days in Wellington. Finding somewhere to sell it should be the easy part. I've got a dozen excuses that I can recite about where the items came from. Dead grandma, spring cleaning, new renovations. Sometimes I try extra hard and pretend that the things I'm selling are really special to me and earn a bit more cash that way. Sometimes I just take whatever they give me. After a few years of watching other humans do it and trying it out myself, I've gotten good at pawning the items off. I find myself idly watching the barista making my drink. While I do, I practice a disarming smile. All of her movements are quick and practiced, but she has that faraway look in her eyes that I noticed yesterday. She looks up and our eyes meet. I don't look away, and she turns pink before ducking away behind the machine out of sight.
Huh. Weird girl.
I turn my head around to look around the cafe, and a butterfly outside catches my attention, so I watch that instead. It's just one of those things of, like, she probably just doesn't understand, like, all of the human, like, things that well, so she's just sitting there staring at her, not noticing, like, not knowing how weird that would be. So when, like, the other girl looks up, it's like, oh, this girl's just staring at me, okay. It flutters back and forth, landing on a flower and resting its wings. Oh, my coffee is ready. I quickly get up and skip over to the counter. Cup in hand, she starts to head over to give it to me. But then several things happen at once. One of the little tassels on the pocket of her apron catches on one of the drawers behind the counter, and she jerks to a stop, eyes wide with surprise. And my drink tumbles out of her hand, landing on the counter with a wet gloop sound as the ice cream splats against it, sending mint green river. Oh, cleaning up ice cream sucks. Like, it has to be, like, completely melted for it to not. Green rivers of coffee everywhere. A few seconds pass where we just look at each other, neither of us quite sure what to do, and then she takes a deep breath.
So sorry. I'll make you a replacement right away. Just give me 1 second and I'll have that ready for you.
Her words spill out faster than the beverage, making it hard to even understand what she's saying. Her face is bright red as she spins back around and grabs another empty cup, and stops, hands hovering awkwardly.
I should clean this up before it dries and starts to go bad.
She scurries back to the mess, wiping at it with some napkins. She mops up as much as she can with one hand, and then leaves the soggy paper on the counter while she starts to remake my drink.
I'm really sorry. This is such an embarrassment.
I don't even know if she's talking to me or to herself. I freeze for a second, looking for an appropriate response to an apology. I'm not used to people apologizing to me.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Instead, I just sit back down at one of the tables and watch. She makes the drink twice as fast and then carries it very slowly to the counter, setting it down in a clean spot. This time she takes a deep breath before speaking, like she's afraid she's gonna mess that up too.
Alright, here's your drink. Again, I'm very sorry. Oh, this is your first time here, isn't it? I hope it doesn't leave a bad impression.
Second, actually. Yesterday was the first time. How'd you know?
I make an effort to remember as many of our customers as I can, as well as their favorite orders. I believe you can learn a lot about a person from how they drink their coffee.
I wouldn't know. I've had coffee like 2 times. Terrible experiences both times. Well, that's too bad for her, because she won't remember me at all next time. I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. Why is she so confident about people not, like, remembering her? Is, like, another thing of, like, the pearl necklace is that it makes people forget? I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. It's creamy and rich and sweet all at the same time.
Whoa, this is really good. It's kind of like a milkshake, but not. But it's not like coffee either.
Yes, exactly. I'm very glad that you like it. It's one of my favorite beverages that we serve. In fact, the recipe was my idea.
Whoa! They should put you in charge of all the recipes.
She smiles again. Seems like she's gone over the crisis of the spilled drink already.
Thank you. I'll make you another one of my favorites next time, if you'd like.
Totally.
At least I'll know what to order next time, even though I'll have been forgotten. Oh. Is that totally what it is? That's so sad. That is, like, really depressing if, like, because that's what it feels like it's leading into. Like, she's too confident in, like, oh, I'll just go, like, a day or two, and then I'll just immediately be forgotten. I don't like the implications of that. I'm already thinking of this place as my go-to coffee shop, especially since it's well, granted, if she was being forgotten, then she would be able to stay areas a lot longer and keep stealing. I don't know. Especially since it's in a convenient area. With tasty drinks and a cute barista, I don't have a reason to go anywhere else. A shocking sound from the employee area gets both of our attention.
Hey, Aspen, can you set another batch of croissants?
Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
She calls back over her shoulder and then looks back at me briefly.
Have a nice day, Miho.
You too.
With a wave, she gathers the trash from the cleanup and throws that away before disappearing into the back. Her name is Aspen. That's a pretty name. I'll have to try and remember that. Getting up from my seat, I decide to head back outside for some fresh air, sipping my fairy kiss chiller. I'm having such a hard time reading this. I don't know why. Sipping my fairy kiss chiller as I go. I head out the door and onto the increasingly busy main street. I already know my plans for tonight, but I've still got some time to kill before then. What should I do? Wait, on the map you can select locations to visit and spend time in. Just take note though, most locations will pass time. How you experience the story will be up to you. Events that pass time will be marked with a clock. Some events will only show up at certain times and on certain routes. Oh, how many routes are there? For today, you can see all the events, but in the future, you'll have to pick and choose how you spend time here. Click anywhere to continue. Ooh, dates and romance. Ooh. Okay, so I'm on Cuba Street. Should I just go to the stars? What do the stars mean again? I don't remember. Side story. Okay, so these are just like little side stories. Okay, that makes sense. But how long is this demo though? Because this is just a demo. It's not the full game yet. I don't even know if the full game is released yet. Hang on, let me check. Because after I check this, I am going to also, I don't know why it like just showed my entire desktop there for a second. After I check this, I'm going to end the episode. I just want to know when it releases, because I'm pretty sure it's like sometime in the winter, isn't it? Yeah, it's planned coming 2022, so just sometime in 2022. And there was a Please Be Happy live stream on here? What the freak? I don't know if that was like by like the creators and stuff, but if that was, that'd be cool. Oh, but I can watch it anytime. That's actually really cool. So yeah, I still just have the demo, so I don't know how long that's gonna go for. But anyways, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back somewhere. Please be happy. I think I really liked the me just sitting here, and not talking while the characters are talking. I think that worked pretty well. Just because, like, it's part of the experience. I would probably do the exact same thing with Fate, if it was in English. So for this one, I think that's what I'm going to continue doing from here on out. Just because, again, I liked it. It also, like, makes it easier on my throat to record these. Because that's one of the big reasons it's hard to record visual novel stuff, and why I tend to have those episodes be shorter than, like, when I play games and stuff, is because it just tends to wear on the throat more, you know? So, with that being said, let's go ahead and visit Oriental Bay. It's not far from the Bell House to the beach, so I decide to head down there. Excuse me. Passing through the city streets, I recognize some of this area from my first day here, when I was running from the Skyport guard.
Whew. Glad that guard chased me in this direction, or I'd have never found the Bell House.
And really, that's been the highlight of Wellington so far. When I get down to the beach, I take a moment to enjoy the salty sea air. From this level, it's impossible to tell where the ocean ends and where the open sky begins. I can see the Skyport from where I am, with a few older ships anchored in the harbor close by. While I'm admiring the view, a worried-looking lady comes up and waves for my attention.
Hi, I'm looking for my son. He's about this tall and wearing a red sweater. His name's Tommy. Have you seen him?
Nope. I haven't seen anyone like that. I just got here.
Dude, okay, I just genuinely have, like, a question. I don't know if I talked about this, like, in the first 3 episodes, but, like, do people just not notice her ears? Or do they just think it's hair?
Okay.
I can't tell. She walks away in a hurry, looking right and left as she goes to ask someone else.
Humans sure do have it rough.
Since they can't smell or even hear most things, it's a wonder they don't get lost more often. I amble along the waterfront, watching all the people as I go. Like Cuba Street, there's a lot going on. Under a nearby bridge, a group of 3 mermaids are racing each other. What? Close to the bridge are a bunch of people fishing with a stressed-looking guy running back and forth between them. Next to a boarded-up market stall and some big crates, I notice something weird. Oh yeah, because oh, there are, like, creatures in this, aren't there? That's something I was so confused when she said mermaids, like, but hasn't she referenced, like, other creatures before? Which is why her ears probably wouldn't be that weird. Right. There's a fabled with a big flower on their head that spins like a propeller. They're using it to drift in small circles above the something near the crates. I have to check it out, of course. Nobody else pays any attention. Or can other people just not see this stuff, and only she can? And, like, her ears are hidden. Now I'm curious to see what she would look like without the ears. I wander over and take a look. The fable stops spinning as I approach and gives me a helpless look, but doesn't say anything. On the other side of the crates, out of sight from the path, there's a little boy sitting on the ground, with his back to one of the wooden boxes.
Are you Tommy?
The kid jumps, totally surprised. Oops. He scrambles up and looks at me with wide eyes.
How'd you know? Your mom's looking for you. She seemed pretty worried.
His expression goes from surprise to sullen real quick.
I don't care. I don't want to go with you. Why not? Why are you over here instead? 'Cause I'm hiding. Oh. Okay.
It's a pretty crummy hiding spot. I mean, it's totally open to 3 sides. I don't say that, though. Instead, I look up at the fabled floating overhead. It looks almost as glum as Tommy.
Who's that?
Oh, other people can see him. Oh, other people can. Okay. We're getting lore. The answers are, like, questions are being answered.
I can. Is that weird? Mom and Dad can't see him. They think I'm just making him up. He doesn't talk, but he's real.
Derby waves from up high.
He kinda gave away your hiding spot. I saw him from the road. Mom can't see him, and that's all that matters. Why are you hiding from her?
Thank you. Tommy sits back down and scratches at the dirt with a rock. Guess he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm always happy to end a conversation.
Well, good luck.
I start to walk away. He doesn't seem like he's in any danger. I don't want to get blamed for hiding him for him hiding in the first place.
Hey, wait a minute.
I turn around. He's already standing up again.
Are you gonna go tell her
I
where
feel like I should. Before I can answer, his eyes get huge again.
Tommy, there you are.
I have to turn around again. This time it's the woman from before. She's already flying past me over to Tommy. This is gonna get...
Are you okay? What were you doing? Don't you ever run off like that again. Ugh.
I'm just gonna get real, like, worried when he goes, listen, this lady can see Jerby too. Tell her, lady. And then we have to go like, okay. Her voice goes up and down between relieved and angry. She has Tommy in a tight hug, but he is just staring forward grumpily. Jerby is flying in distressed circles again. Finally, the lady turns to me.
You found him, right? Thank you so much. I was so worried.
Yeah, we did so much to help here. I didn't really do anything. I did find him, but so did she. Guess she's not thinking about it much.
Come on, Tommy. Let's go home. We'll talk about this there.
No, I'm not going. That's not home.
My ears flinch as he yells. He stamps his foot on the ground to make his point.
Tommy, sweetie.
Home is where it's you, me, and Dad. Not that apartment.
That's still your home too. But this, it's like your second home now.
No, it isn't. Not without you. It's not.
Oh?
Do you and Dad really have to get
Tommy, who's already sniffling, can't keep from breaking down and crying as he throws his arms around his mom and hugs her back.
I don't want you to go.
I get the impression that I should probably leave. Normally I'm happy to be nosy and listen in on things, but right now seems kind of awkward. Neither of the humans notice me leave, but Jerby the Fabled sadly waves goodbye as I head off. I wonder what makes him stick around. I've never seen a Fabled like him before. Not being able to be seen by certain people sure sounds useful, though. That explains a lot of things, because she's talked about like how they're like, here's this weird thing, and here's this weird thing, and then here's this other weird thing, and I'm just sitting there like, not only am I not, like, is it not being, like, shown, like, nobody else is talking about it. So that leads me to believe that, like, they're there, but, like, only certain people and her can see them because she's also weird. Like, one of these, like, weird things, you know? That would make sense. I don't have to go far before the sounds of Tommy and his mom talking are drowned out by the noise of the waterfront. I easily fit into the crowd of people milling about. Being able to live a life that no one notices is close enough to being invisible. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to have those kinds of tearful conversations or panic about someone missing. No, being part of the crowd is just perfect for me. Crowned? Did I say crowned? I stand at the concrete and admire the ocean until I've had my fill, and I start wandering again. Okay. Then let's go to Mount Victoria. I just had a thought, if I do... Well, how do I get to the library? Is it just like... Is it like an un-go-toable place? That'd be weird. Okay, can I select it? This is hard to do with the controller. Okay, I can't. Oh, okay, so that explains it. Once they're like this, they're unselectable. Okay, that makes more sense. I'll go back to Cuba Street. Let's just see what's there. Because I think it said I can do all of these. Isn't that what it said? They say the perp always returns to the scene of the crime, so I head back to the main streets. By the looks of it, the store I swiped from is the same as always. The person sweeping the front of the store doesn't even seem a little bit stressed. It's never still enough for it to be noticeable, but it's always a point of pride when the place looks the same as always the next day. A smug smile creeps on my face as I pass by, snacking on the chocolate bar I took from their shelves. Okay. And then the den. Is there anything here? Without much else to do to pass the time, I head back to my den. It's not the best place to hang around, honestly, but it's comfortable enough. Looking around the small area, I shift back into my usual form. I have to kill some time. I might as well have fun while I'm at it. A couple hours later, I've happily had my fill of chasing butterflies and snacking on mushrooms. Okay, time to get back to it. And then I have Mount Victoria. I have plenty of time to kill, and always plenty of restless energy. I decided to go for a walk up Mount Victoria, just to give myself something to do. I take the long way up this time, instead of taking a bunch of shortcuts like usual. It winds through neighborhoods and then back out again, with only occasional car passing by on the street. Compared to some of the other cities I've been in lately, the air here is a lot cleaner, and the smell of nature shines through. I can't compare to being out in the wild for real, of course. But it's nice to not be choking on exhaust fumes everywhere I go. The houses are weird though. Many of them sit up on tall legs like giant bugs with windows for eyes. More people seem to be coming down from the mountain than going up. Lots of them zip past on bikes or skateboards, while others are jogging or just walking.
This path is longer than I thought.
About halfway up or so, there's a wooden bench just off the sidewalk. It's occupied by a man with dark hair and big sunglasses. I'm about to pass by. As I'm about to pass by, he waves.
Well, hello, miss. Nice evening for a walk, eh?
Huh? Is he talking to me? He must be, because there's no one else nearby. Chatting is usually not my thing, but for the moment, I appreciate the distraction.
It sure is. I'm glad the rain's gone.
Oh, for now, yeah. It's never gone for long, though, is it?
That's so. I'm new here. I didn't even think it would rain since it was so sunny the day before.
Ho ho ho! You've got to watch out for that around here. Mother Nature's real fickle these days. 1 minute you're on the pier, enjoying the sunshine. Next minute, whoosh!
He makes a whoosh sound with his breath and a wavy motion with his hands.
Storm clouds, as far as the eye can see. That's just welly for you, though. You live with the sunshine and...
His audio got real quiet there.
Where are you from, then? Guessing you're not a Kiwi?
Okay, his audio is really quiet, so I think I might start reading it from here. Just his. Where are you from, then? Guessing you're not a Kiwi?
Nah, I'm a fox, not a bird.
The man laughs a deep belly laugh. Like usual, I'm not sure what I said that was funny.
Not like that. Although those little guys are cute. A Kiwi is a word for us, New Zealanders.
Why his audio so quiet? Not like that, although those little guys are cute. Kiwi is a word for us New Zealanders in general. I sure do hope it's...
So it's a bird, a fruit, and people.
You've got it. All three are delightful.
I don't know if it's loud enough to be, like, heard over my, heard over the music that well. I don't know. We'll go with it.
Anyway, welcome to Wellington. I hope you're enjoying your time here in our little city.
So far I am. I made my den here on the mountain. I've gotten coffee a few times, and I went to the library.
I just love how honest she is with people, just because she doesn't get it. Like, yeah, I'm a fox. I made a den. I conveniently leave out my plans for the next time I go in the library.
Well, I can't say that's the usual tourist experience, but I'm happy to hear that it's working out for you. Staying long?
Probably. I decided to come live here, but I'm still getting to know the place. So, maybe I'll change my mind.
A true free spirit, eh? I felt the same way when I first got here, long time ago. Didn't think I'd settle down for life, but here I am now. Lived more years here than everywhere else in my life.
It can't be that long. You don't look very old for a human.
No? Well, that's my ego boost for today. You don't look very old for a fox either, but I imagine you've got a good head start on me.
That's true. I don't really keep track or think about it, though.
He laughs again.
Can't say I blame you there. I think 100 years, give or take a little on either side, is enough for me. And I'm only halfway there, so I've got plenty more to look forward to.
He stands up, but has to do it slowly.
And sometimes I'm reminded of how many I've got under my belt already. Thank you for the chat, miss. I better get back to the water now and make sure young Min hasn't fallen into the ocean or anything. It's been a real pleasure talking with you, though. I hope you'll give our fair town a shot.
Thanks. was nice talking to you too.
And I mean that for once. He waves goodbye as he heads down some stone steps, and I keep heading upwards. I've never really thought about my age compared to humans. Humans don't matter to my lifestyle. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know how old I am. It's never been important. Places, relationships, memories, they just tie people down. I want to be everywhere. When I reach the top of the mountain, I take a deep breath of the crisp air. Winds blow my face in every direction, and I can't keep it out of my face. The wind is wild and goes where it wants. It doesn't answer to anyone. That's how I've lived my life too. A free spirit. That's what the man called me, and I like the sound of it. I can see the smudges of a few people down by the beach and on the pier. Is one of them the man I just met? There's no way to know. I feel like that's probably just going to be like the lesson, quote unquote, that she's going to learn throughout this, or how she's going to change as a person is just like, she's like, I don't really care about people, I don't care about relationships, even though that's like kind of, you could call it like a character flaw, because like she inherently does care about relationships and people, because she's out here looking for a specific person that she eventually had to give up on, you know? But that's still something that she wanted to find. And I feel like the way the story could go is either like she didn't realize how much it meant to her, and like she'll like find like that like want to have relationships again when like with these girls that we're meeting, or maybe like I don't know really how it could go, but I feel like that's just like the way the story is going, is like she had this thing once, she lost it, is now going on like I don't care about this, I don't care about that, I don't care about this, and then she's going to come back to like learn to care about those things again. From up here, they're just tiny little blips, impossible to tell apart from each other. Once I've had my fill of the view, it's time to get on the way again. I turn my back on the people and start making my way down once more. And with that being said, this is slightly shorter than the last episode, but I don't want to like have to cut off like partway through into this next bit, because we're about to break into a library, dude. I'm imagining that's probably going to take a little while. So I will save that for the next episode. With that being said, I will see you guys all then. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back some more. Please be happy. I found out that we're only like 69% through the game, which is a lot closer than I thought we were. I mean, not a lot closer, a lot further than I thought we were, because this is just a demo. This is so long, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, with that being said, also don't mind me, I'm currently melting a melatonin on my tongue. With that, I figured it'd be okay, since we're gonna be talking anyways. So with that being said, let's just jump into it. Oh, when the moon is high in the sky, I decide it's time. I clicked, why is nothing happening? This is the perfect kind of night for me. There's not much wind, meaning I'll be able to hear or smell anyone approaching. It's a little cloudy too, which gives me some cover from the moonlight. I make my way back up to the library, stopping as soon as I'm within sight of it. I find a shadowy place to hide and watch the front for a few minutes. Like I hoped, nobody goes in or out. All of the windows are dark too. I slowly creep up towards the entrance, ready to transform and flee if I have to. Nothing happens. No one tries to stop me. I peek into one of the windows. It's dark inside and I can't see anyone at all. Perfect. I move around to the back side of the building and check those windows too. Same thing. It's dark and empty.
This is gonna be too easy.
Back at the front door, I pick the lock and slip inside. I sneak from room to room, revisiting the items I memorized yesterday. They're not expensive or fancy enough to think of them as treasures. I end up leaving a lot of them alone, since I don't want to carry too much with me. The rest goes into my coat pockets. Finally, I end up back at the painting in the corner, the piece that started this whole plan. I have to set a couple things down on the floor, because the painting needs both hands for me to lift it. We're totally getting caught. Like, as soon as we go to, like, lift it, the one girl, what was her name? Oh, I don't remember her name, but she had, like, the fancy suit one. Who I would totally kill to have the suit of. She's just gonna come out and be like, hey, yo, what you doing there, buddy? That sort of thing. It's heavier than it looks though it's not very big. That's probably a good sign for how much it'll be worth. I have to jiggle it a couple times to get it off the hook, but I manage. Tucking the painting under one arm, I pick up the other goods from the floor. This should be enough for one night. Best to get in and out quick. I start to head back to the front door where I came in. Before I get there, light floods the room. My heart starts to race as I immediately prepare to run. A quick glance over my shoulder shows the woman from last night standing at the top of the stairs. Her eyes are glowing blue with anger. She takes a step forward, not seeming to touch the stairs.
Leave that painting alone!
I've got to get out of here now. Throwing caution into the wind, I clutch my spoils tight and charge for the door, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. The painting is too big for me to transform and still hold on to it. So I've got to do this on two legs.
Please!
I don't stop. Oh, we didn't learn her name. Just like my arrival here, with the guards at the skyport, the thrill of being chased has already taken over. It's exciting and scary at the same time, but either way, it spurs me to move faster. Using my shoulder, I crash out the front door and into the night. I run as quickly as I can, keeping an eye out for patches of slick mud or puddles of water. The path I take goes for far past Mount Victoria and my den, ending up in a small residential area. I stash the painting under a parked car and then take my fox form and crawl under a house, upsetting a mean gray cat who is already hiding there. It makes a low growling sound and I glare at it, desperately willing it to be silent before it gives away my position. I growl back as best I can, and that seems to scare it into shutting up. I'm not sure if I was being followed or not, but I don't want to take any chances. After 10 minutes or so, I climb out, pick up my loot, and sneak back towards my den. Now that the excitement has worn off, I just can't keep the smile off my face. There's nothing more satisfying than pulling off a heist, even one as easy as this. Other things I've heard about must have had it rough, having to stake out a place for a long time, trying really hard not to get caught and making sure not to be seen. I've never done much planning. I just do whatever feels right. My ability to transform makes it pretty hard to catch me, although I have had to leave stuff behind the stuff I was taking once or twice. And honestly, it would get boring if I never got caught and had to run. I feel so bad for doing that, just because, like, she was so nice, and then our immediate first action against her is, yo, let's steal her painting, get caught, hear how upset she is about it, and then dip. It's like, man, I feel like a dick. My good mood lasts me all the way home, and then disappears when I see who's waiting for me. What? How did she know? Well, more specifically, how did she know where to find us? The woman in white. She stands just outside my den, looking like she doesn't care at all about the cold or the mud. In fact, her perfect clothes don't seem to get dirty at all. With her back to me, she's staring up at the moon, but she faces me as I approach. She has that same calm presence as when I first saw her, but I can see a mournful look in her eyes, which have gone back to brown instead of a furious blue. Oh, so she must have some... I completely forgot that her eyes weren't, like, originally blue. It's been, like, a week or two since I, like, did the last 2 episodes or something. Just because I got super busy. I didn't remember... I forgot that her eyes weren't blue. So does she have powers, too? My heart quickens, almost suffocating, as she watches me intently. I know how quickly calm can turn into anger. I should run, but I can't look away.
How did you find me here? Before I even got back?
A friend of mine told me you might be found here.
Oh? Her voice is soft and warm, unlike the way she shouted back at the library.
A friend.
But who? I wasn't followed, I'm sure of that. With the shock of being found wearing off, the realization I'll need to find a new place to stay sets in. After all that work, too.
I apologize for showing up uninvited. I'm here to ask that you please return that painting to me. You may keep the frame, if you like. But the painting itself is very dear to me.
Dude, now I feel like even more like a dick. Like, we just stole from her, and she's like, listen, yeah, you can keep the loot. Can I just have, like, the part that's valuable to me personally back? And it's like, gosh, how could you steal from her? I looked down at the portrait. I've been carrying it for a while now, but I haven't given the picture itself much thought. That is a very good painting. I love that. I say I love that to everything in this game. So far, I love this game. And I was looking at their website. I don't know if I mentioned this in the last episode, but I was looking at their website. I'm like, there are so many visual novels here. So many good things that I want to read through. It's a beautiful painting and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing a long, flowing dress, looking down with a small smile.
And also...
She breathes out slowly, and my eyes narrow. It's the sound people make when they're acting calm, but they're angry.
Should you want it, I have an extra room available in my library, with a soft bed and a warm meal. You may stay as long as you wish.
Why is she being so nice to us? It's getting to the point where I'm confused.
Huh?
Yeah, me and you both, mijo. After I just tried to rob her, she's offering me a place to stay? That's what I'm saying. Okay, now I know this must be a trap. There's no way. Although, it's the same thing she asked me last night, before I broke in. I'm sure she doesn't remember that.
Why?
Because I have more beds than I could possibly fill, and more food than I could eat.
She's trying to get laid. That's the main reason. You're cute, she wants it, that what else needs to be said?
If there is someone who wants or needs them, is it not appropriate to share these with them?
Is it?
I'm not sure what answer she wants to hear. She looks at me again, the same expression as it was at the library. Well, her offer does sound kind of tempting.
I guess it's not like my place is as nice as yours.
Not anymore, at least. Not after it rained and made half of it mud. I looked down at the painting again. If I sold it, it was just going to be so I could buy the same thing she's offering me. I still don't trust her. I've watched people enough to know better than that. There must be something she wants. But I don't think she wants to hurt me. She knows I don't have anything worth stealing. If she did try to pull something, I could just run away. It's only one night. I can come back and try again or find someplace else to take from. I look down to the burrow past where she's standing. It looks less a den and more a pile of mud. The thought of sleeping there again practically makes the decision for me.
Fine, I'll take it.
Don't sound so dejected to take free food and a free place to sleep. Most people would kill for that.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
God. Lady question mark wants it so bad.
I should introduce myself properly. My name is Juliet. May I ask what yours is?
Juliet wants it so bad.
Miho.
I've had to introduce myself twice in a day now. That has to be a new record.
Miho, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's return to the library. I can carry the painting if you'd like, or you may hold on to it until we get there.
God, everyone, get you a girl like this. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be such a hard decision. Because I like both of the girls that we've met so far so much. Too much of a good thing, if that's all I can say. I shrug.
Here, feel free.
She receives it very gently, and I quickly fall in beside her as we begin to walk back. To my relief, she doesn't try to make any conversation. Instead, she silently cradles the painting as we go. When we get back to the library, the lights are off and the door is still unlocked. Very, very trusting. Granted, she also probably hurried out in a hurry and wasn't like, I'm gonna lock up so I don't get robbed again while I'm trying to catch a robber. You know? After setting the painting down on the desk, Juliet gestures towards the stairs.
On the second floor.
I follow her lead again until she stops at one of the closed doors. She unlocks it and lets me in. The room is simple and cozy, with a couple dressers, a table, and a bed. Over the bed there's a boxy window with a wide sill, big enough to sit on. On the table, there's a cheese sandwich and a few apple slices, plus some sort of cake. God, Miho is being so spoiled right now. This is every person's dream, I think. There's also a pitcher of
I hope the
water.
food is to your liking. 2 rooms down the hall from here, you'll find a refrigerator, and you may help yourself to anything in there. My study is just past that. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me.
Miho, can we switch places right now? I don't think you seem grateful enough for what you're being given, so I will absolutely be that.
Is there anything more I can bring for you?
Oh, stop. Stop being so nice. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to not trust you. I shake my head, still in disbelief. What am I even supposed to say in a situation like this? I just stole from her, and now I have both a bed and food in return? As if to answer my confusion, she gives a calm smile. It doesn't help.
Then I'll leave you to it. We can speak again in the morning. Good night, Miho.
Boys, she's making me feel all sorts of ways. And again, it's also with a creeping sense of distrust because she's too nice. And I don't believe people can be this nice, specifically to robbers, who specifically robbed them. The door shuts behind her, and I expect to hear Juliet lock it. But when I try the knob after giving her a few moments, the door opens quietly into the dark hall. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. I pull the door back shut behind me and inspect the room, looking for any hidden threats. I also check the food, sniffing it to make sure there's no poison or anything. If there is, I can't smell it, and so I dig in instead.
Whoa. This is really good.
There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich. Oh, I love sandwiches. This is me now just gonna be fangirling about how well Juliet is treating Miho. That's just gonna be the next couple episodes probably, and the rest of the game. If she keeps treating me this well, easy choice. I know a few minutes ago I said it was gonna be a hard choice, but if it keeps going this way, easy choice, okay? There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich, which is 2 more kinds that I knew existed. Oh, poor Miho. The bread is soft and buttery. When I take a bite of the apple, juice rolls down my chin. In my head, my brain erased the comma, so I read it as when I take a bite of the apple juice. Which was not a sentence, that's right. The water that I wash it down with tastes better than the water from the stream by my den. When I'm done eating, I climb into bed, still feeling overwhelmed. More specifically, not knowing how to feel. Part of me fears that I made some gigantic mistake, and that I'll wake up in danger, if I ever wake up at all. Trusting my instincts has kept me alive on multiple occasions, and for hundreds of years. Have we talked about that before? I don't remember talking about that before. But that is... okay. I hope that this as a world just gets explored more in the rest, the upcoming story, just to answer these questions. Just because, it seems like such an interesting world that they've built with such cool things. It's very soft world building, so... not really a soft world building. That's not the right way to put it. It's just things aren't, being said concretely, if that makes sense. It's not being yes, this is how it works in the world. It's kind of going with, the writing style that I'm personally trying to get better at, which is just, having it, things just not even, be, talk or explain, just the characters being yep, this is it, I've lived hundreds of years, there's this weird creature floating in the air, there are some mermaids there, no explanation, yeah, mermaids exist in this world, wacky, right? But also, not necessarily an issue with that kind of writing style, but it just tends to lead to me, at a certain point, depending on, the world that's actually, being set up, it could require an explanation at some point, but I like that it could be the problem with that, people probably don't come to these videos to hear me talking about how to different writing styles and how the positives and negatives of those kind of styles, but anyways, the good part of doing this kind of world building without it being just a ton of exposition is that it lets you get invested in the story before hitting you with not necessarily the more boring stuff, but if you're not invested at that point, then it will be boring. Like, just comparing it to, like, Fate, Fate was very heavy in the very beginning before investing you at all of exposition, exposition, exposition. Which is why I think that if you're not already a Fate fan before reading the visual novel, which is backwards considering that was the first thing of Fate to come out, it can be very hard to get into it with that, because even with me being invested in it, the exposition still kind of got a little boring. So with this, I like that it's like using like this whole like demo section of just like introducing you to the world very softly, just being like, yep, that's a thing, that's a thing, this is the thing, this is the characters. Almost no exposition at all, if any, and it's all so natural and well like just naturally put into the story. I said natural twice there, but that's whatever, it's fine. So I really like it so far. Like it's just funny that this is the kind of writing style that I'm trying to emulate so far, which might be why it's like clicking with me so much and I'm like got so invested in this story and like this just novel in general so quickly. I love it. Anyways, let's get back to the actual story, the thing you're here for. But something tells me I don't have anything to fear from the woman, who I can only assume as my host and the owner of this place. Oh, was that? Oh, okay, I was about to say, if that was the last part, then I feel a little bad. So with that in mind, I pull the blankets up to my chin and adjust the luxurious pillows beneath my head. Who knows, maybe the morning will bring trouble with it. But right now, just sleeping sounds alright. I think I'll end the episode there. Just for the sake of, I like ending it on scenes, like the end of a scene, that or like an end of a section, that kind of stuff. So yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. I need to blow. Okay, and we are back. You know, just because I ended up the last episode so much not the story, let's just jump into it. I'm so awkward at introductions and that stuff. We all know this at this point. So, anyway. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping loudly outside. Blinking warily, I prop myself up and look towards the warm sunlight beaming through the window. The sheets under my hand feel soft and dry. My hands go to my neck, taking in the smooth familiarity of my necklace.
It's still here.
If someone was going to rob me, that's the only thing I have that would seem valuable. I sit up and look around. It doesn't look like anyone came in while I was asleep. Maybe I really am safe here. I wonder if Juliet's friend was the scent I noticed outside my den on the first morning. I don't know how else she could have found me, or how they did it without waking me up. If it happened before, it could happen again, as much as I hate to admit it. So I check around the room very thoroughly, but still don't notice anything different from when I went to bed.
Maybe it's not a trick.
All my past experiences have told me that there has to be a catch. Nothing is free, nothing. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out what it could be. Could Juliet really have been telling the truth? It just seems so unlikely. It'd be nice if it was true, but if it wasn't, if I let myself believe only to be wrong in the end, then that would hurt even more, wouldn't it? No, better not even take that risk. After all, I've lived a lot of years this way, and it's not like I hate it. Making my mind up helps me feel better right away too. It just makes more sense. Even if I tried to stay, I don't think I'd ever stop worrying. This way I'll know for sure that I'm in charge of my own destiny. Now that I know this room is unoccupied, I might be able to sneak back in sometimes when I need a place to stay. It wouldn't be too hard to climb one of the trees and then get to the window from there. I take one last look around. For just a night, it was a nice what if. Then I head downstairs and out the door, without speaking a word to anyone. Oh, I love... These are, like, the backgrounds have to just be painted, right? Like, I feel like you can just see, like, the brush strokes and the creases of the paint. That is so pretty. Which I don't know, I feel like I'm being like too blown away by the fact that they do look hand painted. I just think it's very cool if it is, you know? It's another nice day, the same as when I first arrived in Wellington. Warm sun and blue skies with just a hint of clouds. For a while, I meander around town, eating the last of my pastries from the convenience store hall for breakfast. Today feels like another restart. I have no den, no supplies, no anything. It's less exciting now than it was when I first arrived. I don't have a destination in mind, but eventually end up at the waterfront. There's an airship over the bay, descending closer towards the skyport. A couple kids down on the beach wave up at it, seeming excited. The people arriving on that ship all have somewhere that they are planning to go when they set off. Huh. They've all got people waiting to see them. What have I got? Some trash and an old scroll? So far, Wellington's given me nothing but questions. That never bothered me before in any of the other cities I've been to. So why now? Guess it's another question for the pile. I push my... Hang on. This feels very end of the demo-esque. I hope it's not. Listen, I just don't want to stop reading it, okay? Like, I know, by all accounts, I should get back to, like, Unlimited Blade Works, Fate, all of that. But, like, I'm not ready to leave this yet for probably a few more months. Like, that just sounds so sad. I push myself off the railing and head back into town. I go through the motions of scouting for somewhere to rebuild my den, but my heart really isn't into it. After wandering for a while, I end up at the Bell House yet again. It's just a place I go when I have nowhere else to go. There are more customers than usual, so there are 2 people working behind the counter. It only takes a brief glance to notice that one of them is Aspen. Aspen. I wonder if she'll think I'd like a fairy kiss chiller again, or maybe I'll make a different sort of first impression today. The line moves pretty quickly. It helps that Aspen doesn't spill anything this time. When it's my turn to order, I step up to the counter with a fake smile.
Oh, hello! What can I make for you today?
I'll have a fairy kiss chiller, please.
Certainly. Good choice.
I reach for my wallet to pay, but she stops me.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's on the house today.
Questionable business practice, but I've experienced the same thing. I pulled up to a gas station to just get a big ol' juicy, I don't remember what the drink was, but it was a drink, and then the guy was just like, nah, I got you, fam. And I thought he was quitting. I thought it was that kind of thing of like, yo, it's my last day, I'm quitting. How drinks on no one, they're free, don't worry about it. But no, he was still there the next time I went in, a few weeks later.
Great! What does that mean?
It means that you don't have to pay for it. As an apology for yesterday.
And then this is when Miho's like, Nani? She who remembers me? And then we go from there. Yesterday? Why does that sound so strange? I nearly miss her talking, my mind having tripped over the word. She reaches for a cup, the pen already in her hand.
And that's for Miho, right?
Is this soundtrack on YouTube? I don't want to go to it again because I've been revealing my desktop a little too often. Not necessarily because I have things to hide. I just get paranoid, alright? I was about to look up if there's like the soundtrack on YouTube because it's so good. So I was like, is it somewhere? It's just somewhere that I could just listen to it when I want to vibe. Anyway.
For Miho.
My name. She remembers my name. My heart begins to race wildly, my body reacting just as strongly as my mind. Aspen frowns, clearly noticing that something's off. My head's in too much of a daze to deal with it though.
It is Miho, right?
She checks the notebook on the counter, brow furrowing deeply as her finger slowly moves down the page and taps out on one of the lines. What do I say? How do I explain? That is the first time in my life, for the first time in hundreds of years, somebody's remembered my name. Oh, this music's so good. It's not supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be forgotten. Every time without fail. It's my armor. It's my life. I take a step backwards. I have to run. Have to get out of here. I have to get away. But where to? I've just been running. I don't have anywhere else to run to. But I don't have any other choice. Without a plan or destination, I turn on my heel and bolt outside, not daring to look back. Everything is wrong. I have to go.
No!
She calls my name again as I disappear into the street. It's not the first time I've heard that as I fled. But never like this. Never with such a confused, worried tone. Feeling sick to my stomach, I push myself to run even faster. Maybe I should just leave this whole city, get to the next airship out of here, and act like it never happened. I could go somewhere else, back to China or America or anywhere and start over again. Within days, it'd be like I never even came to Wellington. My life would go back to normal, and eventually I'm sure Aspen and Juliet would forget me, just like they're supposed to. Nothing would be different. Except that's not quite true. I wouldn't forget what happened here, even if everyone else did. No matter what, I'm sure I won't ever be able to get these past few days out of my mind. When I get to Mount Victoria, I finally stop running. Not because this place is special or because I wanted to come here, but because I don't know where else I'd go. I make my way up to the top of the mountain, just like I did on my first day. The view, which I admired so much last time, doesn't do much for me now. Instead, the city looks cluttered and confused from up here. My chest hurts from running so long. I'm much more used to quick bursts of sprinting to get away from something or someone. I guess that's still what I'm trying to do right now. But I'm not too sure what it is I'm running from. Whenever something goes wrong, my first instinct is to flee. Aspen remembering me definitely counts as something wrong. But when I stop to think about why, some of the reasons are obvious. Mostly, what if it's not just Aspen? What if everybody can remember me now? Or even worse, what if people who forgot about me a long time ago start to remember me? Both could get me in a lot of trouble. My days as a thief would probably be over. There are some places where I could never show my face again. The smart thing to do is leave. I can even see a couple airships at the skyport right now. I have everything with me. I could just go. There's nothing keeping me here. She looks very casual for somebody who's having a crisis at this very moment. And yet, I don't move. I still don't even know what it is I'd be running from. From Aspen? From Wellington? When I think about it, I have to admit that running wouldn't get me anywhere. This worry, these questions, would follow me wherever I go, no matter how far and no matter how long. So then what do I do? The only answer I can think of is the scariest one. The one that goes against everything I've ever learned. Closing my eyes, I picture the library and Juliet's offer, and picture Aspen, whom I barely know. They used whom correctly. This is the greatest game ever, but who's already changed my life. Maybe I should stay and try to find out more. Maybe, just maybe, being remembered might not be all bad. I clench my fists so tightly my knuckles turn white. The urge to turn tail and head for the skyport is so strong, it's almost like a magnet pulling me there. I resist it though. Slowly, I walk back down the mountain, making my way to the library. I'm not sure what to say when I get there. Explain everything to Juliet and hope she'll let me stay in that room again? I don't even need the room. I could rebuild my den and hide out there. Maybe in a new spot, one that Juliet doesn't know about. Not having to worry about the weather or other animals would be nice though. There's no telling if Juliet will remember me too. If not, it might be easier to pretend this is my first time visiting, and just ask her if there's anywhere I could stay. Even though I'm not moving very fast, I still don't feel ready for this conversation by the time I reach the library's entrance. It's only been an hour or so since I left the Bell House, so it's not late enough for the library to be closed. The usual stream of people flows in and out of the doors.
Okay, I can do this.
I need water. I'll be right back. It's right back. This is why I have my mini fridge in my office instead of my bedroom. For when my voice is dying as I am reading lines and just visual novels in general. And I am dying. Mm. 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 H2O is good. It's good for the body, good for the soul. I stand off to the side of the entrance, preparing myself as people pass to and fro. My heart is... When I wiped my face, it left a thick streak of water on my hand, to the point it was distracting as I was like clicking the mouse. And yeah, I am back to using a mouse, because using a controller for a visual novel sounds great at first, not so great in practice. I stand off to the side of the entrance, preparing myself as people pass to and fro. My heart is racing the same way it does during a tense break-in, maybe even harder. My tail twitches back and forth. Usually I don't notice, but right now I'm super aware of everything about myself. Fighting off my instincts, I open the door and let myself inside. They're both gonna be there. Watch it. I'd been expecting to have to look for Juliet, but instead she's right by the entrance. What surprises me most, however, is the woman leaning against the large desk behind her. Aspen, who's now engaged in conversation with a look of deep concern on her face.
She wasn't there when I checked the bedroom. I wish she would have spoken to me first, at least.
I barely catch the end of Juliet's sentence. She notices me only moments after I spot her. For a second, her mouth forms a perfect O of surprise.
Juliet? What are you...
Aspen turns around to follow Juliet's gaze, her eyes opening wide at the sight of me.
No.
I'm so used to not, like, caring about the voices that, like, when I'm about to finish a sentence, I'd click it, which immediately then starts them talking, so it's like we're just talking over each other. My brain goes blank, rehearsed lines flying out of my head.
Hey there.
Nailed it, smooth, good job, kiddo. I slink over to where they're standing, hands in my pockets, unsure what I should say first.
It's nice to see you again, Miho. I was hoping that you'd return.
Me too. That was pretty sudden. I worked extra hard on that drink for you, you know.
I freeze up, looking for the words. Aspen's expression softens in concern.
Miho?
I did not realize that they are both so much taller than me. Well, actually... Gosh darn it, the mouse isn't there. I was tracing a line with the mouse from the top of their heads. I guess they're only a little bit taller. Some shots they look so much taller, though.
Alright, the drink. I'm sorry.
Well, I ended up drinking it myself, so I suppose I can't complain too much.
She laughs, and I can't stop myself from blurting out my next words.
You seem different.
I'm sorry?
Like, less polite?
Well, I'm not at work anymore, am I?
What am I even saying? What was I planning on saying again?
Will you be staying for a while, Miho? If so, we can continue this conversation in the dining room. It's a bit more private there.
Thank you, Juliet. She sends me a raised eyebrow when I accidentally sigh in relief a bit too loudly.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. I'm not gonna run away again.
I'm glad to hear that. Right this way, then.
Juliet leads the way down the hall and into one of the locked rooms. We enter a cozy little room with a table and a few chairs, as well as a fridge. The three of us sit down, although I move my chair so I'm not so close to the others.
Can I get you anything to eat or drink, Miho?
Miho, they just want to take care of you. Let it happen. I shake my head. I'm hungry, but I'm way too nervous to eat. Juliet smiles in response to my answer, which came just a little too quickly to sound natural. By the way she and Aspen are looking at me, I can tell they're expecting me to say something first. None of the words that I planned are coming back to me. What do people even say in a situation like this? The temptation to run away is overwhelming. The door just a few feet behind me. My knuckles whiten as I tightly clench my fist in my lap, pushing myself to resist the urge. I told myself that I'm going to take this chance. Even if it's the hardest thing I've ever done, I'm going to be honest with them.
Well...
I struggle to think of what to say. Juliet waits patiently, her eyes gazing coolly in my direction more than directly at mine. Aspen soon grows restless, however, her expression clouded with concern.
Sorry. I don't know how to just say things. I've only ever copied other people's, so I...
Aspen's expression clears up in some sort of understanding.
It's okay, Miho. Take your time.
So I... don't really know how to... talk like this.
You're doing just fine.
If you say so.
Oh. Guys and gals out there, get you gals like these. These are the best. I've seen people who are like quote unquote super great friends with people who have been friends for years who are not this understanding.
It's not just talking either. I don't know much about anything. Well, anything human. All I really know about is being a fox. And all we foxes care about is how to survive.
I've been thinking that these two are both like in on the whole I know you're a fox girl this whole time. That's been the angle I'm thinking. Would it be so funny if they're just like, yo, what the fuck you talking about, sister? And then lock her up in the mental asylum.
It might be hard to believe, but I'm not a normal fox either. There's something kinda special about me. Kinda different.
I finger the beads around my neck. Their constant warmth and presence is reassuring. I avoid looking at either Aspen or Juliet's face. What else?
Usually, I have to steal to get by. I don't just have to, I like to. I'm good at it too. That's how I ended up meeting Juliet. And the reason I'm so good at it is because... I don't know why it happens, but ever since I got my human form, everyone forgets me. Even the people who catch me stealing from them. After a day or two, I can walk right past their face and they wouldn't even recognize me. No one has ever recognized me. Until Aspen remembered who I was at the Bell House. It was such a shock that I ran away. That's what I always do. I was thinking about leaving Wellington forever, even though I just arrived a couple days ago.
Don't mind the barking in the background. My dog is just having a dream. Hey, Iris, baby. You alright? You okay, girl? You want some pets? Come here. I can click with my other hand and pet my dog with my usual clicker hand.
I'm still kind of tempted. But instead, I came back here. And that's it.
Just hearing the words coming out of my mouth makes me want to die of embarrassment. It makes me uncomfortable when other people think about me. And yet, putting everything out there feels surprisingly good. Feels like a weight has come off my shoulders. There's no going back now, and that's a relief in its own way.
So you're saying that you've never ever had a family? Or a friend?
Nope, never. And not since I stopped being a regular fox, at least.
Oh. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Why?
Well, because that's... not to be rude, but that sounds rather lonely to me.
Lonely, huh? I've never thought about it before.
I see.
Aspen sits back, still looking concerned. From the way she keeps fidgeting, I get the impression she wants to say more but is holding back. Juliet swoops in to salvage the situation.
You have been very brave to stay here, Miho. I'm personally glad that you decided to come back to the library. I had your room prepared in hopes that you would.
I personally love all of this positive reinforcement that is happening right now.
You're welcome to use it for as long as you'd like. I think that we could become great friends.
Friends.
Me no understand that human word. I roll the word I roll the word around in my mind. as if it were a strange food I'm gingerly trying. Is that a word that fits me? Is that something I could have? It's never seemed like a possibility before. None of what Juliet's offered me has. Right now, it feels like I'm standing at the end of one path and the beginning of another. I could turn around and go back the way I came, back to the Dan and a life spent alone. I know that world I've lived in for so many years, but I just can't go back. Not now. Well, she just died. Not when there can be something more, something new. Everything could be different if I just let it. When I look at Aspen and Juliet, I can tell what they're hoping I'll say.
I think I'd like that.
Oh, they're both so cute. You know, I just realized, listen, if you just want, this is like the most, like, if you just want chill vibes, I think this is the playthrough for you. It's just such a chill, cool, comfy, like, cute story, and all my commentary is, I love this, that's cute, they're cute, this is amazing, I love the writing, I love the art. It's just a good time. That's all I can say. Big smiles take over their faces. Slowly, I let myself smile too.
Well then, Miho. Welcome home.
Oh, that hit me in the heart. Ah. Wait, no, is that the end? No. Oh, there's a survey? Oh, I love this little sketch. Let's take the serve? Yeah, I'm fine. Let's just go ahead and drag that over here. Is it actually... Yep, okay, we're good. Google Forms automatically saves progress for 30 days. Okay. Let me switch accounts, though, to my Dark Bender one. Or should I switch it to my business email? I am editing these out, by the way. There's no way I'm showing people my personal emails. Yeah, I can just keep it with this one. Overall, which of these best describes your feelings of the Please Be Happy demo? Very positive. Oh gosh darn, I'm gonna have to type with the microphone in the way. Oh, I don't want to, but I also want to do this on camera. I think that'd be very fun. Oh, I can also move the mic now, because I don't have to worry about the cord going out. So I can move it. Although, okay, here's the thing. S-tier situation for me. I have a good it's a condenser microphone. It's for like voice acting, that kind of stuff. Like, dude, I was listening to some of the audio I've recorded on that compared to this. Even in bad circumstances, my other microphone sounds so much better. The only issue is I just can't hear my computer. I'm gonna try and figure out how to get it to work. It's something to do with the audio interface. I know you can get it to work. I just don't know how complicated it is with the specific audio interface that I have currently. And I've been looking at getting a new mic in general as another condenser mic that might be better for recording like Let's Plays, that kind of stuff, because the only issue with this like other microphone is that you have to speak into it a very specific way because it doesn't catch very much of the surrounding sound, so like you have to speak directly into it, otherwise it doesn't pick it up. Like it picks it up, but it doesn't like sound too great, and you have to like play with the audio channels. And again, even with having to do that, it still sounds better than my mic, but I also tend to move around a lot when I'm recording these kinds of things. So it would be much worse than when I'm recording lines, that kind of stuff. That's all to say, I would like to get a new condenser mic, but since I already have this audio interface, I would like it to be able to work with that one while trying to figure out this other stuff. So, before going into the next Fate route, and I guess playing the rest of this game, I would like to have that new microphone. Just so then these can start sounding so much better. Because if I could hear, at least for these visual novel stuffs, I move around a bit less. So for these visual novel ones, if I could get it to work, I would be recording with my normal voice acting microphone, and my throat is dying. I was practicing some voices while I was finishing up work, just because there's a game that I'm going to audition for, and I just like started doing a voice that I thought was fun, but it destroyed my voice, so my voice is going out. Anyways, that's a lot to say that I'm going to try and improve my audio before doing more visual novel stuff in general, just because, like, it's such an audio-based thing that if my audio doesn't sound good, then it's harder to enjoy. So I would like people to be able to enjoy this more, you know? But yeah, with that being said, I'm just gonna grab my keyboard and move it out from behind my microphone. Okay, well, the cord's tangled, so I can't do that, actually. What do I even say? What were your thoughts on the demo overall? Oh, you guys are gonna see how terrible I am at spelling things. Absolutely loved it! Exclamation point. Do I mention the YouTube? I recorded myself. I'm not gonna, like, this isn't like me trying to plug, I'm just trying to, like, give them, like, an experience, I guess, because it's like oh, my voice is actually going out. Anyways, I recorded myself playing this for my YouTube channel and had an amazing time. I'm just gonna describe it how I did when we were talking about it. It's such a comfy, cute. Is that? I don't want to make it sound like I'm being like patronizing, if that makes sense. And whenever I write reviews of any kind for anybody, I get so like paranoid of like, am I gonna come off patronizing? But I think it's like it's such a comfy, cute. I don't know, like, what's a good word to put? Would, like, vibe work, or, like, should I say something else? Oh! I get so, like, picky about, like, the way I, like, word things when I'm doing this stuff. Also, I want to change this to an exclamation point. It's such a comfy, cute... I'm just gonna say game. It's such a comfy, cute game. What are your thoughts on the demo overall? I wanna play up a little bit because I did go like, oh no, it's over. Sadness when the demo ended. It's that ended. I love it that much. Also, there are like little keychains and stuff. There's not a whole lot of merch for this game out yet, obviously, since it literally isn't out yet. But there are like little keychains of like Miho and Juliet and Aspen, and I'm like, your boy shouldn't be spending that much money. But I kind of want to spend that money though, you know? Like, it's like, dude, outside of like stuff like Spy X Family, which I'm realizing I'm just such a dork for like the cute vibes, you know? Even though like my favorite, like, it's weird because like my favorite anime of all time is like Fate Zero, which is so just depressing. But then as soon as you just put cute stuff in front of me, like, oh my gosh, it's the best. How did you feel about the writing in this game? Man, I want to change this to an exclamation point. I want to show my excitement. I don't really know what else, like, because, like, it's kind of a vague question. What were your thoughts on the demo overall? I feel like I could, like, be a little bit... Can I, like, make a new paragraph? I think it's an amazing introduction to the general vibes, themes, and writing style of the visual I'm just gonna say of the game. It feels like if you like the demo. Also, yeah, I do like my commas. You'll love the game. And if the demo isn't for you, the full game won't be. So it does exactly what a demo for a visual novel should. Okay, I think that's good. More of like a, here's my emotional, and then here's my more like analytical, like intellectual like breakdown of it. Again, little vague, but it's kind of a vague question, and I'm not here to write out a full review. I loved it. Hang on, I'm gonna give like a very like vague, like kind of like, I love the writing style so far. How do I phrase this? Holding back on long scenes of exposition and letting the characters and setting naturally do the work is very... how should I don't know how to word this without like being like too long about it. Holding back on long scenes of exposition and letting the characters and setting naturally do the work is very hard, but so well done here. The characters are, I think, like, the characters, yeah, that's the right one. The character comes off as very natural, and none of them just feel like cliches. I feel like this is like maybe like a little too like jerking them off, but again, I just trying to get my points across. Cliches. They're all immediately... Yeah, immediately is a word that I struggle with spelling. Don't judge me. Likeable. The world is so interesting. I spelled that wrong too. See, guys, again, this is why I'm terrible at spelling things. It's okay. The world is so interesting, and I want to more about it and the people in it. How do you feel? Oh, I love the painted look of the backgrounds and how do I explain, like, because this would be better if I had like a look at like and I'm just gonna say and art in general do such an amazing job of setting. Oh, what happened? Wait, what happened? No, what happened? Why did it like... It logged me back out. What the freak? Man, okay, no, I really want to do this. Let's just speed through the parts that I've already answered. Wait. Wait, what? What even happened? I'm just gonna say yes. I'm gonna say no. Very positive. Very positive. Very positive. Who is your favorite character? Man, I feel like that's not a very fair question. Just because, like, I feel like it's so hard for it to not just be Miho just because you spend the whole time with her. But at the same time, I really like Juliet and Aspen, though. Okay, I actually think, just because all my first stuff got deleted, and I could type this so much faster if I wasn't on recording, I will end the episode here. But anyways, this was amazing so far. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I just loved everything about this so far. So I cannot wait for the full game to be released. And I will be back with you guys when it does. So, until then, bye-bye.
Here we go. Okay. I'm so excited. I got the digital deluxe edition of this, which came with the soundtrack and the art book. And hey, I've been working on some scripted content, and if they are cool with it and don't copyright strike me, since I bought the soundtrack, I'm like, I want to put this in the back of some videos because it is beautiful and so relaxing. And after I finished the demo, I listened to the soundtrack for this for like just weeks straight. I just got obsessed with it. I couldn't stop. And then the full game came out while I was in the middle of UBW, so I had to finish that. And then I was like, Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog Super Short, let's do that. And yeah, now we're here. I also have the digital art book, which comes with this, because that's what the deluxe edition's all for and everything. And I'm so excited to like play through this game and just be able to look at it, because everything about this game is so pretty and I love it. I'm so excited. I do hope though that we don't have to start over. That like let's just No! We actually have to start over! Oh. I just realized it doesn't seem like there's any like game audio being recorded. Yeah, right now I'm trying to, like, work with OBS, only recording audio on OBS just to make life easier for myself. So, hey, we're gonna see how this all works. But I guess... I guess I'll be back when I catch up to where I was. Also, I need to fix the, stuff here. So, yeah, I'm probably not actually gonna record any today, which is sad, because I'm just gonna have to be like, click, 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 click. You know? But that's sad. I can't tell how much of, like, the... This is all a balancing act, essentially. But yeah. Also, don't mind my eyes. For some reason, my eyes have been having a hard time staying open lately. I don't know why. I think it's because of the lighting in here isn't too great. I think specifically at night, because one of the lights near me is burnt out, but, like, this light bulb before I moved in was broken in there, so you can't really take anything out of it. So, yeah, it's a little funky of a situation. But yeah, I guess I'll be back next week for me and now for you guys. Bye.
You'd like to tell me a story?
Just get caught up and then start this in next week. But I was all like, no. Hang on, I need to adjust my mic slightly to make sure I'm recording myself proper. But I was like, no, I'm way too excited for this. As soon as like this is a little chapter title screen that popped up, and I was like, oh, okay, I gotta play more. I can't not, even if it's only like an episode or two. I gotta do some. I'm so excited. Okay, yeah, we are finally officially back with more. Please be happy. But you know what? I'm excited for it because I love it. All right, let's get into it. All right, yeah, chapter 2, A Life Worth Living. Also, yeah, sorry if you can hear my computer in the background. Again, I already explained. It is being a little louder right now. I don't really know why, but it just kind of is. It was not this loud when I was doing the first episode, but anyways. For the second day in a row, I wake up in a soft bed. My bed. It's early. The library downstairs is silent. No one else is here aside from Juliet. I didn't even transform before falling asleep last night. Just passed out like this with human arms and legs. No wonder I'm sore. Also, there's no game audio, I just realized. Yeah, I'm just trying to watch the stuff. Hang on, let me just do a little bit of... I'm just trying to do a little bit of controlling on this so then I don't just ruin anything. Anyways, yeah. After I agreed to Juliet's offer, the rest of the day passed by quickly. Aspen and Juliet showed me around the house, part of the library, and Juliet made dinner for the three of us. Aspen didn't leave until the evening, and I decided to go to bed early. After the whirlwind of emotions I went through yesterday, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Not having to be on alert the moment I open my eyes is a nice change. I can toss and turn and even doze a little bit longer. Oh, that's such a dangerous game because you get too cozy and then you just never get out of bed. It's a dangerous game. Also, I want to move myself over just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Sorry I'm playing with this so much. I'm trying to like get things better situated overall. Oh, and it scares me so much to have it like that high. So let me go like this. There we go like this. I'm just so scared because I don't want these to be ruined because like if I was recording my audio separately, but like that puts more pressure on my computer and makes it harder for me, especially because I do want to get into streaming and stuff. So I want to get better at using OBS for all of my needs. But at the same time, like if the audio is too loud or too quiet for one of these, then I'm just kind of screwed because I can't raise one and not raise the other. It's a whole thing. I get as much rest as my body will let me. Once I've had my fill of being lazy, I finally crawl out of bed. It doesn't take me long to get ready. I tiptoe to the door out of habit, so carefully that only someone with super keen hearing would be able to hear me. But then I remember...
Yeah, I don't need to sneak around while I'm here.
Oh, I love the voice acting. I love that there is voice acting. I loosen up and step out into the hallway, shutting the door behind me. Being so openly noisy is almost harder than being sneaky. The building is still quiet. Juliet told me to come find her when I wake up, so I make my way down the hallway towards the room she showed me yesterday. It's one of the last in the hall, tucked away in the corner. Unlike the other doors, a tiny bit of flickering light escapes from the gap below.
Please.
Now that I'm standing here, my nerves start to get the better of me. What if she's forgotten me this time and chases me away? Or what if... I screw my eyes shut and take a deep breath, forcing away my worries. If I'm going to stay here for a while, I need to stop thinking like that. I can't let that fear keep getting the better of me. Forcing myself on, I twist the doorknob and enter. Wait, I should have knocked, shouldn't I? It's too late now as I step into the room, only to be struck by how dark it is. With no windows, the only light is from a dim lamp, illuminating the white-clothed figure sitting at her desk. Just like the library downstairs, there are rows and rows of books covering the shelves around the room. Juliet looks up and greets me, a gentle smile written on her face.
Oh, good morning, Miho. Did you sleep well?
She remembered me. She remembered me. I hide my relief well, I think.
I sure did. I think that might have been the best sleep I ever had.
I'm most glad to hear it. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, sure. Thanks.
It's so nice not having to use my voice for all of this. Ah, there's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit down across from. There's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit down across from her. It feels a little bit like an interrogation. I should really finish the sentence before I. That's just how I do with Fate. Is like I'll like finish a lot. Like I'll almost be done with a line, and then I'll click it, so then the next line will start loading in. But I need to be careful about that in this one. Would you like some tea? I've never had tea, so I don't know if I like it or not. I feel like I should accept her offer out of politeness, though.
Sure.
Oh, her ears just drooped when she said sure, though. Juliet pulls out a teacup from a shelf nearby and sets it on a little plate. Then she carefully pours in the tea without spilling a single drop. That's so not fair. I can't even water plants without spilling. She pushes the plate with the cup over to me.
Sugar.
I've eaten enough human snacks to know that I like sugar. She takes the lid off a small pot and offers it to... I was really just, like, stopping to admire the art, like, being like, how is her mouth drawn? How can I, like... Because that's what I do a lot now as I'm, like, you know, as someone who is trying to become not terrible at art, I'm trying to inspect, like, how do other people do things? And I was like, one of the things I was struggling with today was drawing a mouth that I liked. And I was like, how do they draw their mouths? So that's what I was inspecting. She takes the lid off a small pot and offers it to me. It's full of little white cubes. Without hesitating, I take two and toss them in my mouth. They're kind of crunchy at first, but quickly fall apart. Juliet frowns just a little, enough that a human probably wouldn't notice. Did I do something wrong? Wait, I know.
Oh, thank you.
That gets her to smile, so I'm pretty sure I did the right thing. She sets the pot of treats back down under her desk.
We'll have breakfast in a little while. Aspen usually comes by to help open the library, and then we eat together.
That sounds nice. Does she help out because of the sunlight?
Huh?
My, that's astute of you. You're correct. Although I'm able to tolerate a bit of sun, I do prefer the dark.
I feel like I'm missing something. I can't tell if that's just them being, like, playful or not, because, like, there are so many things in this world in terms of world building that are, like, that haven't been, like, fully explained yet, and you're just kind of slowly piecing together, so it's like, I don't know, is he supposed to be, like, a vampire or something?
I wasn't sure if you knew I was a vampire or not.
Okay, well,
I figured it out just now. That explains how you were able to hear me and find my den, huh?
Indeed. That said, I have my dear friend Orpheus to thank for helping me know where to find you.
I was right. I said that as a joke. I can't believe I was right. Okay. So that's why they can remember her, because they are also mystical creatures. So then what's Aspen? Oh, I don't know. Something scratches in the corner of the room, and I look up to notice a large bat dangling from a hook on one of the shelves. Has that been there this entire time?
He also...
No, Orpheus is a bat through and through, not a vampire. He happened to notice you on his way home one day.
So that's the friend you were talking about. I was wondering about that.
I have the pleasure of knowing several of Wellington's local bats. They keep me apprised of news from around the city.
You're not, like... you know...
I tap one of my front teeth, not sure how to ask the question politely.
No, I consume as little blood as one of my kind can. And what I do partake of is freely donated.
Wait, so is this just a world where everyone knows about the existence of monsters? Because that would explain. These are questions I had in the like during the demo. Because I'm like, she has her ears that no one ever like makes comment of, but we haven't really seen. I guess we did see like the little spirit on the beach, but I'm pretty sure the parent couldn't see. I don't know.
I love this city and its people. I'd never had them like that. Besides, I had quite enough of that during my time in the underworld. Is that where you come from as well?
Oh, I'm not from the underworld. I'm from Korea.
I don't know why. That's just such a funny response. I'm from the underworld. Is that where you're from as well? Oh, I'm not from the underworld. I'm from Korea. Like, okay, all right, cool.
Heard lots about it though. I'm one of the only fabled I know of who doesn't come from there.
Okay, so we're getting more. You know what? I'm super down with that. Give like no exposition in the beginning so you can really get into the story and like care about it though, and then kind of give us a little bit from here or there. I like it. I like it.
For a long time, I didn't even know that other fabled existed.
Indeed. Gumio like yourself are some of the few I know of.
Gumiho? What the freak is a Gumiho?
Wait, Gumiho? Is that what I'm called? That explains a lot.
Like what? What does that explain?
You didn't know, but you go by the name Miho.
Just because I like the sound, thought it was more like a nickname. I change it up wherever I go. Gumi, Homie, Migu. I've never had a real name. I didn't even know I had a kind. I've never met someone else like me. I wonder if we'd have much in common.
Have other foxes, well, Gumiho, lived the same kind of life I have? Maybe they're better at fitting in with people than I am, and that's why I've never seen one.
Are there any other Gumio in Wellington?
None that I know of. It's possible, though.
I'm not sure what I'd say if I did meet one.
I wondered about others like me before, but since I've never met one, I eventually assumed that they don't exist. Finding out that they do, and that there's even a name for us, comes as a pretty big surprise. No matter how long I've been alive, there's still so much that I don't know about the world. As our discussion tapers off, the sound of the front door reaches my ears from downstairs. Juliet must have heard it too, looking over as I do.
Oh, that'll be Aspen. Shall we go down to breakfast?
I'll never say no to that.
Juliet takes to her feet, picking up the lamp and carrying it with her. Also, I was about to say, I've just had a big old smile on my face since we started. But I was like, I don't need to tell you guys that anymore, because I'm here on this screen with you guys, so you can just see me going the whole time. I love it. Juliet takes to her feet, picking up the lamp and carrying it with her. Orpheus the Bat leaves the study when we do, though he flies off in a different direction. I guess he won't be joining us for the meal. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. I love all of the girls so far because they're all so cute and they're so pleasant. I love them all. If you guys can't tell, I may have only done like 7 episodes of this, basically just the first chapter out of I don't know how many, but I'm a huge fan and I'm so excited. Like, I'll probably work my way through the rest of Studio Lane's stuff in the future, but I'm also excited to see what they come up with next. I'm just excited. Because I hope that this game was a big success for them. It deserved to be. So if they can like take this as like a big success and improve from there, that'd be awesome. But again, I don't know if it was a big success for them compared to like anything else that they've done. I hope it is. I have to be careful not to spill my... I say that, but like I don't know how good any of their other stuff was. So that's like... Obviously, I'm a huge fan of this. That's why I'm like, I hope that this was a huge success and that they do more stuff like this. Because I love it. I have to be careful not to spill my cup of tea as we walk down the stairs. Aspen waits at the bottom, a large book tucked under her arm. She waves with her free hand to greet us.
Good morning, Aspen.
Oh.
It's nice to see you again.
Good morning, Juliet. And you too, Miho. I must admit, I was a little worried you might run off during the night.
What are you, Aspen? Are you a tree?
I may have thought about it a little.
No, she's an Ent from Lord of the Rings.
After went to bed though. I was out like a light.
Glad you decided otherwise then. Living in the library sounds like heaven. I can't believe you'd think about giving that up. Anyway, I'm opening today, so I can't stay too late. I'll go ahead and take care of the windows.
I'll get started on breakfast then. Would you like grape or strawberry jam?
I think I'm feeling like strawberry today. Oh, or some of that orange marmalade if there's any left. You have to let Miho try that too.
I'll see if we have it. Is that a nonce you have with you? You can just leave him on the desk for now.
What the freak is a nonce?
It sure is. I'll be taking Jax on the way out.
What the freak is a Jax?
I'll write it down.
Oh, it's a book. We are in a library, that makes sense. The two of them stroll off in different directions while I stand on the stairs, unable to follow any of the conversation. Glad I'm not the only one. Granted, I feel like I should be able to more than Miho. She doesn't exactly know a lot of people things, based off of the whole sugar conversation.
Who's Jax? Anonsei? I don't see anyone with you.
This is a nonce.
Aha, I was right. Suck it, Miho. She taps the cover of the book she brought with her.
He's the author of this. Juliet suggested I read some of his work, but I'm finding him rather dull.
Huh.
Now, Miho, this is the part where you ask her if what book she likes and if she would recommend that we read any of them, and then we read them, and then we love them, and then we talk about them with her forever. I try my best to sound interested, but I doubt it's successful. Maybe I'd see the appeal if I could read them. You know what? That's a fair point. I forgot Miho couldn't read. Well, that's what you ask. Hey, you want to teach me how to read? And then she'd be like, heck yeah. You know? And then cuteness ensues. But how can they be better than doing things yourself? After setting the book down on the front desk, Aspen goes into the main room, leaving me alone in the hallway. I make my way down the rest of the steps. Looking down at my teacup, I decide to take a tiny sip. I'm getting tired of carrying it around. Yuck! It's kind of bitter, but also bland at the same time. Frowning, I set the cup down on one of the shelves nearby. At least I tried it. The sugar was way better, though. The door Aspen went through is still open, and I can hear her bustling around. The room where Juliet went in isn't far away. The room where Juliet went isn't far away either, and I already smell food. I guess I'll go watch. Oh. Let's go talk to Aspen. I want to find out what she is. Aspen is in the book room by now, and I wander through the door she left open. She steps from window to window, pushing them open and pulling the curtains back. With each one, another sunbeam pours in and the room gets a little bit brighter.
Oh, hey Miho. How was your first night here?
Great! After you left, I went to bed early. And then I got to sleep in.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
You sure do love to sleep. Color me even more jealous. I'm working opening shifts most of this week, so I have to be up early every day.
Or else, what?
She stops and gives me a frustratingly familiar look. The look that means I've said something weird.
Or else I get reprimanded for being late. Duh.
That was the cutest duh I've ever heard.
Not to be rude, but have you never had a job?
Oh, absolutely. You know what? No, there's no way Miho could have held a job for longer than like a day anywhere.
Nope. I haven't done most human things, if you can't tell.
It was of slight obvious, you know.
I certainly can tell. Your life must be fascinating. Someday I'd like to hear about all you've seen and done.
What you doing after work, girl? Hey.
I'm really not that interesting. My life is just wandering around for the most part. I try to avoid doing stuff as much as I can.
Really? It seems like she likes to go around and do stuff.
I know plenty of people who would kill for a lifestyle like that, you know.
After pushing open the last window, Aspen starts to drift around the room, moving chairs and furnitures into their spots.
Anyway, I come here most mornings just to have breakfast and chat with Juliet, even if I'm not opening.
Is there not any food where you live?
There usually is, but I enjoy the company as much as the food. Speaking of which, Juliet should be about done by now. Let's join her, shall we?
I follow behind Aspen as she walks on, adjusting and rotating a few more out of place items on the way. By the time we reach the kitchen, there's a big pile of buttered toast and different spreads waiting for us on the table. As we walk up to her, Juliet's setting down a plate of sliced fruit and another of fried eggs beside it.
You two are right on time. I was just about to call for you.
I have a sixth sense for it, apparently.
We all sit down and dig in. The food, of course, is delicious.
So, Miho, how will you be spending your first day as an official Wellington resident?
Oh, yeah. Hadn't really thought about it. Now that you mention it, I'll have a lot more free time.
Oh, we could get a job, either like working at the cafe with Aspen, who still has her eyes closed, or we could even do like day shift stuff here with Juliet, because she's a vampire and can't do day shift stuff. So I mean, hey, either way, we're going to be spending time with one of them. That'd be neat.
Usually I'd go hunting for food or looking for a better place to stay.
Instinctively, I go silent as I reach for my pocket and the familiar crumpling paper.
Or...
If it's something you don't want to share, don't feel that you must.
Right, that too.
I hesitate. I'm not sure I've ever told anyone about my goal, or at least not the specifics. I've had a lot of firsts lately, though. What's one more? Besides, maybe the two of them can help.
No, it's okay. I've been looking for someone.
Ooh. Myth on the Prowl? That's just a sick name for a song. I wipe my hands first, making sure they don't have any crumbs or grease on them. Then I carefully slide the thin scroll from my pocket. I always keep it in the deepest part where it won't get wet or damaged. With great care, I gently unroll it, letting the two women see the ink markings brushed into the scroll. The edges are fuzzy with age by now, but the text is still legible, I think anyway.
They gave me this a long time ago. I don't know what it says.
Is that Korean? Maybe Chinese? I'm not able to read either one.
Gosh darn it, Miho, why didn't you learn to read sooner?
They remind me of older Chinese characters, but I can't be certain myself. Sorry, but I'm not too familiar with them either.
They look a little defeated, but I quickly wave off their concern.
It's okay. Nobody I've asked could read it either. For all I know, they might just be scribbles. I thought that maybe if I knew what it said, it would help me find them.
Who exactly are they, if I may ask?
They're a traveler. I learned that word just to be able to describe them. They were the first human I ever met. And they told me stories about the rest of the world.
And you've been searching for them ever since then?
Yup. For as long as I can remember. I met them back in Korea, when I was a fox. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Not until much later.
Reminiscing about them gives me a very particular feeling. It's warm and fuzzy, but also a little sad. I think people call it nostalgia. My voice is a little quiet as I finish what I mean to say.
But that never stopped them from coming to see me. I don't know their name or even where they're from, but I'll definitely recognize them when I see them again.
Both of the women before me are quiet for a moment, visibly thinking over what I've said. After a long while, it's Juliet who speaks first.
In that case, I'd be happy to assist in any way I can.
Me too, of course. Speaking of which, I may have found something useful to you.
Oh, you're so great. Both of you are so great.
I was doing a little bit of research on Gumiho last night.
Hang on, I've never met such supportive people, and I love it.
There was surprisingly little to be found compared to some of the other fabled.
Wait a sec. You found out that I'm a Gumio too?
Well, yes. It wasn't too difficult to look up. Is that odd?
So in less than a day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to find something out about myself that I couldn't in a lifetime.
I guess not.
I only realize how I sound after I've said it. Juliet shoots a look at Aspen, who quickly tries to move the discussion along.
Anyway, I was trying to find out why Juliet and I can remember you when nobody else can. Although I didn't find anything about memories in particular, there was one story that claimed a Gumiho's curse doesn't take effect until a full day later.
Oh, of course. And since you and I both saw Miho again before too much time passed, we didn't forget her.
Okay. But then how did I guess the lady, the traveler, just came back frequent enough that it kept her memory refresh, and then... maybe. Or maybe she didn't have the powers yet because she was just a fox back then.
Right. That also makes sense from what you told us yesterday, Miho, doesn't it? You said you don't tend to talk to people a second time.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid it, really.
I hadn't ever thought of my magic as a curse before, but I guess to the person it's affecting, it is.
So that means that all we have to do to avoid forgetting about Miho
Is just spend a lot of time together constantly. It's impossible to miss the pause before Aspen's words. Like even she's not confident in what she's about to say.
see her every day. Forever.
That doesn't sound too bad to me. Forever. That word hangs in the air. Aspen says it. Did she? She didn't really. That sounded like kind of somber. As Aspen says it cheerfully, but I can recognize just how impossible that is. At some point, even these two will forget me, won't they? Why even try then? Why bother if I know it'll just hurt in the end? On cue, those kinds of thoughts start to swirl in my head like always. It's so tempting to just stop caring and give up on others. No, I won't let myself dwell on that. Not on my first day living here. Who knows? Even if it's a long time from now, maybe these thoughts will go away for good. Juliet clears her throat before the silence goes on for too long.
Well, that's not bad at all. Preserving the memory of those you hold dear is one of the most important parts of life.
Aspen considers for a moment before nodding.
It really is.
It seems a little early for either of them to consider me dear to them, but I keep that to myself.
So, anyway, about Jax.
For a relief, Aspen changes the subject away from me and my magic. As Juliet and Aspen chat between themselves, the conversation drifts onto things I don't know about, and people and places I don't recognize. It's probably related to books. I smile and laugh when they do, but I'm not really paying attention or talking. Listening to the two of them, they may as well be speaking a different language. The more I observe, the more it seems I'll have to learn. Not just about... Sorry, I had a text from my work. Not just about normal people and human life, but about myself as well, and even the world. In one day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to figure out what I am and how my beads work. I've had a long time to do that, and still had no idea. It doesn't even seem like it was hard for them. There's something that I have to admit to myself. I haven't really tried before. Just what have I been missing out on? I feel something bubbling up inside of me. The same feeling as yesterday when I decided to come back to the library instead of running away. Something that makes me clench my fists and take a deep breath as I make another decision. Something that I realize I can put a name to, even though it's a new one for me. This is what people call hope, even if it's pointless in the end.
I want to learn how to be a person.
Juliet cuts off whatever she was saying mid-sentence. Both she and Aspen turn to face me, eyes wide. Oops, I guess I should have started by waiting for them to stop talking.
You want to... what?
I've already messed this up, but I keep going.
Person, to know about the things you two are talking about. All this stuff that you give me a weird look for when I don't know. I want to learn about it.
I'd say that you're already well on your way.
Her tone becomes quite serious as she continues. I'm a little glad. She sees as much weight behind this as I feel about it.
Miho, there are some things that you can't rush or change overnight. This is definitely one of them. That said, Starting can be the hardest part. You've already taken the first steps.
What Juliet said. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to keep you out of our conversation.
No, it's okay. I was busy thinking anyway. I can't stop looking for my person, of course, but maybe I can do more than that too.
We'll help you in any ways that we can.
Aspen nods in agreement, but then checks the time and size.
We'll have to wait until later, though, because I need to be leaving for work. I'm sure Juliet needs her rest, too.
Thanks. I am rather tired. Will you be alright on your own for the day, Miho?
That's an interesting thing. I guess we'll probably be spending time with Juliet at night and Aspen during the day, maybe? I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing out ideas, like trying to find the seeds of what's being set up and trying to predict them beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah, I should be. I'll figure out something to do.
Wonderful. Here, let me take those.
She gets up and collects the dirty plates and carries them to the sink.
Tomorrow I have to go in earlier than usual to open. If you come by, I can make you that drink again, Miho. As long as you promise not to run away, that is.
Sure. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere this time. Although, will it still be at home?
Huh? Will it still be at home? Oh, yeah.
At home?
Like,
Oh,
free.
on the house. I thought she was I was like, was there some drink that she made for her yesterday? I was like, maybe there was. That's why I was like, oh yeah, but I guess I was wrong.
Oh, on the house. Yes, of course. This should probably be the last time, though, or my boss will start getting upset.
Oh.
Aw.
The voice actress.
It was nice while it lasted.
The voice actresses in this game are so good. They give the characters so much character, and I love it. If you can't tell, I'm just a huge simp for this game. All right, what can I say? I'm a huge fan. Aspen pauses as she rises from the table and starts to leave.
Getting a job might be a good idea if you're serious about living a normal life. It's hardly the most fun, but then you could buy as many fairy kiss chillers as you want.
A job? Sounds like a pain.
Aspen just sighs as I sink into my seat. The way she talks about having a job makes it sound awful.
Well, it's just a suggestion. See you later, Juliet. Miho.
With that, she takes her leave as Juliet and I wave her off. Alright, I think that's a good place to end it for today. I'm probably going to try and keep these episodes between 20 to 30 minutes, just because one of the big reasons why my other visual novel episodes don't go for that long is just because doing all of the voices and talking for that long just drains on my voice and makes it hard for me to record in general. Otherwise, because it gets I got too much for my throat to handle. But here with there being voice acting, it helps so much, so I can go for longer than usual. But yeah, I'm loving to be back playing this, and I'm so excited to see more. And I love that we're getting questions answered that I've had basically since the beginning. So cool, so cool. I love it. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. The episode, because I'm just that smart, but we only missed a few seconds. She asked, what are we doing now? And she was all well, I've already done, with having a place to stay and food, I don't need to worry about life anymore, so I'm good. But with a full belly and bed to come back to, I don't have to worry. Also, we're just jumping into it. So, because I literally explained it after I started the last one that I didn't actually start. I'm terrible with preamble. Especially in the visual novel stuff, where it was just it just doesn't work out, Chief. It just doesn't work. Also, I feel like I should be on this side. It just makes more sense because I look this way a lot, and then it makes more sense because it looks like I'm looking at the stuff on the screen instead of the stuff that's over not on the screen. So, anyways, but with a full belly and a bed to come back to, I don't have to worry about any of that. Instead, I have a lot of free time on my hands. I still wanted to turn it up slightly more. It's not actually turning it up. Weird. It's supposed to. Is there an options? Sound. Let's just turn it up a little bit. Return. It's how I've been spending a lot of my time recently anyways. And while Juliet and Aspen seems fine so far, it's still a little tiring to be around other people so much. Oh, I get that. Having some time alone is important too. Making my way into town, I try to pay more attention to what people are doing, instead of searching for opportunities. I meant what I said about wanting to be more of a person. But small steps are easier for me, and if there's one thing I'm good at, it's observing. Of course, I'll be keeping an eye out for anything that can help me find my person, but I have to admit that I don't have much of a plan for that. Usually when I go to a new country or city, I'll try to find someone who might know them, or who recognizes my scroll. I usually prefer asking other fabled, they're easier to deal with than humans. It's not a very efficient plan, if I'm being honest. I'd have to get really lucky for it to work, but I haven't come up with any better ideas, and I do have plenty of time to try. Now that Aspen and Juliet have offered to help, maybe they'll be able to think of something new. For now, I'm just killing time. At first, it's not so bad. I take my time passing through the city and even pop into some stores along the way. One is full of musical instruments, while right next door is a store selling kitchen utensils. Across the street, there's another place with racks full of used clothes. I step into each store. Oh, I love I like the little scene, like, dimming of, like, the lights for the evening. I step into each store and pace around the aisles, just browsing. Usually I never come into these kinds of shops. Even though they have some expensive stuff, it's all bulky and hard to carry. Plus, I've learned the hard way. Why did my phone just buzz at me so aggressively? It hit me so hard. Like, I felt like I was getting a call, but then there was just nothing. That happens so much when I'm recording. It only happens when I'm recording where I just get, like, false alarms. Even though they still have some expensive stuff, it's all bulky and hard to carry. Plus, I've learned the hard way that some pawn shops and buyers are good at guessing when something's stolen. Now that I'm paying more attention to what's for sale, I realize that I don't even know what a lot of this stuff does. In the kitchen store, there's normal pots and pans and dishes, which makes sense, but there's also a bunch of different gadgets with all kinds of shapes and sizes. I can't even guess what you'd use them for. At the music store, I recognize a few instruments, like guitars and pianos and drums. There are also a bunch that I've never seen before, but don't know the names of. Mostly the kinds you play with your mouth. Then there are some that I've never seen, and can't even be sure are actually instruments and not some other kind of device. I seem to be the only one having this problem. In both stores, the other customers I've seen walk around like they know what they're doing, or at least are looking for something in particular. I try to listen in on a conversation that someone's having with a salesperson, but it's just like listening to Aspen and Juliet talk. I don't recognize half the words. In the end, I didn't spend long in either store. Nearby, there's a clock outside one of the stores, and it informs me that it's only been an hour or so since I left the library. There's still a long time before Juliet will be up. Guess I'll keep looking around. I apologize if you hear my computer in the background. I need to do something about that stupid, dumb, useless fan, man. I hate it. Although I'm not expecting much, I continue to browse through most of the shops I pass, just for something to do. Basically, for those who don't know, because I don't remember if I had too much of an issue with the last one, my computer was like having a little overheating problem, so I added a fan to it, and that fan is super duper loud because I just don't know how to control the fan speed, because it's set to be able to be set between like I think like 200 and 1800 RPM, and if it starts detecting like basically any amount of heat, it kicks it up to full, or it only has 200 or 1800 where it's supposed to be able to like go between them essentially. So I need to figure out how to control them better. I think about going by the Bell House and saying hello to Aspen, but when I get there, there's a line out the door and around the building. Peeking through the window, I don't even see her. Instead, someone else is taking orders at the counter. I don't feel like waiting, so I keep walking instead. I end up walking for as long as I can stand it, past the Skyport and beach, past Mount Victoria, back towards town yet again. When it eventually gets too boring even for me, I head back to the library. Wait, who like mans the library? Like, do people check out books by themselves? Is it all like self-checkout? It's much busier now than when I left. There's a pile of books on the desk that people have brought back, and the checkout sheet is half full. Some of the chairs are occupied, and at least a dozen people are browsing the shelves. None of them pay me any mind, even when I grab a snack from the kitchen and then head up to my room. In there, I do the only thing there is to do: flop onto my bed and look up at the ceiling. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have a bed to do that in, but it doesn't help much right now. Hey, options, baby, let's go! In my normal life, I'm usually too busy to be bored. Having time to rest and relax can be a luxury. Now I've got more time than I know what to do with. I hadn't even realized this would be a problem. Hopefully, she'll have some ideas. I get the feeling she could give advice on anything. Yawning, I get under the covers and then transform into a fox. With the soft pillow under my head and the cozy blankets above me, it's a lot like being in a very comfortable den. And after all the walking I did, a nap does sound pretty nice. If I'm lucky, I won't wake up until Juliet does. Wrapping my tail around my face, I close my eyes and eventually drift off to sleep. It's almost dark out when I finally open my eyes. Just like this morning, it takes a second for me to remember where I am. I burrow my way out of the blankets and then retake my human form, rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes. Hopefully Juliet will be awake by now. If she isn't, I don't know what I'll do. There's no way I'm falling back asleep anytime soon. Unlike this morning when I passed by Juliet's office, there's no light from under the door. I do catch the sound of something going on in the kitchen, so I make my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I'm treated to quite the sight. Oh? What's the sight? What's the sight? It's not just Juliet in the kitchen, but there's 3 bats as well. One clings to the back of the chair Aspen sat in this morning, and another is on top of the fridge. The third one is perched on Juliet's shoulder, and I think it's the same one that was in her office this morning. I hate looking down and seeing the audio picking up the stupid fan. I need to figure out something to do. I think I need to put I need to get like 2 sheets of like soundproof foam and just like stack them on top of each other next to my computer so the sound doesn't really get over here too much. That's honestly not too bad of an idea. Juliet's holding a small bag and handing out the contents to the different bats. On closer inspection, I realize that they're bugs. All the bats devour them greedily, including the one nibbling by Juliet's ear. She doesn't seem too bothered and hands them each another treat. The bats on the chair and the fridge finish their snacks, and they fly over my head and out of the kitchen. Their wings nearly clip me in the face, and the gust they create blows my hair around. The last bat stays on Juliet's shoulder, even after it's finished eating, and then Juliet picks up a small envelope from the counter and ties it to one of the bat's legs. Launching itself off of Juliet's shoulder, Orpheus takes flight and exits through one of the library windows. Even though he was much bigger than the other bats, it doesn't look like Juliet was fazed by being used as a launch pad. Sort of. She sure does apologize a lot. Is that what it means to be polite? It makes me uncomfortable. It's not like she did anything wrong. Exploring, finding food, finding sleep. Oof, that's a Mondo oof. Oh. Although she raises her eyebrows, Juliet just nods. I'm guessing that wasn't an answer she was expecting. Doing enjoyable things does make life more enjoyable. Astute observation, Juliet. She ponders for a moment, tapping the countertop beside her. Okay.
Would you be interested in a
Yes.
Maybe we'll see something along the way that strikes your
Let's go on a little shopping date.
Sure. Fine by me. Not like I've got anything better to do.
Also, I do apologize for like staying basically quiet whenever it's like them talking, but that is basically what the visual novel reading things on my channel are just me reading the things and then talking occasionally about the things I just read. But since this has voice acting, I can rest my voice and not have to worry about reading constantly while we all still essentially get the story. It's a great time. With a smile, Juliet gathers up some more papers and envelopes from the table and tucks them under her arm.
Let's be off then.
Leaving the library unlocked, we set off down the familiar path. Juliet maintains a brisk pace, but isn't too fast. I like this a lot more than going slow.
So, Miho, how are you enjoying Wellington itself so far?
I like it. It's not too big and it's not too small. Like that there's the ocean and mountains close by.
Yes. We're truly fortunate to live in such a paradise.
I remember that this is a real place, and I wanna figure out where it is because I think it's cool. I think it'd be. Oh, hang on. I think I have a way to make. I didn't expect that to pop up on screen. I'm gonna have to mark this to be censored or something. And then yeah, we're gonna have to censor some stuff. But it's fine. It's fine. Boop boop. I've canceled out of those two things. Cool.
How'd you end up here in the first place?
Hopefully that helps it be a little, like, get back to being normal soon. Because that's essentially how it goes with my computers. It's like, it's 0 to 100. It goes hard until it cools down, and then it stays quiet, and then it goes, and then it, like, speeds back up to 100% as soon as it gets, like, too hot again. Instead of, like, maintaining, like a medium speed.
That's correct. I was much wilder, irresponsible in those days.
So I'm curious, like, is the underworld, like, where just, like, the vampires would come from, or is that just where all fables come from? I don't remember if they talked about that in the last one. Also, I like that she blinks while it's being idle. Oh, they both do. I didn't notice Juliet doing that.
Then, I met someone who changed my life. Someone who made me want to be a better person.
Who? Also, I love Juliet's stance.
Part about meant reinventing myself. With a new life in a new place.
I realize that was a weird thing to say, but, like, you know, like, it's just a good silhouette. She's just a positive person. Her pose shows confidence, and you know what? That's a good thing.
Rather like what you've been doing.
That was such a bad way of explaining it. You guys know what I mean.
Huh. I can't picture you being crazy, like you said.
That's something of a relief. But it was certainly true at the time. Sometimes, it does feel as if I was an entirely different person back then.
Ooh, can we get a flashback arc of Juliet being a psycho, crazy vampire killer?
It can be difficult to reconcile who we were with who we are, or want to be.
Doesn't seem like you had too much trouble with it.
I wouldn't say that. For one, this was very long ago. And even now, I continue to change. Everyone does.
Oh, this is such a silly little detail to, like, love. But I love that they didn't feel the need to be like, oh, and then suddenly we pass into the next part of town. They just showed the background. Like, I feel like that's just like a visual novel thing of being like, and then we stepped into this section of the city.
Perhaps in a few hundred years, I'll look back on these days, and they'll also seem like someone else's life.
Maybe.
Not that I think Juliet is lying, but it seems to me like she's being modest. I may not have known her too long, but if anything, she seems a little too perfect. It isn't too late in the evening yet, so there are still plenty of people out and about, too. Occasionally someone will recognize and greet Juliet, and she always gives them a friendly greeting in return. After walking in silence for a couple minutes, I clear my throat.
I've got a question.
What is it?
Do you always walk places?
Huh?
As opposed to?
Flying. Can't you turn into a bat?
Yes, I suppose I can. I do so only sparingly, though. I find that I appreciate life more as a human than as a bat.
Hmm.
Why? That's weird. Like being a
Hey, that's mean. My arms and legs are perfectly proportional. Not too long.
I suppose that's true. It can be quite awkward at times, or even embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly. I've never been embarrassed as a fox.
I understand. There are certainly downsides. I believe the good makes up for the bad, though. Some things are only possible as a human, or fabled.
Most things are in this world, I feel.
What? I can't think of any, other than talking like this.
Like writing, for one thing, as our dear friend Aspen would surely mention.
Is she a writer? Oh my gosh. I knew there was a reason she was my favorite.
Like dancing. Have you been dancing here?
Oh my gosh, are we gonna do a little dance here at the beach?
Nope, never. I don't get why people do it either. Don't tell me you like dancing. Is that your hobby?
I must confess that I do enjoy it. At times, that is. I wouldn't call it a hobby, but with the right person, at the right moment, it can be quite nice.
If you say so.
I find myself saying that a lot lately. Shaking and flopping your body around to music. It's not for me. I don't even know how they come up with this stuff. But I'm trying to remember to be polite, so I keep that part to myself.
So, on that note, I should have asked this earlier. Are there any hobbies that you have as a fox?
I never thought about it that way. Now that you mention it.
No, none, zero, zilch.
Almost everything is better as a fox. The sun feels nicer on my fur than it does on my skin. Flowers smell better and more interesting when I sniff them. It's more vivid.
Then why don't... Also, this expression on her looks a little pained instead of, like, happy. I think it's like the little, Oh, you can't see the mouse. It's like the little, like, part of her eyelid under her, eyebrow. It makes it look like she's, like, kind of, like, grimacing a little bit. It's also weird that she's saying this, but, like, also spends so much time as a human. Like, I know she's trying to look for a person, but, like, the stuff that she's been doing... Most of it she could have just been a fox for, I feel. I mean, granted, it's been a while, so I don't remember exact in great detail, but I'm like, well, if she likes being a fox more, then I'm like, why wouldn't she just stay being a fox the whole time? I remember Aspen using that word and explaining what it means. I bet she'd be proud if she heard me use it.
You do make it sound lovely. But are those things you do for fun?
Oh, I almost started reading. I almost say yes right away, but then I think about it for a second. I do love those things I mentioned, but maybe they don't fit what Juliet is asking.
Guess not. They feel good, but they're not fun.
That's still valuable too.
So far, we've been following the same path that I took earlier, when I went into town, but when we come to a crossroads, Juliet turns in the direction of a neighborhood instead of the city.
First stop I need to make is down here. After that, we'll go look around and see if there's anything fun.
I'm trying to do anything to quiet down the fan, like make you guys just hear it. Well, that was not good. That was not good at all. I accidentally covered like the top of for like a second while I was sucking in air. That sucks. So far, we've been following the same path that I took earlier when I went into town. But when we came to a crossroads, Juliet turns in the direction of a neighborhood instead of the city. Oh, I already read that. This isn't the same neighborhood where I hid from Juliet a couple nights ago, although it's pretty similar. Some of those houses are the sorts that reminded me of Bugs when I first arrived in Wellington. Reminded you of Bugs? We stop at one of them, a little one-story house with a porch light on. I follow Juliet to the front door and she rings the doorbell.
For one of your errands?
Yes, we're delivering those papers that were requested.
She straightens out the 2 yellow packets she was carrying. The door opens and a young woman carrying a baby stands behind it.
Miss Juliet, so good to see you.
With one of her trademark smiles, Juliet hands over the papers and the 2 chat for a bit. I lean against the wall, not involved or listening. When talking to the lady, Juliet uses the same warm tone and softness as when she's talking to me and Aspen. In fact, if I close my eyes, I could almost pretend that I'm back at the breakfast table with the both of them. Gosh darn it, hang on, I'm getting a call. Gosh, this episode's so scuffed between me, like, struggling with the computer, and yeah, as soon as, like, I took the phone call, the computer quiets down dramatically. But I'm gonna have to leave after this in, like, very shortly, just because I forgot that my dog needs to get a shot, and we have it, and I just haven't taken her to go get it from my parents, so that's fun. So that's what I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna try and come back and record more. Well, the both of them I could almost pretend that I'm back at the breakfast table with both of them, listening to them go on about books. Eventually, the woman takes the folder, and after saying goodbye several times, we leave. As soon as we're off of her property, I turn to Juliet.
What was that all about?
I suppose you could call it another one of my hobbies. Sometimes patrons have requests for information on their ancestors or a piece of history that they'd like to learn about.
Uh-huh.
For example, Mrs. Aliyu wanted to know about her husband's culture so she could teach her new child.
Uh-huh.
I find and collect what's requested and bring it to those who asked.
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
Yeah, now the computer's cooled off enough to completely just cool down. So I guess maybe after, like, whenever I'm recording something, I need to, like, boot everything up and then have it go for a little bit so it can, like, cool itself off or something. I don't know.
It can be, but I don't mind.
So I guess my question is, like, does Juliet get paid for doing, like, this kind of stuff? Because, like, she runs the library, and we haven't, like, seen any way of, like, people, like, paying for stuff. I mean, I guess maybe people could pay for, like, library cards. But, like, I'm just curious, like, how she, like, affords to, like, live and such. And especially, like, look at her wardrobe. This stuff ain't cheap, my dudes.
The past is worth preserving, but not everyone knows how. It's my honor to help people do so.
Uh-huh.
I have assistants too, such as dear Orpheus, who is delivering a letter on the far side of town for me.
Are all the bats your helpers?
Some more than others. They're friends, not pets. And so if they don't feel like helping, then I won't force them.
To me, it sounds like a lot of trouble to go through for someone else, even with the bats helping out. But Juliet apparently likes being inconvenienced. That's such a funny way to put it. It's the same as letting me stay at in her library. Still, that sounds like it could be really helpful in my own search for the traveler. As Juliet leads us to our next destination, we leave the residential area and go back towards the city. I try to keep my eyes peeled for anything interesting. There are plenty of people sitting out at tables having a meal or walking around the shops, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it's not that much different from when I was here earlier. There are more fabled and fewer humans, but there are still plenty of those too. Some of the places I passed by are closed now, but some, like the music store, are still open. When we come to a big building with a lot of posters on the walls outside, we stop.
This is one of our movie theaters. They show all the most popular films, as well as independent ones from local creators. Have you ever been to see a movie before?
Not in a place like this. I know what movies are, but I don't think I've ever watched
Oh,
them.
that's so sad. Especially after, dude, Spider-Verse came out, watched it twice, back-to-back days. I can't stop thinking about it. So the idea of not having ever seen it, terrible. Sorry, I brought up Spider-Verse in a couple other recordings too.
You should try it sometime. Maybe you'll find you like them. Movies can make you feel all kinds of different things. Happy, sad, scared, or just amused. Some are good for making you think, and some are good because you don't have to think about anything and can just relax.
Why would I want to watch something that makes me sad or scares me?
For some, it's fun to explore different emotions in a safe environment like that.
Yeah?
When we see something that makes us feel strongly, it can stick with you. Perhaps cause you to view things in a different light. And if it ever becomes too much, you can simply stop watching or put on something else.
I'll try it sometime. Although, I don't know about the sad or scary ones.
There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has different preferences.
Along the way, Juliet continues to point out different shops and locations that she thinks I should know about, like another library or a museum. I'm not very interested in either of those things, but I smile and nod and pretend like I am. After a while, we leave the city behind and reach the waterfront just like I usually do. The ocean looks much different at night, with the starlight and moonlight reflecting off the water. Far out at sea, there are a few lights that must come from boats, and sometimes lights in the sky from passing airships. We head down a small path to the boardwalk where we look out onto the water. There are a few empty buckets sitting on the ground nearby, as well as some folding chairs. I point them out.
People like to fish off this pier.
Oh, don't introduce her to fishing.
But I believe this spot is used for teaching lessons during the day.
Ooh. Lessons on how to catch fish?
That's correct. Is that something you're interested in?
Don't, please don't be. No, it's so boring. It's so lame. It's not even relaxing.
It's one of those things that I like doing as a fox, but I don't know if I like doing it the human way.
Should you decide you'd like to try, I'm sure there will be someone here who's happy to instruct you.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to commit to anything, but it couldn't hurt to come check this place out during the day.
Glad you found something that struck your fancy. Is there anywhere else you'd like to visit while we're out? Or should we return home?
Nah, I'm ready to head back. Is there anything for dinner?
I'm sure we can put something together.
Then let's go.
Nice. Since I actually know where we are now, I lead the way home with Juliet close behind me. Alright, and I think that is a good place to stop. Oh, screenshot taken. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to save. I'm so used to playing Fate. Bramp. Bramp. Cool. Alright, yeah, I'm probably just going to leave this going, and I'll be back in the next one after I go get my dog a shot. Bye! Alright, we do be back with more, Please Be Happy. In the last one,
Tell me this story next.
the audio was terrible. Oh, wait. Title. Yes. I meant to hit load.
Shall we pick up where we left off?
Yes, we met 12% complete. Nice. The audio was terrible in the last one. Hopefully it wasn't too bad in the first one. Either way, I'm going to be fixing both of them. And what I mean by that is the game was way too quiet because recording on OBS is a little confusing. Because on my side, the audio levels looked to be about equal. Yet my audio was like 4 times louder. I mean, not 4 times louder, like about 15 times louder because you could barely hear the game. And to hear the game, I'd have to be like shouting in your ears. So I've adjusted the settings, listened back a little bit, and it seems pretty good right now. But yeah, so hopefully we're okay for the future. Anyways, let's get into it. In the last one, we went on a little walk around town with Juliet. And this time, I don't know what else we're doing. I just kind of waited for it. Oh, we're gonna go see Aspen. Okay, so we get a little time with both of them. It's another chilly morning in Wellington. I'm outside the Bell House waiting for Aspen.
People are gonna think I'm staking this place out. And for once, that isn't true.
It's after breakfast, but before the sun's up. It's after breakfast, but before the sun's up. Aspen invited me for a free drink before they open, but I'm starting to think I've been duped.
Anytime now.
I rub my arms and bounce around to try to stay warm. Right as I'm thinking about picking the lock myself, the front door swings open and Aspen waves me inside.
So anyway, like I was saying, my uncle taught me this trick to make it taste better. You put a little bit of salt in the coffee and it brings out the flavor, right? Not too much. You don't want to make it salty, but just a little bit.
I like her. Also, can everyone see her wings in the fox ears? I still can't tell about that. I do like the way it, like, this stuff like puts out exposition and / world building. It feels very natural and I do like it a lot. But that's the one part I'm still like a little unsure of.
Sorry about that. I got a little held up.
It's okay.
I was thinking maybe you forgot about me after all.
No, you're not rid of me that easily. I was just I tried it and it's really good. Have you tried it? Remind me, I'll make you one. So then I was thinking, if I start doing that every time I make a drink, eventually people will start realizing that their coffee's better when I make it, but they won't know why.
So, question, is Lena gonna be another girl, like another option of best girl, or is she competing with me for Aspen's love? I don't know.
Talking to Lena.
Okay, I don't think Aspen likes her very much. Never mind, maybe she's just kind of here to hang out and vibe with us as like a bird angel lady.
That can always take longer than you expect or plan for. But she and I often look the other way for each other on certain things.
Oh?
Such as letting you in before the store opens, for instance.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, am I not supposed to be here? That's cool. As long as we open on time, it's fine, and Lena and I are the two fastest. You kind of have to be when she's involved.
She's right there. Can she not hear you?
What do you mean? I'm sure you'll see. Come on, what do you want today?
I inspect the menu. It's as unhelpful as ever.
Here's a paper copy, if that's easier to read.
She hands me a little printout menu. It's also distinctly lacking pictures.
Sorry, can't read it. Oh, do you need a Korean version? I'm afraid we don't have one.
This might sound stupid, but I'm a sucker for like one character was like raised in a situation where they couldn't learn how to read, so another character's like, oh, I'll teach you, and then they become besties.
Oh, nah. Can't read any languages.
I may as well have told her that the sky is green. Oh, I didn't even notice Aspen's expression change. Aspen stares at me in clear disbelief. This isn't the usual weird look. This is beyond that. She laughs nervously.
You're joking, right?
The way Aspen says everything just makes me cackle. I love it. I shake my head. She collapses onto a stool behind her, fanning her face with the menu in her hand.
I can't believe it. I just can't. So you haven't. Wow.
You haven't read a book? Oh no. I can tell she really wants to say more, but holds herself back.
I suppose that explains a lot. Still, I just can't imagine.
It takes a moment, but she regains her composure.
Anyway, if you want to try something new, then how about our ambrosia latte? It's one of our seasonal beverages with apple and
Hang on, I want to turn
caramel.
up the game just a little bit for me. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at being professional. Wait, whoa, I can just pick any voice to increase? Seems a little weird, but okay. Sound. I mean, I guess if you're having some audio, like, trouble understanding some characters, I guess that could help.
Apples and coffee.
That didn't increase the
Never
volume
had
at, like,
that
all.
before. Yes, well, we're experimenting with the recipe still.
I said that we should try adding more cinnamon to it.
I don't even know where Lena comes from. Suddenly she's just there.
Aspen said it would overwhelm the other flavors, but I add extra whenever I make one, and so far no one's complained.
Lena, are you serious?
Well, yeah. How else are we gonna find out which one's better?
You know what? I like the cut of her jib. She's a vibe. I appreciate
I'll
it.
make one for your friend too, and she can tell us which one she likes more. Lena!
2 free drinks? The other girl hurries back to the kitchen, clearly not caring about what Aspen was about to say. Aspen sighs and shakes her head.
Right, well, I have to open the registers and put on the coffee. I'll have your drink in a couple minutes.
Okay, thanks.
I hop up on the on one of I'm so sorry, I'm so bad at reading. I hop up on one of the tall stools and wait, swinging my legs back and forth. Before long, the cafe fills with the smell of warm coffee and baking bread. It's enough to make my mouth water, even though it hasn't been long since I last ate. Aspen roams between the kitchen and the front area, always looking very busy. She checks and inspects what seems like every drawer and cabinet in the place while getting ready. Lena's busy too, mopping and setting up chairs. At some point she puts earphones in, and her music is loud enough for me to hear it from across the building. After a while, Aspen returns to my table, along with a steaming paper cup.
Here you go. one ambrosia latte.
Wait, where's the one from Lena? I pop the lid off so I can take a peek at the drink itself. It smells light and fruity, and a swirl of caramel syrup is melting into the coffee and whipped cream.
Looks good. Hopefully it tastes good too.
I have a tiny sip, since it's too hot to drink very fast. The tartness of the apple actually goes pretty well with the coffee flavor.
It's a little sour, but it's not bad. Not as good as a fairy kiss chiller, though.
Well, I can't complain about that.
The chair squeaks against the floor as Aspen sits down across from me.
So, have you decided how you're going to spend your day?
Not yet. What about you?
There's still another 7.5 hours left
Oh,
of my shift, so
I get that.
I'll be here for quite a while.
Did the game pause? I clicked like 3 times, nothing happened.
After work, I try to have a social life or
Oh.
get some writing done.
Oh, dude, that's so hard to do. I respect it. I was literally working, because the way I like to do things is I have 2 projects going at once, and I'm also very bad at sticking to things, but I set it like, okay, I can have what I'm working on mainly, and then the side thing, and I have to stick with those, and I'm literally not allowed to work on anything else until I'm done. So I'm actually working on a fantasy novel right now, and between this, and I've been also just reading a lot of romance things lately in general, I'm like, I kind of want to try writing like a romance visual novel, and it's a very different vibe from the other stuff that I'm writing. So I'm like, it'll be good. I don't want to go too much into detail about it until I have like more stuff done. But like, I've always wanted to make like a visual novel, and by always I mean for like past like 5-ish years. So like, I don't know, and I'm learning I'm getting better with art and my drawing talent and stuff like that. So I'm like, maybe one of these days I could buckle down and make it. So I was working on like character profile stuff today before starting this. I set like an hour aside for it today because that's really all I can afford. So I get it. And I have to like section off certain days for people and certain days for like getting like writing stuff done, because if I don't, then I'm just never gonna finish.
Although lately I usually just collapse on the bed and take a nap.
Not my vibe. I hate taking naps, but you know, I get it.
Hey, me too! Without a bed, though.
Yes, well, I'm sure frolicking through the flowers and chasing rabbits gets tiring.
Is that a bit of sass I hear?
Ooh, are there rabbits around here?
Her expression looks more like she got hurt instead of like, oh my gosh, rabbits? No, oh way.
Not for long, I imagine. Speaking of which, have you thought about what I said yesterday? About getting a job? It seems you have more than enough time on your hands. You do know what a job is, right?
More or less. I mean, I've seen people at work before, but I've never had my own job before you ask.
Yes, I'm aware. Anyway, you'd have money to buy things you want, and you wouldn't have to steal to get it.
Yeah, but then I'd have to like work, and that's lame.
What do I need money for, though? Juliet lets me sleep at her house, and she even gives me food.
I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but Juliet can't take care of you forever, you know?
I know.
I mean, I would be okay if she did. I wouldn't complain. Right now, I'm still getting used to even living here. I haven't given any thought to what might happen later
I
on.
don't even know what kind of job I could get. Is there some place that would hire me to steal things?
Not legally, no. But maybe you can find a way to use those skills. Maybe you could be a security guard somewhere,
Ooh.
or a locksmith.
I feel like she's a little, not necessarily too finicky, but like she wouldn't pay enough attention to be a guard.
Maybe. What exactly is your job, anyway?
Well, as you know, I'm a barista.
And then this is the part where Miho goes, okay, but what does that mean?
That means I make coffee and tea and hot chocolate and whatever else our customers ask for. Some people rely on our products just to get through their day, so I consider it to be a very important job. If we were to close or go out of business, There would be a great many people who would be distraught over it.
I love how expressive the characters are in this. Like, just watching, like, Aspen's expressions change throughout this conversation has been so fun.
Wow! And you're gonna do this for the rest of your life?
No!
Not for that long, I hope. It's not my passion by any means, but I don't mind it. It can be rather exhausting, though, especially on busy days.
I can't say she's selling me on this whole job idea.
What is your passion?
Writing.
It's this.
Like she was waiting for me to ask, Aspen dramatically pulls out a small notebook and puts it on the table. It's the one that I see her writing in all the time. I lean forward to look at it closely. It's not very big, about the size of my hand. It's mostly purple in color. There's an intricate gold pattern around the border. It definitely looks fancy. I could probably get a lot of money for this at the right store.
This is my writing notebook. One of them, at least.
So does she, like... Now I need to ask, like, does she actually, like, write everything out, like, physically? Or does she, like, do, like, little scribbles, like, oh, the next part that I was working on, I couldn't find a good way to, like, describe this thing, or, like, how to advance, like, how to get from point A to point B in this scene, but I got it, and then she scribbles it down. I should get a little notebook like that, actually. Because the amount of times I'll be, like, sitting there staring at a page for, like, 10 minutes going, I have this thing that I need to happen in the scene, but I either can't, like, I'm struggling to find a way for it to, like, naturally happen, or I'm just, like, I can't find the right words to describe it, and actually, like, because, like, you know, in my head, like, when I describe it, because it's in my head, I already know what's happening, but, like, but then I'm able to reread it and be like, that doesn't make any sense to someone who isn't inside my brain. But then I'll be out on, like, a drive, or out with friends, and I'll be like, oh, I got it! I figured it out! And then I'll forget it by the time I get home.
My passion is writing, bringing stories and characters to life, making people feel what I feel. There's nothing quite like it. So challenging, yet rewarding. It's both my favorite activity and also the most frustrating one.
That's how it is, writing and just art in general, because I like to draw, and, like, I genuinely just got done with, like, one of, like, the worst art sessions. Because, again, today was, like, a day I was like, it's an art and writing day, all right? I try to do a little of them in every single day, even if it's only, like, a few sentences and, like, a few scribbles of, like, a few gestures or whatnot. But, like, today I was like, I finished work, worked out, and then I came home and I was like, okay, I have, like, 3 hours left in my day. One of those hours is going to be art. One of those hours is going to be writing. One of those hours is going to be doing this, because I only got to do one episode yesterday. And I was like, I want to do so much more. And I'm just kind of in, like, that phase of, like, it's not really, my art isn't really getting better, but it's also, like, kind of, like, going up and down a little bit, and it's not consistent. And, like, one day I got done, I was like, oh my gosh, this is, like, a really, really good drawing. And then the next day I was like, which was today, I was like, oh, I hate looking at this. This looks genuinely terrible. Anyways.
This notebook is full of story ideas.
Yeah.
That I come up with, or other interesting details. One of the best parts of working here at the Bell House is that I get to meet so many interesting and inspiring people.
That's how I felt working at the hotel when I did.
For example, when you first came in, I wrote a brief note about you.
What does it say?
I never imagined that just a few days later we'd be having this conversation.
What did it say?
Trust me, I didn't either. What did you write about me?
I saw those little blushies. For some reason, Aspen's face gets a little red. Did you call us cute?
I don't remember, just that I wrote something. It's in another notebook, not this one. My dream is that someday I'll be able to make a living from my writing.
True that.
In fact, when I moved to Wellington a couple of years ago, that was supposed to be the first step. It's been taking longer than I'd like so far. Every morning when I wake up, I tell myself that I'm not going to sleep that night until I finish at least a chapter. But then by the time I'm done with work, all I want to do is pass out. Of course, that just puts me further and further behind. I've really only myself to blame, I suppose, but life doesn't make it easy for me.
All right, no. Here's what we do. Me as Miho gets a job here. We move in together immediately. We split the rent. I work some hours so you can decrease your hours and have more energy. See, if we do that, then you're good, you know? Then you can write more, get out of this job, and then I could be, I guess, stay here, I guess? I don't know. Didn't think that far ahead. Listen, I only thought of the next couple years, not everything. Sighing, Aspen puts her notebook away once more while I sip my drink.
Saying it like that, I can't fault you for not wanting to get a job.
Yeah, you're not... like Miho said, you're not selling it.
I'm only here because I need some way to pay the bills. That's just the life of a starving artist for you.
Did someone say job? Are you getting a job here? Is this an interview?
See Miho get a job here! Lena's down for it! From out of nowhere, Lena appears with a cup in her hands.
No, Miho's just a friend. And were you eavesdropping on us?
It's not eavesdropping if you're in public. You should learn to talk quieter if you don't want people to hear you. Like me.
Yeah!
Tell me you're joking.
About what?
Before Aspen can even answer, Lena turns to face me instead.
Anyway, that's too bad. We could definitely use the help. Hey, why not apply here if you're looking for work? I bet Aspen would put in a good word for you, right?
See, I knew I was right to like Lena. Or was it Lena or Lena?
You'd kind of be lying, I guess, since I don't know you that well, but you seem like an alright person. I mean, if Aspen trusts you, you have to be okay, I think. I can go get you an application right now if you want. I printed out a whole stack of them yesterday. Actually, it's the second stack, because the first one jammed up the printer and...
It's funny how effective just making the text so small and having so much fill, it just makes you feel overwhelmed by what she's saying.
Lena, I am begging you to please be normal.
What? Tell me why it's a bad idea.
I genuinely don't think it is.
What's your name again? Miho. Do you not think Miho could do it?
Well, okay, actually, no, to be fair, Miho getting a job is way harder than Aspen is making it out to be. She literally has to be there every single day, or she'll be forgotten. Like, what?
No, it's not that. I'm sure she'd do great. It's just...
Wait, that sounds fun. Would I get to work with you? Yeah, we'd work together. Oh, you meant Aspen, didn't you? Yeah, she'd be there too.
Slapping her hands on the desk, Aspen stands up from the table.
It's certainly an idea. Perhaps one we should discuss later. Lena, you and I should be getting to work,
Okay, Lena.
don't you think?
Okay, boss.
Please just go unlock the door.
Okay.
Why is she so against it? Is it the thing that I said? Smirking, Lena heads towards the front of the store.
Feel free to hang out for a bit if you'd like, Miho. Although it's going to get busy soon, so I won't...
Oh, wait! I almost forgot! If you need something to do, come play tennis with me this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Tennis?
Yeah, you hit the ball back and forth over the net.
I know what it is. Is that your hobby?
For now, I like trying new things.
Oh my gosh. See, we have stuff to do now. Let's go.
I'll think about it. I should try something new myself, too.
That's our something new. Let's do it.
I wasn't asking.
Oh.
Anyway, you said it yourself. You're totally coming. So, I'll see you there.
Okay.
Me and Miho are having completely different... I like the assertiveness of, like, I'm not asking. You're coming to play tennis with me. And Miho's like, I don't know about this. I can't help but feel I've been roped into something here. But it's true that I should at least give it a shot. Maybe I'll turn out to like it more than I expect.
Cool.
Lena starts to leave again, but then suddenly jumps back around to face me again.
Oh, right. There's one more thing.
How many more things does she have? I can practically feel Aspen's did I just say exasperation as Lena runs back and slams the cup she was carrying onto the table in front of me.
Tell me which one you like more. The one I made or the one Aspen made?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, the delivery on this is so good. With an unnecessary loud sigh, Aspen goes and unlocks the front door herself. I'm over halfway done with Aspen's drink, but I take another gulp, paying attention to the mix of flavors. Then I do the same with Lena's. Lena watches eagerly, fist clenched in excitement.
So, what you think? Come on, be honest.
I can't taste a single
They're
difference.
both good. Sure, but which one's better?
Taking another sip of each, I try to detect anything that's different between them, but can't. Fortunately, Aspen saves me. She looms behind Lena like a phantom.
Lena, don't you think maybe you should go check the croissants?
No, I already looked at them earlier. A couple of them were kind of schoolish, but I tried to massage them back into shape. Don't worry, I watched.
I genuinely thought I accidentally clicked something. For once, Lena's the one cut off as Aspen jerks on her apron strings, and she flaps her wings to maintain her balance.
Why don't you go check on them again? Or maybe the muffins, if you haven't yet.
Fine. We all know Miho just didn't want to hurt your feelings anyway.
See, I was so scared it was actually going to give me the option. I thought Miho was going to be like, oh, I really like this one better. And then it was going to be like, give me the option of like, what do I do? Tell the truth and say that Lena's is better, or try not like say that Aspen's is better? Obviously, I'd say Aspen, but like, come on. I also don't want to lie. Aspen releases her, and Lena walks off back to the cafe like an embarrassed cat, pretending it was her idea all along. After she disappears into the kitchen, Aspen sighs yet again.
I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. She seems nice.
That is certainly one way.
That's how I would describe her. She seems super
What I
nice.
was trying to say earlier is that you can stay here if you want, but I won't be able to chat. Our first customers will be here any minute now.
That's okay. I'll probably go back to the library once I finish my drinks.
All right, I'll see you later then. And don't feel obligated to finish both if you don't want to.
I'm gonna try. Bye!
God, Miho's so cute. Like Lena, Aspen also retreats behind the counter and starts filling the display case with pastries. I wonder if any of them are the croissants Lena was talking about. Sure enough, it isn't long before the first customers start to show up. Aspen takes her order with the fake nice voice that she used when she first met me. When we first met, already I've gotten more used to hearing her regular speaking voice instead. It's interesting to know that even normal humans like her still pretend to be other people sometimes. It's interesting to know that even normal humans like her still pretend to be other people sometimes. I wonder why she feels like she has to do that. So far, she's one of the nicest humans I've ever met. Aww, that's so cute. After I finish up my first coffee, I toss the cup away but hold on to the second. I'll drink it later or something. Aspen waves as I leave the Bell House and start making my way back to the library. I've had my fill of wandering around for at least a few days. If I'm going to be bored, I might as well do it while I'm comfy. Job or not, Aspen is definitely right about one thing. I really do need to find something better to do with my time. It didn't really give me a whole lot of options here. It's go to empty places or Hatatatiti Park. Can I even click on other places? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I was making little teases, but they're not even selectable. So we'll go here. But we'll do that in the next one. Yeah. If you can't tell, I'm still loving this. I think it's great. I vibe with it. And Lena, super fun. Love her already. So yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Oh, wait, one more thing. Also, I do apologize if it's not the best thing for me to talk about, like, stuff outside of, like, just reading the visual novel, like, outside of just reading, you know what I mean? If people don't like that, then I will stop. But I feel like that's kind of like one of the points of like watching someone. I guess one of the points of watching someone read a visual novel is that you don't actually have to sit down and read it yourself. But also one of the things of like having someone else read it is that you get a little bit of spicy, and by spicy I mean very mundane. Hey, me too, girl. That's just like me. Moments. But anyways, with that being said. Did I even make a point there? Oh yeah, if people don't like me doing that, then I'll stop. But if people don't mind it, then I'll just keep doing it. With that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Also, I want to put myself over here. I keep forgetting that there we go. There we go. Now when I look this way, I'm actually looking at the screen. But yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we do be back. In the last one, we hung out with Aspen for a little bit and had a nice chat. She got a little embarrassed because she wrote something very cute about us that she doesn't want to share. I think either that or she wrote that we're very annoying and weird and gross. Either way, and now we're gonna go play tennis. After a few hours of sitting around at the library, I'm bored enough to take Lena up on her offer to play tennis. The only problem is, I forgot to ask her where and when. Sometime in the afternoon, I go down to the Bell House, where an employee tells me both Aspen and Lena have left for the day. Then they give me directions to a place called Hataitai Park, which is where they say Lena mentioned before heading out. I follow their instructions and reach a big open area full of... I'm going to move myself a little bit more. Full of people on bikes, walking, or just sitting in the grass. I wander around looking for any sight of Lena or people playing tennis. Finally, I spot the courts and make my way over. Out of the dozen or so people who are playing, it isn't hard to find Lena when I get there.
Yeah! Nice serve!
I've been listening to the entire soundtrack the past couple days, and there's a vocal track in there that I'm so excited to get to because it's so good. Okay, this might be oversharing, but like, I don't know what it was about it, but like, it just like hit me so hard in the feels, like the lyrics just did, that like I like kind of got like teary-eyed at it because I was like, oh, because like for a little bit of context, I guess it was about like forgetting and like that kind of stuff, and like forgetting like your friends and the people that you love, and I'm like, that's so real, and it also just sounds so pretty at the same time. It's like those songs that will just stick with you for a long time. So it hit me really hard because that's something I've thought about a lot. She runs back and forth again. Anyways, getting out of that heavy subject, she runs back and forth, leaping and diving to hit the little green ball before it can touch the ground. She flaps her wings to keep from falling over when she does. Her partner, a tall boy with antlers on his head, looks exhausted. When he swings his racket, it looks like his arm might fall off at any second. When I get close enough, Lena notices me and stops mid-dive.
Miho! You're late!
You didn't give me a specific time! But I was generally like, oh my gosh, like wings, like that's such a cheap thing to have in tennis. Like, I feel like you could just like flap yourself over and like, maybe that don't want to work too well because can't like, they're not gonna like hit it too high. You know what? I kind of forgot how tennis worked there for a second. Now that she's distracted, her partner takes the opportunity to hurry away, collapsing into the grass to rest.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what time I should come by. Or where.
Oh, right. I guess I should have told you. In that case, good guess.
Again, I can't get over the voice acting in this game. The voice direction in this game is so good. And I was also about to say, I really just do love, like, the way I thought about, like, describing this game's art style is it's, like, anime storybook. Or, like, not coloring book, but I think anime storybook makes, like, makes sense, I think. I don't bother telling her that I got help from one of her coworkers. Lena picks up a racket from nearby and offers it to me.
Ready to play?
I guess so. I don't really know the rules.
Also, we're in such a terrible outfit to do this in too, I just realized. Oh my gosh.
It's fine. Me either. Just try to hit the ball, alright?
Okay, you know what? Maybe if she doesn't know the rules, then maybe having wings is cheating, because she might actually just try to fly up and get it if someone hits it too high, instead of just being like, ah, that's gonna go out.
Okay, I can do that.
I take my spot on the other side of the net, trying to imitate the way other people are standing.
Alright, here goes!
Lena drops the ball and then knocks it towards me. I watch it carefully, and when it gets close enough, I swing. The ball goes soaring way over her head and falls into the grass out of sight somewhere.
Maybe a little less oomph next time. Let's try it again.
She serves the ball, and this time I just barely hit it over the net. Lena dives for it like before and sends it sailing back to me. The more we play, the easier it gets. Both of us miss the ball or knock it into the net a lot, but it's not too bad. Finally, when Lena gets tired and we take a break to drink some water. Finally, even Lena gets tired and we take a break to drink some water.
How long have you played tennis?
Like 2 days.
Today or in my life?
In your life.
Today. She thinks about it a bit, scrunching up her nose.
About a week.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, how about you?
Today.
About half an hour, I guess.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. See? We're both trying new things.
I don't want... As soon as I stop smiling, my eyes just go so angry for some reason. I don't know why. The whole time we're talking, Lena keeps glancing away from me to watch the other players. I try to figure out what's so interesting but can't.
Okay, break's over. Let's play some more.
We go back on the court and play for a little bit longer, until the end of the hour. As everyone else starts to pack up and leave, I follow Lena, who puts away our equipment.
So, what'd you think? Did you have fun?
Yeah!
It was alright. I wouldn't mind doing it again, but I don't know if I'd want to play all the time. I can see why some people enjoy it at least.
Being outside is nice, and it was a good way to burn off some energy.
That's good. They meet a few times a week if you want to come back.
Will you be here?
Not sure yet.
Even while cleaning up, she's still distracted by someone or something else. When the other players walk past us on their way out When the other players walk past us on their way out the park, Lena turns her head to watch one of them. Oh, are we about a wingman, the winged person? Let's go.
Because we're planting trees here next time. Really exciting, right? If you want to help out, then come to me.
I catch snippets of a conversation as the person Lena's watching. A dryad goes by. Lena must hear too, because she instantly closes her eyes and puts her fingers against the side of her head.
Planting trees. Planting trees.
Lena, you okay? She repeats the words to herself a few times, and her eyes snap back open.
Okay, got it.
Huh?
Got what?
What I'm doing next time. I'll have to start studying up tonight so that I'm ready.
Huh?
Okay. If you
So
say so.
Did she come here for that guy, but now instead of playing tennis, she's gonna be planting trees? I'm pretty lost, but maybe this is just how Lena is.
You should come too, if you're not doing anything. I'll tell Aspen to give you the details.
Sure. Sounds good.
I'm not sure if I want to commit, especially since Lena probably won't even remember me the next time we see each other. But playing tennis wasn't so bad, so I should at least keep my options open.
Good. Alright, see you then, Miho.
See ya.
Waving goodbye, Lena heads off down one of the paths. I take a different one that leads me out of the park and back to the library for the rest of the day. Gosh, I can't even imagine living with the curse of, like, people will forget you if you don't see them every single day. Like, I genuinely... Like, let's say that hit me, like, today and I didn't know about it. I genuinely wouldn't have, like, anyone left in my life. Outside of, like, probably my, like, grandma. Just because, like, there's no one that I see literally every single day. You know? Like, that's crazy. With a tiny ding, the toast pops up and I load it onto the plate with the other slices. Oh, it's Wednesday now. I bring the dish over to the table.
Thank you, Miho. Go ahead and put it by the butter.
Oops, sorry. Let me get my bag out of your way.
Once the table is set, the three of us sit. I've gotten more used to the routine of breakfast and know when to do things like pass the salt and pepper without being asked. Every morning so far we have the same thing, eggs and toast. Banger of a breakfast, not gonna lie. I do love me some eggs and toast. Especially eggs on toast. Oh! But it's a lot tastier than convenience store food, and there are different spreads and fruits that change things up. Like usual, I'm the first one to finish eating, followed by Aspen, who stretches with a content sigh. So, Juliet is a vampire. Does she eat food? I don't know.
Breakfast was as superb as always. Thank you, Juliet.
Hey, it sounds like I did the toast.
It's my pleasure.
The two of them saying this is part of the routine too. Usually Aspen would be getting right up now to leave for work, except this time she doesn't.
Don't you need to go, Aspen?
Is this your way of trying to get rid of me?
Never! She peers at me from over the rim of her cup as she sips her coffee.
Nah, I haven't thought about that. I was just wondering.
I'm not sure if I should be flattered.
I think that's flattery. Nah, I haven't thought about getting rid of you. You know?
Anyway, I'm working a mid-shift today, so I don't have to go in until noon.
Mid-shifts are the worst. Oh my gosh. I have to take my brother to work for his mid-shifts. Starts at like 11, ends at 8. I'm just like, I couldn't even imagine. I thought working night shifts sucked. Mid-shifts sound 10 times worse.
Will you be writing then?
Yes, I ought to. I'm about halfway through this draft, and I'm trying to finish it by the end of this month, so
You're
Every
halfway through a
minute helps.
draft and you want to get done by the end of the month? How short is this novel? Like 50 pages or something?
Oh my. Halfway already? That's excellent progress. I look forward to reading it when you're finished.
Don't give me too much credit. I still have to get there first. And you know how that's gone before.
All you can do is keep trying.
Have you switched up projects a lot too? Yeah, I get it.
What are you
Hashtag
writing?
relatable.
A book. I've been working on it for a couple of years now. As long as I've been in Wellington.
Whoa. You're only halfway done? How long is it gonna be?
Only halfway. I wish it was as easy as you think it is. It takes time to plan the story and prepare to write, and then even after the drafting is done, you still have to edit it and fix it. Of course, the more you write, the better you become at it. And so sometimes you notice flaws in your story that you didn't catch before, so you have to go back or start over.
How do you ever get anything done then if you're always getting better? Don't you just have to finish it eventually?
Well, like I said, it's not that simple.
Yo, base Miho out there spitting hard facts. Listen, sometimes you gotta go for good, not perfection. Aspen clears her throat.
Anyway, it's difficult to explain to someone who's never written anything. Believe me, any writer would tell you the same thing.
I glance over at Juliet, who's intently watching her tea as she stirs it.
And you? Did you end up finding something to fill your time?
Oh, like a hobby. Maybe. I don't know yet.
Well, don't worry about it too much. It's supposed to be fun, not something you have to force yourself to do. Although I'm hardly one to talk. There are times where I want to do anything except write.
No, man. Literally, I've been in the phase, and by phase I mean like the past 6 months, where literally every moment is spent thinking about writing or drawing. Literally nothing else. The amount of times I'll just take my sketchbook with me while I'm hanging out with my friends and just sit there and doodle a little bit, or be thinking of stuff, how I'm gonna write stuff or plan stuff. It just never ends for me.
It's okay. At least you have something. Julia told me about movies, so I might try watching one of those. Have you ever seen a movie?
Once or twice, I'm sure. Actually, Miho, there was something I wanted to ask you.
I'll do. Okay, yeah, I'm down to listen. If either of you two ask me to do anything, I'm so down.
Well, how would you feel about helping out around
This is
the
exactly
library
what I
as a
wanted.
part-time job? I'll pay you for your time, of course. It would give you something to do during the day, and it would be a great help to me.
Really? But I thought you didn't need any help running the library.
It's true that I don't need it. The honor system has served me well for the day-to-day services, and I'm kept informed of any troublemakers. But in addition to the kind assistance from Aspen in the mornings, I also have to reshelve books, maintain the check-in and check-out logs, and more. I don't mind those tasks at all. In fact, I find them rather relaxing. But without them, I'd be able to devote more time to other pursuits. If you're uninterested, you're more than welcome to decline.
No, let's do it. Aspen didn't want me work. What if Aspen put her up to this? Sent her a quick text hey, I can't have Miho trying to get a job at the cafe. Boss will forget her by tomorrow. And so she's you should probably give her a job. We're the only people who literally can.
You needn't worry about being kicked out or disappointing me. I'm perfectly content either way.
Helping around her doesn't sound bad at all. It doesn't sound very exciting either, but it's not like I found anything else I'd rather do instead. At least it's comfy in the library and super convenient. Having some money again would be nice too. It would be even better that there's no one trying to take it back.
Alright, I'll do it.
Juliet looks a little taken aback.
That was fast. Are you quite sure?
Yeah, I'll try it at least.
Of course. If you find it's not for you, then I won't be upset.
Cool, that's all that
Why don't you
matters.
take the rest of the week for yourself, and you can begin on Monday.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Excellent. I'll be looking forward to it then.
The two of them chat a little bit longer before Aspen leaves to go right, and Juliet goes to bed. I say mostly quiet, thinking myself, a job. That's something I never envisioned having. I figured I'd just keep stealing until what exactly? I'm not too sure. Until I find my person, I guess. That goal has been all I've focused on for my entire life. Now spending time here in Wellington is actually making me plan things out in advance. When I stop and think about the future, it's a lot of emptiness and mystery. It makes me realize just how little I have to fall back on. That's why doing all these normal things like getting a job could be good for me. I don't know what might be useful someday. As for my person, I'm still always thinking about them and how I can find them. That part hasn't changed. For now, I'll just go with the flow and see where it takes me. Who's this boy? Wait, is that the little boy that we found at the street? What's the point of going to... There was a tutorial at the beginning and I definitely forgot about it. But is there any point of going to like these places that don't have people there? I don't know. I'll go talk to the kid, I guess. Feeling like I could use a break, I head down to Cuba Street while I walk. While I walk, I count up the bills in my wallet. Aspen was right, having a job is kind of nice. At least having money is. I can buy so many snacks and no one can yell at me now. Wait, but how do we have money? We haven't started yet. When I get there, I zero in on the convenience store I stole sandwiches from on my first day here. I browse through, grabbing anything that looks good and carrying it up to the front where I dump everything onto the counter.
All of these, please.
Are you having a party or something?
Nope. It's all for me.
It must be nice being able to eat all those without gaining a single pound. Ah, so jealous. Also, freaking whenever like it's like a full body shot of Miho and you can see her clearly, I'm just like, dude, I love that fit. Freaking the shirt with the little armband and like the midriff showing with like the pants and like the jacket that's always hanging around. I realized I described it in like zero detail outside of how she has midriff, but like it just looks good.
Now, find somewhere to enjoy these.
The impressed-looking employee fills up a plastic bag with my bounty, chips, candy, and sandwiches. I don't want to walk all the way back to the library, but all the benches around here are full. I carry my bag up the street and then down another, and another. Eventually I reach a place I've never seen before. A large brick entrance looms over me, with a wide open black gate. People are going in and out freely, so it must be okay. It's not breaking and entering if everyone's doing it, right? Exactly. As soon as I step in, I'm surrounded by plants. There's green in every direction. I don't have to walk for very long before I find exactly what I'm looking for. A nice quiet bench in the shade of a couple trees. Yeah, it's the little spirit! As I'm walking over, something suddenly flies past my face. At first I think it's a bird or piece of cloth caught in the wind, but after a second I realize it's a fabled, one that seems kind of familiar. It drifts away without stopping and floats in the opposite direction from me. I go and sit down, unwrapping the snack bar that I bought and taking a big bite. While I'm munching, a bug starts to buzz around my head. I wave it away a few times, but it keeps coming back.
What is it with things getting in my face today?
No matter how many times I swat at it, the bug doesn't give up. Finally, I go to knock it away and totally by accident end up catching it in my hand instead. I can feel it buzzing against my palm as it flies around, trying to find a way out. It's not exactly pleasant. I'm not sure what to do with it. If I just toss it in the bushes, it'll come right back.
Can I have that?
A voice from behind almost startles me into letting the bug go. I spin around to come face to face with the fable that flew by a couple minutes ago. Just beneath him is a kid.
The bug?
Yeah, it's for my collection.
The boy holds up a book with some pictures of other bugs on it.
I've got almost all the bugs on this page. That's the only one left.
Suddenly I remember where I've seen him and the fable before, on the pier, hiding from his mom a couple weeks ago. I think his name was Tommy. So I think, when we first met this kid, didn't like Miho have a talk with his mom about like how he's doing and feeling and jiving and stuff like that? Because that just makes me wonder, like, how do the people who interact with Miho like think their life's wind when they forget Miho? Like, let's say like Miho takes $20 out of their pocket and they like, oh my gosh, you just robbed me of $20. and then they forget about her before they catch her. Do they know that they've lost that 20 bucks? Or is the 20 bucks forgotten with Miho? I don't know. Or does their mind make up another way how they lost the money? It took me a bit to recognize him since he wasn't pouting like a loser.
Mom won't let me keep bugs because she says they're dirty, but Dad doesn't mind. So can I have it? Please?
I love the way his mouth is drawn. He pulls out a little jar from his pocket and opens the lid.
That solves my problem, I guess.
I dump the bug into the jar and Tommy quickly shuts it.
Thanks! Kirby and I were tracking this one all day.
Also, what I just realized is like we're just like meeting with people who are like doing their hobbies. Like he collects bugs. He's a bug boy. And then the other guy I think was like here fishing and junk like that. So the whole point was like for us to go out and meet people who are like, you know, doing stuff with their lives. I dump the bug into the jar and Tommy quickly shuts it. The fabled bobs up and down in agreement. At least I think it's agreement. That's your dad? He looks so young. Sorry, I'm so tired. I've been waking up at like 6 to 6:30 these past couple days, like naturally, and it's making me need to go to bed earlier. My bedtime used to be 11 to 12. Now I think it might just be 11, which is what time it is currently. All three of us turn at the sound of footsteps as someone else approaches us. My private spot is filled up pretty fast.
You catch anything good yet?
Dad! Look what this lady caught!
Oh, I love the sparkles in his eyes. Tommy runs up and shoves the jar into the man's face. He takes it and inspects the bug inside.
Oh, looks like a big one. Did you say thank you?
Yeah, Gerby did too. Oh, is that what it meant when you bobbed up and down?
Both Tommy and his dad stare at me like I've just said something crazy. I take an instinctive step backwards.
You mean that...
You can see Gerby? You mean he's real?
Oh, that's right. I remember this from last time. No one except Tommy can see Gerby. Tommy and me, apparently.
Yeah, he's floating right there. He has purple flower on his head, and on his sides.
I point to Gerby, although the little fable doesn't have a mouth. Its eyes crinkle up in a way that makes me think he'd be smiling.
Wow, she can really see him! See, I told you he was real, told you!
Tommy's dad whistles in wonder.
You sure did, kiddo.
He turns to me.
Not sure how you did it, but you're the first person I've met who's been able to see Gerby. I've heard lots about him, of course.
And that's when he pulls me and is like, don't you dare fill my kid's head with more lies. I've been taking him to therapy to get this idea of Gerby out of his head. He's believed in this little purple flower for too long, and I won't have you pushing these thoughts further in his head.
My name's Elijah, by the way, and I'm a reporter for one of the local papers. Mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Ooh, if people see pictures of me consistently enough, would they also remember? I just wanted to eat a snack in peace, so I'm being asked to do an interview. My discomfort must show because Elijah waves a hand, just like when I was trying to wave the bug away.
It's fine. Forget I asked. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm just not very good at talking to people.
Wait! Oh, Miho's pants aren't pants, they're a skirt! Oh, I love them. If you can't tell, I just love everything in this game. I don't know what else to tell ya.
No worries. Thanks for helping Tommy catch that bug, though. Beats me having to do it.
Sure. It was kind of an accident, though.
Hey, an accident doesn't have to be a bad thing. Me and Tommy should probably be heading out, though, or his mum's gonna be upset with me. Oh, and Gerby.
What a nice dad.
Okay. Goodbye.
Take care. Say bye, Tommy.
Bye, Tommy!
Bye!
Elijah takes Tommy's hand and leads him back out the gate. Holding Tommy's book in his other hand, Tommy carries the bug in a jar, peeking in to check on it every few steps. Only Gerby stays behind, orbiting around my head a couple times before bouncing up and down. Then he floats off in the same direction as the other two. When I'm finally alone, I sigh with relief. At long last, I enjoy the snacks that I bought earlier, and when a bug shows up and starts flying around me, I just leave it alone. I'm not taking any more chances. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I want to keep going, but I'm so tired. I was going to record one more episode, but I genuinely am falling asleep sitting here. Okay, but I will be... Oh. Sorry. I will be back with more in the next one. Oh my gosh, no. The waves started hitting me at like in between episodes, and now it just got worse, and now I'm like legitimately like, you know? So I will see you guys in the next one when we pick up with whatever we're doing the Thursday. So yeah, with all of that being said, I kind of want to say, do I want to save here? I probably should have saved before we did the map stuff so I could experience everything, you know? So I'll start saving here, and then I'll go back to this, and then we can do the one, talk with the guy later. This will be the main save, and this will just be like other choices. You know what I mean? But yeah, with that being said, I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we do be back with more. Please be happy in the last one. What happened in the last one? It's been over a week. It's been over a week. What happened? I don't remember. We played tennis with Lena. I think. I'm pretty sure. Let me push up my glasses. There we go. Now my eyes should be bigger and wider and more full of joy. Okay. Yeah. Let's just jump into it. Once we finish eating breakfast, Juliet drums her fingers on the table, looking thoughtful.
It occurred to me that perhaps I should give you the proper tour of the library now.
That would probably help a little bit, yeah, so we actually know what we do and where we doing stuff at when we're doing stuff here. That was a struggle and a half to say that.
That way, you have the weekend to get better acquainted with it if you need.
Tour? I think I've seen everything, right?
Pardon. I meant of the books themselves. Where to find each genre and what they are.
Oh, right. Sure.
She looks so enthused. I hadn't really thought about the books. To me, they're all the same, but I guess that wouldn't be true for everyone else. Right now, I have the place memorized in the same way you'd memorize a battlefield. What places are out of sight, how to get in and out, and everything else that might be useful. I don't think there are many battles that happen in here, so Juliet's tour would probably be more helpful.
If you'd like, I can show you a couple of my favorite books.
I would love that, but Miho can't read.
That way, if anyone asks for a recommendation, you could at least make something up.
That's actually a pogger idea. Let's do that.
That'd be great.
Anything that makes it easier for me Anything that makes it easier for me to make things up is fine by me. I had to reread that sentence because I was like, that can't be what she's saying. And I was like, that is definitely what she's saying. All right. The three of us head to the entrance.
Let's start with the basics, shall we? As you know, this is the reference desk.
See.
It's where books are checked in and out, and where anyone who needs help can find it.
See.
What kind of help do people ask for?
Usually, they need assistance finding a specific book. Or perhaps they need a recommendation for what to read next, as Aspen mentioned.
Hope they like the same books as her then.
Don't worry, I'll think of some that are more popular. Not my real favorites, which most people would be too bored to finish.
Oh, she's a book snob. Of course she is. Juliet leads us into the actual rows of shelves. I stare down the books as I pass by, committing as many details of memory as I can. Even if I can't read the words, I can try to remember the colors and shapes and covers.
Over here is the children's section. It's got lots of picture books and beginner reader books.
Aspen, Juliet, offer to teach Miho how to read. That'd be nice and cute.
The shelves are shorter too, so that children can reach them more easily.
If this is all the children's section, I think they're gonna have a hard time reaching the books that are in the ceiling. Or a row down from the ceiling, but you know, that's just me.
Oh, I've seen some of those around. Are adults allowed to read them too?
No, only children. Adults are executed on sight if seen with one of these books.
Of course. Parents read to their kids quite often.
Some people read them for fun, too. You gain so much more appreciation for the illustrations once you're older.
Absolutely true. Gosh, I love, like... I know I talk about this all the time, but I just love, like, the painting, like, how it's all painted. At least it looks like it's a painting. Even if it's, like, digital painting, like... Not to discredit... I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say here. It's really hard for me sometimes, as you can tell. I'm not exactly a wordsmith, as some people would put it. I just like the painting aesthetic. I like that it's a painting. It looks pretty. I'm gonna shut up now and just keep going. We head over to another area.
This is the non-fiction section. It's for books about things that are true, rather than made-up stories.
I rarely visit this section, personally.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of non-fiction either. In a shady corner near... Unless it's like a... Weirdly enough, I like... How should I put this? Look up Mr. Ballin's channel on YouTube, and some of his stories I really enjoy. Some of them I'm like, I'd rather live the rest of my life not knowing this horrible thing that happened in real life. It's sort of one of those channels, you know? In a shady corner near Aspen's favorite table, Juliet taps a small sign hanging on one of the shelves.
This is the mystery section.
Ooh, I do like
Stories
mysteries.
about detectives, murders, and other such subjects live here.
I honestly like most subjects, though. I can't really think of one that I'm not, like, a big fan of.
I do admire mystery writers. It's difficult to come up with a compelling one.
Yeah, and one that's actually executed well enough to, like, where you, like, kind of, like, leaving the bread trail for people to figure out that isn't super obvious, but also not too vague and obscure. Like, that balancing act of writing a mystery sounds like a nightmare. We go around the whole library like this, with Juliet and Aspen pointing out all the other sections. Finally, we come back to a stop at the desk where we started.
I do believe that's everything. Do you feel like you have a good understanding now?
Nope. Zip Zilla.
Keep them all straight. Fantasy, history, cookbooks, biographies.
Okay, I feel like teaching her the few words would be good, so because I'm assuming that they're labeled, but that's just a me idea.
I've got most of it, though.
By the end, my head feels like it's spinning, and I know that I won't be able to remember everything as hard as I try. But I do feel like I've gotten a better feeling for the place. At the very least, I could show someone where to find the restrooms.
It is a lot to take in. Don't worry if you can't memorize it all right away. There's plenty of time to learn.
Even I forget where things are sometimes, and I've spent more time here than at my own apartment.
Thanks. It might take me a while, but I'll get it eventually.
I know you will. I have the utmost confidence in you.
Oh, thanks. If I'm going to do this, I may as well try my best. Maybe something good will come from it, and if not, I can always just leave. That's
Want me to show
the
you the books I was
attitude.
thinking of now? Sure.
Yes, please.
I'll be off to bed myself then. Have a lovely day, you two.
Sleep well.
Night.
Juliet heads upstairs while Aspen and I go back to the shelves.
To start with,
She leads the way to the fiction section, which is easy to remember since it's the biggest. Aspen runs a finger across the books as we move down an aisle. I see her scanning the titles before she stops and taps the spine of one.
here we are, Wuthering Heights.
Have I read that? Hang on. Ah! I hate showing off. I don't know why I hate... There's nothing, like, on my desktop that's, like, bad. But, like, I hate showing it in videos. Wuthering Heights. Have I read that? What's it about? No, I haven't. I've heard about it a lot, though.
I just returned this one recently, after finishing my annual reread.
Maybe I should check it out. If Aspen loves it that much, you know, I gotta try it from a girl.
It's a very tragic love story. The main character is rather terrible, I must
Oh.
confess, and there's an awful lot of death.
When she says terrible, does she mean she's a terrible character, or he's a terrible character, or that they're just, like, a terrible person? I don't know.
But despite all that, it's beautiful.
That description definitely isn't what I was expecting.
People really like to read that stuff? Sometimes, yes. You read to experience all kinds of different feelings. Besides, I think there's a kind of sad beauty to doomed romances like that. It really does put life in perspective.
Is this foreshadowing? Is this foreshadowing? There's gonna be a time when we're getting really close to Aspen or Juliet, and then we're gonna be forced to spend a day apart for whatever reason comes up, and then they're gonna forget us right as we were about to get married or something? Oh gosh.
If you say so.
You don't have to take my word for it. I'm sure you'll see for yourself once you start working here. In the meantime...
I follow Aspen to the other side of the room where there are a couple smaller racks of books near the corner.
Do you enjoy poetry?
You mean like races and stuff? Those are okay.
That's pottery. Poetry is...
She clears her throat.
prose. Words in their best order. Poetry, the best words in the best order.
She's such a dork, I love her.
Samuel Coleridge said that. He was a poet, but he's not the one I have in mind.
Oh?
I'll show you what he meant.
The book she selects looks very, very old. It has a green cover that's rough like a lizard's skin, with the letters being faded gold.
Alfred Lord Tennyson is one of the most famous poets to have existed. I simply adore his work. Here, this is from The Lady of Shalott.
Shallot from Dragon Ball Legends. Ha! That's probably a reference that most people who are watching this might not get, because it's like, even for Dragon Ball fans, it's a niche reference. She clears her throat again, even though it's only been a few seconds since the last time.
Willows whiten, aspens shiver. The sunbeam showers break and quiver. In the stream that runneth ever, by the island in the river, flowing down to Camelot.
Camelot, no way! Fate! Oh my gosh! Everything ties back into fate. That's why it's the biggest thing on my channel and never will not be. Let's go, Camelot, baby! Listen, all I'm gonna say is the most recent part in Fate right now, we're back in Camelot, baby. That's all I'm gonna say. Perfect timing. I barely heard past the first line. I'm sitting here genuinely really enjoying this poem that she's reading, and Miho's just like, I stopped paying attention. She said willows, and my mind was gone. Head empty.
Aspens, like your name. Does it come from this poem?
If only. Aspens are a type of tree. Mum loves them. More than she likes poetry, for sure. I do wish I'd been named after it, though.
She reads me the rest of it, which ends up being pretty long. It's kind of hard to follow, but imagining the fields and towers that she talks about is nice. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've been to Camelot before. Some of the details in the poem aren't quite right. Anyway, she's the next character added to Fate Grand Order. Anyway, even if I don't really understand the poem, it's nice to listen to Aspen reading it. Plus, there's no way I'll forget what the book looks like.
Alright, last one. I thought 3 would be enough to start, but you can always ask me for more recommendations if you need. I could suggest books until lunch, if I didn't stop myself.
I might someday. Even though I lived in the library for a few days now, I never really knew how many different books there were out there before.
Oh, believe me, this library isn't even a fraction of what exists. It's not that big for a library, in fact.
Yeah, it's
just
a pretty small
huge
library.
for a personal collection, which is really what it is.
How many books have you read?
I couldn't even guess. Definitely hundreds. Maybe thousands? I've never tried counting, but perhaps I should now that you mention it. It would be nice to look back on someday. Okay, here we are.
The book she takes me to is laid out flat on an end table where more people can see it rather than on the shelf.
Everyone knows the story of Peter Pan, the boy who never grows up and can fly. Everyone except me.
Nice, not even the Disney movie. Come on, Miho.
Now you do too. Peter has a darling fairy friend named Tinkerbell, and he fights the dastardly pirate Captain Hook. Peter leads a group of boys called the Lost Boys, and they cause all sorts of trouble for Neverland, where they all live.
What do you mean he never grows up?
In Neverland, you never get older. So he stays a young boy for his whole life. Even when the girl he loves, Wendy, grows up and gets married, and someday dies.
You sure do like sad stories, huh?
I suppose I do. It's as Peter Pan himself says. To die would be an awfully big adventure. Still, it's not like I only like sad things. Romance is my favorite genre, and not just the tragic kind.
That's good to hear. I sit down on one of the chairs since it seems like Aspen wants to have a conversation. May as well get comfy. Aspen sits down too, fidgeting with the straps of her purse.
Why is it your favorite?
Why? Well,
Her hands stop moving while she thinks.
In a book, things can be much more perfect than in real life. A moonlit balcony all alone, or a sunset kiss on the seashore. Real life is considerably messier.
Yeah, romance is fun because it's that thing that, you know, you sit down, have a great time with, if it's a good one, obviously. But then it also gives you horrendously unreal expectations of actual people that will never be met. It's a great time. I love it.
I've never been in love before, although I think it sounds quite nice. As I said earlier, people read to feel things. So until that time, living vicariously through other stories is enough.
Based Aspen.
What about you? What about me? Do you ever hope to fall in love? I assume you haven't been in love before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Nah, I haven't. I like being on my own.
Do you think maybe that would change if you met the right person?
I don't know. The way you're looking away, it's sending some kind of signals, I feel.
I don't know. Maybe. I haven't thought about it much. Since everyone forgets me, there's never been a reason for me to care.
I suppose that's reasonable. Still, that must be... Well, it doesn't matter. Do you ever watch movies? Or TV? Just about everything has a love story in it nowadays, not just books.
Nah, not in a long time.
How long?
She sure asks a lot of questions, and they jump around topics so much too. I don't really mind, but I have to try hard to even remember the answers. All the places I've seen and days I've spent have mostly blurred together in my head.
I'm not sure. A few years? There was a really big crowd around the window, so I wanted to see what they were all looking at.
And? What was it?
I don't know what it was. I didn't speak the language there yet, and I didn't memorize the sounds.
So she hasn't watched a movie she could actually understand in forever. Also, why?
But on TV, there were these people in white suits bouncing around, and the people watching seemed really excited by it.
People bouncing around in white suits? Also, for some reason, this game requires me to, like, click a lot. And I don't know why. That's, like, the only issue I've had with this game is, like, sometimes it requires me to click multiple times. But that's not just, like, my mouse having an issue. Like, because the rest of my computer, like, I work on my computer all day for my job and other activities. And it never has those issues with that. It's just, I don't know if I need to click on the boxes specifically or click somewhere else multiple times or what, but I don't know.
Did
Aspen gasped.
the people on TV, do you remember by chance if the place they were hopping around looked like a desert, all rocky and empty?
Is this a reference I'm not getting?
Now that you mention it, yeah. How did you know?
She dashes a hand to her forehead in disbelief. That's the side of her face, but you know it works.
That was the moon landing.
Oh gosh. Oh, it's been so long.
No, I'm pretty sure I'd remember if the moon landed.
S tier response, miho.
Not like that, silly. It was when humans went to the moon for the first time.
Wait, they did?
Yes, and you saw it happen, apparently.
They must have had help from the Fableds magic, right?
No, not this time. It was pure human ingenuity.
Wait, we still haven't figured out what Aspen is. Is she a I'm assuming she has to be a fabled, right?
Whoa.
You look surprised.
I am. I didn't know humans could do something like that.
I mean, you go on planes like all the time.
Well,
It's only
not
like a
just
step from
any
that.
human. It took a lot of work from a lot of people. It still does to this day. I can't believe you got to watch it live, though. What was it like?
Had a really good lunch that day. Everyone was so distracted that I was able to sneak into a restaurant that usually would have caught me.
The vocal performances in this just make every line like so great. She shakes her head.
That's all you can remember.
It was some kind of pasta dish with white sauce and lots of cheese.
I meant about... Oh, never mind. Anyway, I was just going to suggest asking Juliet about putting a TV in your room.
Oh my gosh, they're taking so much good care of, like, such good care of me. Gosh, I can't speak. They're taking such good care of me. Oh my gosh.
Surely there's one in this place somewhere. It would give you something to do, at least. And you don't have to be able to read to enjoy the story of a good show or movie.
Unless it's subbed, you never know.
I might. I definitely need something to do other than walk around town all day.
Let me know if you do. I'll bring over some movies for you to borrow.
Oh my gosh, we just have a girls' night and I'll just like hang out in our room at the edge of our bed watching TV. That'd be amazing.
If I can't recommend books to you, at least I can do that.
Bruh, listen, audiobooks exist, you know?
Will do. I don't know where else I'd start anyway.
Miho's just gotta get hit up with that Audible sponsorship, you know what I'm saying? After checking her phone, Aspen stands back up.
I'll be more than happy whenever you ask. For now, not to be rude, but I'm going to go write for a little while. I'm working on the last couple chapters of this book before I'm finished, and I want to be done with it as fast as I can.
I want to learn how to read so that we can read her book. That would be so good.
Oh, sure. Good luck.
To tell the truth, I'm always a bit relieved when someone else ends the conversation for me. I never know how to do it myself. See, I'm just awkward and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna leave, and then I do. It's a great time. I wave goodbye as Aspen goes off to her table by the window, pen in hand. Within moments, she's hunched over her notebook writing. Not on a laptop or something? Weird. You know, that was very judgmental of me and very snoobish of me to be like, you're not writing on like a computer or like your phone or like whatever. Like, weird. Listen. I think it just goes back to me being in high school where I had to take so many notes in AP World History where my hands can't literally handle writing anymore without getting cramped up within like 5 minutes. So the idea of doing that genuinely sounds like a nightmare. I wave goodbye as that... Oh. I thought I had clicked. I'm kind of curious... Hang on. Can I... No, I want to pause it. Is there a way that I can... Let's just go ahead and save... Here... I just want to see what happens if I click on one of these. Like, I'd intended to take a walk through the botanical garden, but my usual route is being blocked by a small wedding ceremony. I didn't know a place like this would rent out space for weddings, but I guess it makes sense. Lots of good scenery for wedding photos. Weddings, huh? If I got married here, what would be the best flower to kiss the bride in front of be? Wait, what? Maybe like one that smells really good, so that I'm making pleasant face if anyone takes a photo. Not that I think any of that will ever happen, but you know, it doesn't hurt to imagine. Okay, hang on. So I want to go back now. Escape. Load here. I just wanted to see like if anything would happen or if Miho would just show up and be like, haha, this place exists, going home. I can't go to the den? That's weird. But I don't know why I would necessarily go anywhere that doesn't have a person there. You know? Why would I go anywhere that doesn't have a person at it? I don't know. Since I don't have anything better to do, I decide to head back to the park to see Lena. Aspen told me where and when I could find her, although we both know that Lena won't have any idea who I am. Making sure that I see Aspen and Juliet every day is hard enough as it is. Although I like Lena, I don't think I could put in the effort to have her remember me too. Maybe if she started coming by the library in the morning like Aspen does, although I'm pretty sure that's the last thing Aspen would ever want to happen. I go back to the park where we played tennis and wander around searching for Lena. It takes a bit longer since I'm not looking for something as obvious as a tennis court, but I finally find her in a group of people near some trees. All of them, including her, have shovels in their hands and are working on digging holes. Finally, something I'm good at. Although compared to tennis, it looks more like a punishment than a hobby. I walk over to Lena, who's barely made a dent in the ground. She waves when she sees me, but not in a familiar way.
Hi there! Here to volunteer?
Maybe? Volunteer for what?
To save the planet, duh! What does it look like we're doing?
Digging in the dirt?
Exactly! We're planting new trees to, help beautify the city of Wellington by promoting natural resources. I think.
Well put, Lena. I understand now. I like Lena a lot. She's great. She says the second part like she's reading off a label or a sign.
If you want to help out, go talk to Cyrus. He'll get you all set up.
Lena points over at someone that I sort of recognize. The dryad that Lena was watching when we played tennis. Yo, she's trying to riz him up so hard. I dig his horns and his vine vein? Question mark? Since I'm here, I may as well give it a shot, so I follow her instructions and walk over.
Hi there. I'm here to help out.
Welcome aboard. I'm Cyrus. Here's a sapling and a shovel.
He sounds so happy. Oh my gosh. Cyrus holds out a shovel in one hand and a small bucket with a tree in the other. I take them, doing my best not to drop the sapling.
Okay. I'm Miho. What do we do now?
First you dig, then you plant. Then you do that over and over until you get bored and go home.
Wow, he's just happy to be alive.
That sounds easy enough.
Everyone says that at first. Good luck.
Oh. He starts to walk away, but then pauses.
Hey, quick question. Are you friends with that girl over there? The one with the wings?
Lena? Sort of.
Can you let me know if she... Actually, never mind. Forget it. Let me know if you need any help.
He wants to get with her too? Oh my gosh, they just need to get over and talk to each other. Jeez. This time he really does leave, walking around to check the progress everyone is making. Now that I'm all set up, I take the things he gave me and go back to where Lena is.
Good to go? Since you're new too, let's have a race. We can see who plants more trees by the end.
Before I can respond or even think about it, Lena starts furiously hacking at the ground. Dirt flies like when I was building my den. I watch her for a second and then start on my own. I really don't want to compete with Lena, so I go at my own pace. It's a little awkward. I could do this for a few seconds as a fox, but using a shovel feels strange and inefficient. Muscles I didn't even know I have start to feel sore. Only a few minutes later, Lena sprawls on the ground in exhaustion. She's only halfway done at best.
I didn't think it'd be so hard to dig a hole.
While she's laying there, Cyrus comes round on one of his inspections. He stops and examines both of our handiwork.
Nice job, Miho. You're a natural. Lena, good effort.
You know what? Screw it. I dig Cyrus. He's a vibe. Lena leaps to her feet, using her wings to propel herself into a standing position.
I wasn't taking a break.
Oh, I didn't read the last part.
I was, testing the ground to see if it might be softer over here. Look, this one will be even better.
Before our eyes, Lena starts to attack the ground again, even faster than when she started racing me. Dirt sails over her head as she tosses it away from herself, with some of it falling onto Cyrus's head. He looks strangely resigned.
Just don't hurt yourself, okay? I don't want to have to carry someone to the hospital again.
Again? Well, digging tree holes? Oh my gosh.
Harry? I mean, again?
Lena asks questions without stopping her work.
It's a long story. Anyway, just be careful.
As he begins to leave, Cyrus puts a hand on my shoulder. I tense up but manage to not shake it off.
Keep an eye on her, would you?
I nod and Cyrus walks away. As soon as he's out of earshot, Lena comes to a halt.
Miho, right? I need you to break my arm.
I need that man to carry me.
What? Yeah, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe just a finger would be enough.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, you're right! A broken leg would make more sense.
I'm not entirely sure we're having the same conversation. I decided to try a different approach.
So, are you and Cyrus friends or something?
Friends? Kind of. Unfortunately.
I want to be so much more. I want that dryad to carry me all the way to the hospital. Oh, so romantic.
You don't want to be friends?
Girl, take a hint. She wants more. She wants that dryad dick.
I want to be more than that.
For the first time ever, Lena looks around after speaking, like she's worried someone might have heard her.
Like, best friends?
More than that. Like boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh.
That explains why I didn't understand.
How's that going?
Swimmingly. She sighs and her wings droop.
Well, you just saw pretty much. I know Cyrus from ballet, but I quit ballet, so I only get to see him at other stuff like this. But he's always trying something new every week, so I do too. But it's kind of hard to talk to him, especially when he's so busy. When I heard he was gonna come plant trees, I had no idea he'd be in charge. So I can't let him think I'm a slacker or bad at tennis. Not when he already thinks I'm a quitter.
I think I get it.
The one thing I know for sure is that it sounds complicated. Good luck, Lena. The two of us go back to shoveling dirt, and eventually we go deep enough that we can plant the sapling Cyrus gave us. I carefully set mine in the ground and then cover it back up the same way I've seen other people doing. When it's time to wrap up, Cyrus makes one last trip around, collecting shovels and handing out water bottles. When he reaches us, he nods approvingly.
Good work, both of you.
Thanks.
I gulp down the water he gives me in a few swigs.
Yeah, thanks.
On the other hand, Lena still seems a little dejected. She doesn't even try to talk to Cyrus before he leaves. When the two of us part ways, she gives me a half-hearted wave.
See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I'm not even sure what she'll be doing next time, much less when or where. Maybe Aspen will tell me about it again. Digging holes wasn't exactly something I'd want to do a second time, but planting a tree was satisfying, and I'm kind of curious to see how things with Lena and Cyrus go, if they go at all. Lena's kind of a lot, as Aspen says, but she's nice. I hope everything works out for her at least. I think a character like Lena is like a great thing for the story, because like having relations with Miho in this game would be really complicated when no one remembers her. But Lena's just like the type of person who's just like, oh, new person, we're like besties now. We're gonna be like best friends. We're gonna hang out all day. We're gonna do whatever. And like that's like a great character to have in like this type of scenario, I think. Looking around, I notice that I'm the only one left. So I toss my empty bottle in a recycling bin and start making my way back. At least Miho knows how to recycle. Okay, so I have two things. I forgot what the exclamation point means, and I forgot what the book means. I don't remember. But anyways, I think that will be all for this one. In the next one, we'll pick up with probably the waterfront, just because we did the little kid story last time. So I'm probably just going to switch back and forth between them. I'm probably going to do Lena every time just because I like her more than the little boy and his parents, and then the older dude. I forgot his name, not going to lie. But yeah, with that all being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye! Okay, I'm back. We're back. Let's go to the waterfront. While trying to think of something to do, I suddenly remember the fishing lessons that Juliet told me about. I'm already pretty good at fishing as a fox, but it does have its downsides, like having to get all wet and ending up with scales in my teeth. I know some people go fishing for fun, so maybe I'd like it too. At the very least, it could be useful to know someday. Besides, it's not like I've got anything better to do. Down at the waterfront, there's a huge crowd like always. The merchant booth that Juliet pointed out to me have long lines and clusters of people in front of them. Right along the water, there are fishermen selling all kinds of fresh fish. The smell, mixed with the salty sea air, is making me hungry. I wander over to the spot that Juliet pointed out to me. Today there's a half dozen people with fishing rods in their hands. Lines out in the water. They're all spaced apart, and behind them is a man who's giving them instructions.
Hold on. Don't I know him?
Hey man, I remember him, and the last time I saw him was months ago. I look closer. Sure enough, it's the man I met on the mountain not too long ago, who taught me what a kiwi is. He paces between the people fishing, adjusting their postures and giving them advice. There's another person helping him out, a younger guy who's untangling lines and preparing supplies. One of the fishermen waves at the instructor for help.
Hey, Mr. Kim, can you give me a hand?
Coming!
Mr. Kim practically skips over and shows the person how to send out their line.
I need some help too. Which bait should I use?
That depends on the fish. Let's take a look.
He bounces around between the group before he spots me and gives me a big hearty wave.
Hello there, miss. Here
I just
for a
want
bit of
one of
fishing?
these guys that she's met in the town before to just be like, oh, hey, it's you. I remember you from like 2 weeks ago. Suddenly send the entire situation spiraling out of control as Miho's like, wait, what? No, you can't. It's only a day. That's how it works. You can't remember me.
I was thinking about it.
You've certainly come to the right place. First time fishing?
With a rod, at least. I usually do it with my teeth.
Miho, you can't go around saying that to people.
Oh, I can't say I've ever tried that myself, but if you'd like to learn how to do things our way, I'd be glad to show you.
Sure, why not? I came all this way.
That's the spirit. Here, why don't you go ahead and stand here?
I take a spot on the pier and face the water. Mr. Kim goes through how to hold the rod, how to put bait on the hook, and finally how to cast. Once he's done explaining the steps, he steps back to give me some space.
All right. Now let's see what you've got.
Right. So I stand like this and put my hand here.
I do my best to copy everything he showed me, and then with a flick of my wrist, I cast my line out to the sea.
Perfect! Nice job. Oh, I forgot to ask for your name.
Miho.
Nice job, Miho.
Miho's such a cute
Keep it
name.
up and you'll be a master angler in no time.
How long does it take to catch one?
For me, forever. I went on a fishing trip once. We fished for like a day and a half. Not a single thing even bit my rod. Both of them.
Well, now that depends on the fish. It could be minutes or it could be hours. I've been after the same fish for years.
Oh.
Whoa. Don't you ever go home?
I love how literal Miho is. He laughs and I'm reminded of the first time we met up on the mountain.
I certainly do. But I always come back. Patience is the most important virtue, other than maybe a bit of luck.
Mr. Kim goes to check on the others while I stand there, waiting. It doesn't seem like anyone else is getting a bite, so at least it's not just me. Suddenly one of the other fishers yells with excitement.
I got one! I got one!
They frantically start to reel in their catch. All of us gather around to watch.
Steady, steady.
They plant their feet firmly, reeling in with all their strength. But it's clear that the fish is fighting back.
Of course.
Yo, a CG. Mr. Kim also grabs the rod, and together the two of them manage to land their catch. Everyone, including myself, gasps as the fish breaks through the surface, its red scales shining in the sunlight. Mr. Kim lets go of so the fish can admire their prize.
Oh. And isn't she beautiful? Congratulations.
I liked looking at like the Miho in the crowd, and then like somehow my attention did not even go to the two green horned people. Finally, it's time to pack up and head home. Mr. Kim catches me before I can leave the pier.
So, what'd you think, Miho? Does it beat the ways you've gone fishing before?
That was okay. I didn't catch anything in the end. But it was cool to watch you and that other person get one.
It's like that sometimes. You just have to keep trying. I hope we'll see you around again sometime.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks for showing me all that stuff.
In the end, it was just a lot of standing around. What he said about needing patience makes sense, but if I'm looking for something fun to do, then I'm not sure if this was exciting enough. But it's kind of relaxing, and I do think it would be useful to learn. Either way, I'm glad I came and checked this place out. Now to go see if Juliet keeps any seafood in the fridge of the library. I didn't mean to do that. After another day spent entertaining myself around town, I decided to take Aspen's advice and ask Juliet about a TV. The light is on in Juliet's study, meaning she's in there. I knock on the door and get an instant response.
Come in.
The study hasn't changed at all since I was here a couple days ago, except there aren't any bats in the corner this time. It's just me and her.
Hi. Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
I'm a little bit worried about how to do this. Usually I just take something I want. Lately I started saying yes when people offer me things, but going in and asking for something, well, I'll have to do it sometime.
I had a question. Yesterday, Aspen said I should ask about getting a TV in my room. That way, I'd have something to do.
Oh, that is a good idea. I take it today wasn't particularly exciting either.
Not really. It was fine. Nothing bad happened. I'm just...
I don't want to say I'm bored. What if she thinks I'm blaming her or ungrateful? I bite my lip, trying to think of a better way to put it, but she reads my mind.
Bored? It's all right, you can say it. An empty room would be boring for anyone. I believe there should be a television somewhere around. Let's take a look.
I follow behind her, out of the office. Juliet takes me down one of the hallways I've never been down before. And where I don't think I've ever seen the lights turned on. We pass by several doors. I love whenever I'm reading this and my mind will just like make up words that like make sense for the sentence, or I'll just read it differently than how it's written, but it's still like right. I love that.
What are all these rooms?
They've been all kinds of things over the years. Bedrooms, studies, playrooms. But now they're mostly just storage.
I love Juliet's house, the aesthetic of it all. If I had enough money for something like this, I would absolutely do it. We stop in front of one door, indistinguished from the rest.
I believe this is the one.
It's not locked. Juliet just opens it normally. Inside is dark and dusty. The window is covered with heavy curtains that don't let in any light. In other words, what you'd expect from a vampire's house. Outside of that part, I love having windows. There's tons of junk leaning against the walls, like some faded bicycles and dressers that's missing a drawer.
There it is.
Juliet points and I see what she's looking at. There's a TV in one corner with its cords wrapped around itself in a thick blanket of dust. We both walk over and I wipe some of the dust away and immediately blows into my face.
Miho, are you alright?
Still, I back away a few steps.
As you can tell, it's been a while since I've come in here.
Much more carefully than me, Juliet cleans off the TV.
I believe it should still work, though.
Okay, I can move it to my room then.
It's alright. I can take it.
I have vampire strength, and then she picks it up with one hand. Juliet effortlessly lifts the TV up and begins to carry it to my room.
Whoa.
I know from plenty of experience that TVs aren't exactly easy to lift.
I need to remind myself to never piss her off.
I said the vampire strength thing is a joke. I guess that's how vampires work in this too. Now we got a little TV. I hurry after her, arriving at my room, just as she sets the TV down in the corner and plugs it in.
Let's see.
She presses the power button, and with a soft buzz, it comes to life.
It works!
Indeed. I'm relieved. Let me try to remember how to use it.
It's kind of slow, but she manages to explain all the different buttons and what they do and how to use the remote. It doesn't seem that complicated, but also I never learned how to do it either. Once we make sure it's not gonna die or anything, Juliet leaves me on my own with it. I changed it. It's a little jarring when it goes from being the text down at the bottom to one of these big old text windows. It's a little weird, but I'm good with it. I changed through all the channels, getting an idea for what there is. There are some channels with cartoons, which I know are meant for kids, but they're also, listen, hey, not all cartoons, man. I just, today's been a good day. I watched some Owl House with my lunch and dinner. So, I record the light novel stuff on Wednesdays, just because, like, those days are already completely consumed with work. So I'm like, yeah, that's the day I'll slot, like, for, like, at 9 or to 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. with just reading visual novels. But for lunch and dinner, I watched episodes of the Owl House. Great time. There are some channels with cartoons which are meant for. There are also some shows with real people in them, but they don't make much sense to me. Maybe if I watch them from the beginning. There are also plenty of ads. I recognize more products than I do shows. That probably has more to do with my lifestyle than anything else, though. Even flipping through stations constantly, I do find myself having much more fun than if I was just napping or walking around. I see why some humans do this all day. Yeah, I was a little worried about Miho getting addicted to this. She might get addicted to this. Eventually, I go back to one of the cartoon channels. Even if they're for kids, they're much easier to follow along with. I pick one and leave it running, climbing into bed to watch. I end up spending a few hours watching until I fall asleep that night. Having something else to follow along with and think about is a nice distraction from having my own doubts and worries creep up on me. Is this what normal life is like? Then maybe it's something I could get used to after all. That was a fun day. Should I try going other places? I don't know. I feel like... I mean, I did like the little insight we got about, like, Miho thinking about marriage. That was something that we've never gone before. But I also... I'm kind of also like, it'd be nice to learn more about Lena and her Dryad bro. You know? I do like that. Should I cheat? Should I just... Oh, it's like the same thing. Oh, that makes it so much easier. That makes it so I'm not, like, missing out on junk. So let's just look at all of them then. I noticed from pictures all around the cafe that they're advertising some kind of new drink that has bananas and chocolate in it. Feeling a little burned out on my usual, I decided to be adventurous. Can I get, that one? I point at one of the advertising pictures by the counter. Oh, the Banana Slamma Frappe Rama? Oh my gosh, that is a name. I expected it to end, but it just kept going. The employee grimaces a little while she says it, as if embarrassed to have uttered it at all. She quickly adds, "The name is a work in progress. Aspen asked me what I wanted to name a new frappe, and I just kind of said it on the spot. I'm really sorry. I don't know what apologizing to me will do. I just kind of smile and shrug, handing her my money." Again, that was another moment of, like, handing over my money. There's another moment where, like, my brain just removed her, put over in, and was just like, go, 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 go. And it wasn't until I was, like, saying over that my brain also was like, wait, that's not the right word. Needless to say, the next time I visit the Bell House, all the signs for the new drink are mysteriously gone. This doesn't count as cheating. This doesn't count as cheating at all. Ha 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 ha. During certain times of the day, the restaurants around here smell even more enticing, and sometimes several of them smell strongly all at the same time. Right now is one of those times if I close my eyes, I can pick out all the scents of coffee, pancakes, steak, and something else I can't quite put on a finger. Well said, me. Sometimes this is appetizing, but something about this particular combination is kind of overwhelming me. Time to go somewhere less stinky. Load. Yo. I'm assuming that these, like, little interactions change, like, once a week, so that's probably what we'll just do is, like, go through each of them once a week. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. I take a long, refreshing sit and enjoy the seemingly endless expanse of water. Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy the sight of nature without any expectations. But my patience is rewarded with the sight of dolphins passing by. They're far away, just the smallest glimpse of dorsal fins moving in a group, but they're unmistakably dolphins. I whip my head around and it doesn't seem like anyone near me has noticed them, but I guess nobody else is really staring out into the horizon either. What a nice surprise. I do like these, like, I feel like some people might call them lazy because there's, like, no portraits of Miho or, like, anyone else, and, like, there's no voice acting. But in my mind, it's just kind of like, there are kind of two ways you could look at it. Like,
if you're like, oh, I really want to get to the next like important story beat with like Aspen or Juliet, you have like these really short ones that you can just kind of quickly go through while still getting like, you know, a little bit of that juicy character stuff in there, like you just Miho going about her day. But also like they're just less important than the stuff with like Lena or the stuff with Mr. Kim or the boy, you know? And so like, I don't know. They're just kind of like nice little, they're literally like side adventures. They take like 5 seconds. So I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of fine if they don't like go maximum over effort with all of it. You know what I mean? Because like everything that like needs the effort has the effort. And that's the way I feel like things should be balanced in everything, you know? It's sort of like, let's take like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. You know, the cutscenes are all voice acted and everything. But during like when the characters are just talking and there's like text boxes, it's just a lot of, you know? It's that kind of vibe. It's warm right now, almost warm enough that I wish I was dressed to go swimming. Right as I'm thinking about just doing it anyway, my eyes land on an ice cream stand. Bingo! After upending all the random coins in my pockets, I come away victorious with a nice cold popsicle that's about as refreshing as swimming would be. I think it's supposed to be in the shape of a character of some kind, but it's so misshapen it looks a little nightmarish. Eating it will be a mercy kill. Oh, that's funny. Load. And I'm also guessing that maybe the thing with the little boy is like the same thing as it would have been yesterday because it has the same symbol now. Walking up the mountain trail today, I find myself a shiny coin, so I decided to use it on the binoculars at the top. Once you drop the right kind of coin in, you can look through the glasses and see all kinds of things. I still don't really get it, but it's neat when it works. Alright, what's going on in Wellington today? Ew! I reel away from the glasses if they'd burned me. There's an old man skinny dipping in the river. I did not want to see that, especially not up close. I can't believe I paid for that. I give the glasses hole a gentle kick, hoping that it'll spit my coin back up. But the greedy thing barely shakes. Oh, hell. Load. I'm so clever. Alright, Lena, let's talk about your drama. During a conversation with Aspen, she told me about what Lena's next adventure would be, an outdoor painting class. When that time rolls around, I decided to go check it out. So it's been a day, so she should recognize us, right? Just like the other activities I tried with Lena, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The group is bigger than the one for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas on the stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paints and brushes in the middle. Lena's easy to find like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd, away from her. It seems like he's not the one in charge today. A friendly person in a paint-stained apron sees me arrive and helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and then sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lena is.
Hey, mind if I sit up here?
Oh, sure. Are you new here?
Hey, it's only been a day. You should recognize us.
Yeah, this is my first time painting.
Me too. Wanna have a Actually, maybe you shouldn't race when you're painting.
I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there's a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Lena's painting a picture of a young swan with a pink flower on its head. It's surprisingly great.
This is amazing for your first time.
You think so? I mean, of course it is. What are you gonna paint?
Lena's so cute. I love her.
I don't know yet. Let's see.
There are a bunch of different sized brushes and a variety of colors. Having so many options to choose from makes it harder, not easier to decide. Maybe I should go for something simple, like a tree. Choosing a brush and shade of brown, I get to work.
Alright, everyone. Warm-up's over. Go ahead and find a partner. We're going to work on portraits today.
My tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed and it doesn't look like any tree I've ever seen in real life, but at least I can tell what it's supposed to be. When the instructor says to choose a partner, I instinctively turn to Lena, preparing to ask her. But of course she's looking over in Cyrus's direction. I sigh to myself.
You should go ask him before he ends up with someone else.
Yo, look at... Oh, Lena, you may be the bird, but I'm the real wingman here. Let's go. It'll mean I have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock.
Whoa, are you a mind reader?
Yes.
Something like that.
That's so cool. You're right, though. But what if he says no?
Well, then you're rejected and you can move on with your life. Get over it, girl. Go ask him.
Then he says no, I guess. Nothing would have changed, right?
She taps her chin.
You know, you kind of remind me of someone I work with. Anyway, wish me luck.
Good luck.
I watch as Lena goes up to Cyrus and talks to him, too far away for me to hear. I guess it must work out because they soon set up their canvases facing each other. Unfortunately, watching them means that I miss out on my chances to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else is matched up with someone. That's more than fine with me, but unfortunately the instructor comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles the woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. After 10 or 15 minutes, she claps her hands to get everyone's attention.
Time to change things up. Show your partners what you made, and then go find a new partner.
While everyone gets to that, she brings her canvas over to show me.
Whoa.
It's definitely me. My tail is fluffier in real life and my ears aren't that big, but I can still recognize myself.
Mine's not even close to that good.
I turn around the canvas so she can see the results. Compared to the painting she made, I'm kind of embarrassed to share. Still, she smiles at it.
I think it's lovely. Painting is like anything else. The more you do it, the more you improve. And I've been doing it for a long time. We all have to start somewhere, though.
The moment the instructor and I are done talking, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena.
Hey, let's be partners.
Okay.
Sure.
I sounded more excited about it than Miho did. Secretly, I just think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good. Secretly, I just think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. The instructor blows the whistle to signal the start. Lena and I both get to work.
So, how'd it go?
How'd what go?
I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly.
Talking to Cyrus.
Oh, that.
Oh no, it didn't go good? Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks passably close to Lena's clothes. If I squint a little at least.
I got too nervous to really say much, so we just painted each other until it was time to switch.
In the middle of a brushstroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror.
Oh, what if he thinks I'm boring?
I don't think anyone could think that about you.
I was really about to say that exact same thing, Miho. Same brain.
But what if he does? This is not good.
Leaving the paintbrush in the grass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the sides of her head like she did back at tennis. She must do that for at least a minute, while I just keep working on my painting. It looks more like Lena than my last one looked like the painting instructor, but I already know her wings are gonna give me trouble.
Okay, got it. I need you to do me a favor.
Okay.
What is it?
When we change partners again, I need you to go partner up with Cyrus, and then you can ask him what he thinks about me.
Yeah, let's do it, Miho. Wingman it up.
Don't just straight up ask him, though. That'd be too obvious. Try to see if you can get him to say it without saying it.
Say it without saying it?
Yeah, you know, like...
Go on, Lena. She makes a few gestures that reminds me of charades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll try.
Thanks, I owe you one.
I'm not even motivated by that, because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to ever cash it in. Hey, dude, literally as soon as this ends, just go up to her and be like, hey, buy me a drink, girl, you know?
All right, new partners. This will be the last time.
Here, this is my painting of you. It's better than the last one.
It still isn't great, but I like the way some parts of it turned out.
Ooh, I look great.
Looking down at her own canvas, Lena frowns.
I, kind of forgot to paint you. So, I guess I owe you two things.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, hurry, before someone else takes him.
I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about it. Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own.
Hey, wanna be partners?
Alright. I'm sure it's a total coincidence you were just talking with Lena, right?
Yo, he's too clever. He's too clever. Miho, back out, back out. He's on to us.
Not at all.
I appreciate the honesty. Anyway, let's get started.
I genuinely feel too spiritually connected to Miho. That is exactly how I would have responded to. Literally, as soon as he said the whole, you were just talking to Lena. Wow, what a coincidence shtick. I was just like, oh, well, I should probably just at this point say like, yeah, no, it's not a coincidence. Both of us set up our canvases. I feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At the same time, I try to think of how to do what Lena asked.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Uh-oh. I mean, what is it?
Can you ask Lena what she thinks of me and report back?
There's something that I want to ask Lena, but I don't know how she'll take it. We've known each other for a bit, but that's why I'm worried. I mean, I kind of know her feelings, but not that well. So, and maybe don't ask her this outright. Maybe you can try to see how she feels by, like...
He makes some vague hand gesture that eventually turns into a shrug.
Well, you know what I mean.
Miho really doesn't. No, I don't. Oh,
anyway,
gosh.
What I want to know is...
A shrill whistle blows, cutting Cyrus off.
That's it. Time to show him off.
I rub my ears to recover from the sound before waiting for Cyrus to continue.
Actually, never mind. It was dumb anyway.
Miho, ask him now, hurry!
Here's what I made. Ta-da!
Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal...
Oh, phew.
I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad as painting as I am. I show him my equally unimpressive work. It's messy and scattered.
Nice job. You really captured the way I feel inside.
I wanted to press him on what he was going to say, because this is the second time he's almost asked me about Lena, then changed his mind. Before I can ask, though, Lena herself comes hurrying over, carrying her canvas. She walks up and shoves it into Cyrus's hands before he can even react.
I made this for you so you'd have okay, bye!
Immediately, she zips off back the way she came. He holds the portrait out at arm's length, where he can see it. I move behind him to get a good view as well. Just like Lena's picture of her swan, her picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. Ah, so she was painting him while she was supposed to be painting someone else. Because I'm assuming she already showed him the painting that she did of him in the first round, so... There's a lot of detail in his eyes, and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck.
Whoa. This is...
Really good?
Yeah.
The two of us look around to try to find Lena, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere.
What was it you wanted me to ask her?
Cyrus just shakes his head, still looking at the painting.
It's fine. I need to ask her myself.
Yeah, you two do, but at the same time, a wingman never hurts. All of us, minus Lena, help the instructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portraits and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk anymore about Lena. Still, even if it's a while before we hang out again, I have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. Well, yeah, because I come back to it like every day. Alright, and this time we'll do the little boy story. Wait, no! I didn't mean to click on anything else! No, hang on, load! You. Okay, here we go. No, shut up, Miho. Shut up. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that to you, Miho. I just need to get through this. Fly. Go.
Time.
Okay. Oh, we're almost done. I forgot. It wasn't until this one ended that I was like, that was a long one. And now that I have to go back through it again, I'm like, that's a long one.
Oh no, what if you... I don't think
Maybe I should just end the episode here.
All right.
And instead of doing the next one, but I kind of want to do the next one and then get into like the next
Hey.
day.
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying? Like doing a day an episode just makes sense to me.
We've known each other.
Okay,
so-
we're almost there, dude.
Well,
We're so close.
Anyway,
Alright.
Okay,
actually,
okay, yep.
here's-
Lena, fly in, come on, girl. Swoosh in. Yep, there you go. Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Really good.
Yeah.
Well,
It's fun.
Okay. Why? How did I hit the bell house when I was up here? Maybe it's because I was trying to click on these guys. So yeah, that's what it was. I was trying to click on the mom and the son, so it clicked on the bell house instead because that's the closest one, and that's how it seems to be doing it. If you see, like, my mouse is like about 1.5 inches above the bell house, so it's still lit up. And then I moved over the mom, still lit up. Over the son, still lit up. It waits until I'm over there to unlight. And I'm like almost down to the waterfront. Oh, yep. I got down to like the last intersection before the waterfront, and the QSC was still lit up. That's why. Maybe I should pay attention to what's actually lit up. Let's go. Looking for something to do, I head to Cuba Street to walk around. I don't go shopping very often since I have pretty much everything I could need at the library, but I do like looking around. The dad looks a little weird. I don't know what it is. I think it's his... I want to say it's his eyes or his... No, it's not his mouth. Because he kind of has just like, you know, like the typical art style for the mouth. I don't know what it is. But he just looks a little off to me. While I wander, I notice two people that I sort of recognize sitting at a table together. Tommy's parents. Last time the dad introduced himself to me as Elijah. Although I recognize his mom, I never heard her name. The two of them are sitting across from each other, and his mom has her face in her hands. Elijah looks kind of upset, but stays on his side of the table. Tommy and Jerby don't seem to be around. My curiosity gets the better of me. I sit down close by where I can hear what they're talking about.
Gwen, we're still on the same side here. Tommy's side, right?
I know. It's just... It's a lot, okay? It's a lot.
What's on her pants? I just noticed that. I don't think I noticed that the last time she was around. Is it like supposed to be like paint?
Yeah. But we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
At least we were right about that.
Here comes the divorce storyline. It's okay. Gwen pats her pockets looking around, and Elijah pulls out a pack of tissues from his own pocket. He offers them to her, and she takes one and blows her nose.
What are we supposed to tell his teacher? This is the third time he's gotten in a fight this month.
Oh, that's fun. Are they talking about Tommy? I can't picture him in a fight. He's way too small. What would he even be fighting about?
Did they say if he won or not?
Elijah!
Sorry. Why don't you talk to the school and let them know that we're dealing with it? And I can talk to T when he's back from your place next time.
Fine. Maybe he'll listen to you better than he'll listen to me.
Maybe. It's a shame we can't get Gerby to talk to him.
Gwen scoffs.
Or anyone. I don't think it's bad for him to have an imaginary friend or anything, but...
Oh, that's right. The other day, Tommy and I ran into someone who was able to see Gerby.
He's talking about me. I scoot a little closer on the bench where I'm sitting to make sure I don't miss anything.
Really? Who was it?
You know, I can't remember. I remember them saying it, but I can't picture their face or voice.
Okay.
Wish I'd gotten a name or something.
So that kind of, like, I asked that question not too many episodes ago of, like, what happens when Miho does something that impacts people's lives, but then they forget about her? They still remember the impact that she had, and like that she was a person that existed, but they just don't remember her at all outside of the fact that she existed. Like Miho could run over and be like, haha, hi Elijah, what's up, buddy? And he'd be like, who the freak are you? But he does know that there's a mysterious person in his mind bank that he's like, oh, this person did say something really strange, but I don't remember who it was.
So you don't actually know if they saw him or not? They just said they could.
Well, technically, maybe you're right. I wish I could think of who it was.
I'm tempted to walk over and tell them that it was me, but I don't know what that would accomplish. I don't have any way to prove what I'm saying, and it might just make me come off as crazy.
I can only sort of follow along with what they're talking about, but it seems like Tommy's having a lot of trouble, and neither of them know what to do about it. That's not anything I can give advice on or help with either. Sighing, Gwen checks her watch.
Well, I've got to go pick him up. I'll let you know what the teacher says when I talk to her.
Alright. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, bye.
They both stand up, and it seems like they're not sure how to act. Finally, Gwen gives a stiff wave and walks off down Cuba Street. Elijah sticks around for a bit longer, sighing like Gwen did and running a hand through his hair. Then he leaves in the opposite direction. Humans and their relationships are complicated. I hope I never have to deal with something like that. Now that the two of them are gone, there's nothing else to listen to around here. And there's nothing else going on around here that's very interesting. Eventually, I get up as well and start walking again, in search of the next thing that can entertain me for a while. Well, the next thing that's going to entertain us is the story in the next episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we back. In the last one, we kind of just did some town stuff after getting a TV, and it was kind of just a nice, chill time. But, yeah, with that being said, let's just get into it. After having dinner and saying goodnight, I head upstairs and get ready for bed. Also, I want to say, they have 17 songs in the soundtrack, which, to most people, doesn't really sound like a lot, and I would technically agree, especially for how long this game is. But to me, in my mind, like, listening to the whole soundtrack, because I have, it's very much so a quality over quantity thing. Like, the soundtrack is just so good that, like, I can hear the same soundtrack, like the same song, like, a few times in an episode, and it just genuinely doesn't faze me. Like, let's say, like, each track was, like, not even half as good as it is now, I would be like a little like, okay guys, you can switch up the music a little bit. I'm kind of getting tired of hearing each of these songs. But I don't. Like, I genuinely, until I looked at the soundtrack and listened to each one and could recognize them, I was like, wait, I've heard most of these like a few times already. That's crazy. Or at least it feels like I have. But I didn't put together that there was only a few songs in the soundtrack until that moment when I actually saw it, because each track is so good that it kind of just doesn't, like, affect me, I guess, if that makes sense. And I kind of prefer that. I kind of prefer having quality over quantity. Like, if I can go back and just listen to a game soundtrack or a visual novel soundtrack a couple times while I'm going for, like, a drive or a walk or something, then it's just a good soundtrack, you know? Whereas if there was, like, maybe, like, if there was, like, 34 songs, each one couldn't have been as good as it is. So then I would, like, go back and listen to it and just like, this is just, like, whatever, I guess. You know, that's how I kind of look at it. As I flick off the lights and start to leave the restroom, something under my reflection catches my attention. My bead is glowing slightly. Just barely. It's so faint that I can only notice it in the darkness. Removing the necklace, I inspect it more closely. They're warm. Not just my magical bead, but the regular ones next to it too. Not as warm as when I use my transformation magic, but enough that after 100 years of carrying them, I can detect the difference. I'm not sure what it means. Everything about my magic has always been a mystery to me. Really, some things like transforming I just knew how to do instinctively from the beginning. But other than the fact that my bead always comes back to me no matter where I leave it, I don't know much about it. Returning to my room, I brush my hair to the side and put the necklace back on. I don't have to wear it when I sleep, but it feels more uncomfortable not having it on, like something's missing. When I climb into bed, I pull the covers up to my chin like always. Rather than transforming, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is my first day of work. I never in 100 years had I my brain just put that entire thing all together, completely out of order, but it still worked. That's what I'm always talking about, man. Never in a few hundred years had I expected that thought ever to cross my mind. Never in a few hundred years had I expected that thought to ever cross my mind. Laying here in the place that I've started thinking of as home, the idea doesn't sound that scary. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited too. Maybe I'll be really good at it. It'd be nice to be good at something other than thieving. As my eyes begin to get heavy, it occurs to me that usually I'd have changed into a fox by now. Except for the first night when I was too tired, I spent all my nights here in that form.
I kind of want to reread that. That was a terrible reading. As my eyes begin to get heavy, it occurs to me that usually I'd have changed into a fox by now, except for the first night when I was too tired. I've spent all my nights here in that form. But tomorrow I'm taking another big step into people life, so it feels more appropriate to stay this way. Rolling onto my side, I face out the window as I let myself succumb to sleep, with the gentle warmth of my beads against my neck. Oh, I thought there was a little bit more to that sentence. My brain didn't register the period as a period. I thought it was a comma. The morning of my first day of work, I wake up extra early, at least an hour before Aspen will be here. I creep through the house so Juliet can't hear me and slip out the front door. Outside it's wet. I don't know if it's rain or just the morning dew. There's more dark than I'm so sorry. I'm struggling to read so much this episode. There's more dark than sunlight here, but I can already see that the clouds overhead are gray. Just 2 weeks ago, that would have been a cause for concern. Now it's barely worth thinking about. I have somewhere warm to go back to. I start walking, taking a familiar path. Has it really only been 2 weeks? I feel like I've done more living in the past few days than in all the years before them. Every day something new, and every evening something secure. It's a life I could have only ever dreamed of. It scares me how fast I've slipped into it. I spent my whole life alone, devoted my entire existence to keeping it that way. But now, ever since meeting Aspen and Juliet, I'm not sure I like being on my own quite as much. It feels like I'm losing part of myself. My armor, my defense mechanism, like I'm getting weaker, and maybe that's true, but also, maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to let myself be a little more vulnerable, just a little. There's no one else to be seen at Mount Victoria as I make my way up the path. Instead of going straight to the top, I veer off into the underbrush. I haven't been back to my den since Juliet came and found me. I haven't forgotten the way, though. All the rain since then has done a number on the den. It's barely recognizable since most of it collapsed into mud. In other words, it hasn't changed much since the last time I was here. Overhead, the birds chirp in the trees. Maybe they're the ones I fed before.
Morning, birdies. Sorry I don't have anything for you today.
It doesn't stop them from asking. Half-heartedly, I try scooping away some of the mud from the mouth of the den, but more just slides down, erasing my progress. Then one of the wall collapses even more, making things worse.
Well, so much for that.
It's well and truly ruined. That's okay, though. I don't think I'll be coming back here. Just 2 weeks ago, this was all I had. Now it doesn't feel like anything. Maybe that's okay, too. I turn, about to head back to the main path, when there's a rustle of a branch and something comes out of the brush. She walks confidently, for a fox. She trots right out of the bushes and crosses in front of me, then freezes mid-step. Her fur is pure silver, except for a patch of black across her face and paws. We lock eyes. Instinctively, I can feel myself prepare to transform, so I can greet her as a fox, but I hesitate. Is that still my place? I'd be lying if I called myself a fox now, at least fully. I relax, not having noticed how tensed I was. My beads also go cold, although they'd barely started to heat up.
Hi there.
I say it as a person instead, same as when greeting the birds. At the sound of my voice, the fox turns tail and runs. She doesn't give it a second thought. 1 second she's there, and the next she's almost out of sight. I can feel a pull in my chest telling me to run after her. I'm sure I could still catch her if I tried. Of course I don't. I'm not the kind of person who goes chasing after foxes anymore. Instead, I watch her disappear. It doesn't take long. Not even the grass rustles behind her. I'm sure I'll still transform into a fox in the future. I love it too much not to, but I have to set some boundaries for myself. Watching her go fills me with a pang of longing, but also confidence. I'm making a choice to live this way. Even if I regret it later, at least I thought about it. At least I'm trying. S-tier mentality. I make my way back up to the trail and up to Mount Victoria. Coming up here never ceases to amaze me. No matter the weather or time of day, the view is always stunning. Right now, it's just me and the breeze. I close my eyes and spread my arms out, letting the wind ripple through my hair and jacket. For a moment, I just let myself go and appreciate how it feels to exist, to be alive and enjoying the breeze. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? I open my eyes again, looking out over the city spread before me. The first time I came up here, I thought it felt kind of small.
After all, I can see the whole thing from here. But now it strikes me how big it is. How big and how full. There are more people than there are buildings, and there are plenty of buildings. Humans and fabled, all alive and existing. Up until now, it's been easy for me to forget that people exist just like I do. That they have thoughts and feelings and things that they want. Rather than just being problems to solve or obstacles to avoid. Now I can't help but notice just how alive the world around me is. Even at this early hour, I may be alone up here, but there's still plenty of activity down in the city. I fumble around in my pockets until I find the right-sized coin and feed it into the binoculars nearby. I scan over the city, looking for anything that I recognize. Finding the fishing spot is easy since all I have to do is follow the coast. The whole pier is already covered in fishermen. From there, I manage to find the bell house. Its windows are dark and it doesn't stand out much. I wonder if Aspen will be the first one there again today. After the bell house, I aim the lens at the library. The windows are dark there too, of course, including the window to my room. I pause on that image. Just my window, framed in the middle of the lens. From all the way up here, I can spot a tiny little place that I can call my own. Let me pick it out. None of these look distinctly like a library, I think. I stare at it until the shutter clicks and the view goes dark. Just 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and wondered if I'd be better off leaving. I'm glad that I have an answer to that now. I turn around and begin the long walk home. The library is still dark when I get back, but I can hear the low murmur of conversation from the kitchen. As I step through the doorway, I found both Aspen and Juliet already seated at the table waiting for me. Breakfast is already cooked too. There's a lot more food than usual.
Miho, welcome back.
There you are. We were wondering where you'd gone off to.
Morning. Just went out for a walk. Sorry if you thought I ran away again.
We did. Smack. Aspen shakes her head, pouring herself a cup of coffee as I sit down.
The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't really believe it. You've got a big day today, right?
Yeah.
You can say that again. Went on my walk just to clear my head.
I hope you're excited too. I'm happy for you, even if I am a teensy bit jealous.
Huh? Can't you just work here if you want to? Aspen scoops a tiny scoop of sugar into her coffee and stirs it. Wait, is that how you're supposed to do it? I'll have to remember it in case Juliet ever makes me drink tea again.
A teensy bit of jealousy is a good motivator to work even harder myself.
Actually, about that...
Juliet, you had better not be about to offer me a job.
Rather the opposite. I have a favor to ask. Just for today, do you think you could assist Miho as she gets her bearings? It's getting near my bedtime, and while I'm sure Miho would be able to handle herself, I imagine a helping hand would make things easier.
Have you trained me at all though, Juliet? I don't know if I know how to do anything, actually.
That is, assuming Miho doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Both of us look at Aspen expectantly. She bites her lips and tries to hide her smile behind her cup of coffee as she takes a sip.
Well, I suppose I could spare the time.
Great. But what about the Bell House? You didn't get fired, did you?
They'd go out of business the day they fire me, and they know that. But I enjoy how that's your first assumption. No, I simply swapped shifts with someone, so I don't have to go in until later.
Wow, that's convenient.
And much to our benefit.
Sorry,
Thank
I'm
you,
yawning.
Aspen.
Don't mention it.
Then, shall we turn our attention to breakfast instead?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
There's the usual eggs and toast and fruit, but there's also pancakes and hash. Oh my gosh, I need to talk about this. I heard about protein pancakes at IHOP. I was watching, I'll just be straight up. I was watching Nintendo Original 151. I don't remember what video, but he talked about it a while ago of protein pancakes. And I was like, protein pancakes? What the freak does that mean? That sounds awful. Because I've had protein bars before, and they suck. But for me, working out, trying to gain muscle and lose weight, I've reached like a threshold where I'm genuinely just struggling to improve, get any more. I've lost exactly 50 pounds since I started losing weight in October.
and by October I mean like literally like the last week of October, which I'm like super proud of. That's incredible. You know, I don't like to toot my own horn too much. You guys know I take digs at myself all the time. If you've taken 2 seconds to look at my channel, I literally label my Let's Play series Poorly Plays because I know I'm trash, alright? But, as I keep doing more research into weight loss, a big thing I need to add is more protein. I've been eating protein, like more protein than I usually do ever since I started trying to lose weight. But I'm like, oh, I should be like doubling to tripling it if I want to not only lose weight but gain more muscle. And so that's what I've been doing. But it gets a little repetitive almost eating the same things every single day of just eggs, chicken cutlets, low quality steaks because I'm not rich enough to be able to buy the best and salmon. That's basically all I eat for my protein and whatnot. While also trying to keep like carbs and sugars and all that kind of junk lower, you know? But eventually I looked it up today, and I was like, oh, protein pancakes. Apparently I've heard, the video I looked at said that they taste just like normal pancakes. And they were right. They're just normal pancakes, but with like 37 grams of protein in them. And I'm just like, banger, absolute banger. Still not the healthiest choice if you're trying to like, it helps if you don't eat carbs like earlier that day, just because like everyone's carbs. This is a long tangent, I am so sorry. But everyone's carbohydrate like goals are different. And for me, I'm trying to hit under 100 grams of carbs a day. So I like to try to shoot for like around like 70 to 80 at most, you know? That's how I've managed to lose so much weight, is just that and cutting out stuff like soda and candy and whatnot. Specifically chocolate, because that's really the only candy I eat. But they still had like 70 grams of carbs in them, but still 37 grams of protein, which is pretty solid. So it's one of those things of like, if you're trying to go for not necessarily a cheat day, but a lighter day, you know, if you're feeling like not necessarily cheat worthy, but like a little, you know, a little teensy bit extra carbs never killed anyone. In one day, you know. So I had them. They were great. Ordered some sausage links with them. Oh, so good. So good. Anyways, back to the sorry about that. Back to the thing people came for.
You really went all out, huh?
I felt today merited a bit of a celebration of you and the start of another chapter of your life.
Aww, thanks.
Aw, thanks. It's really all because of you two, though. I'm just...
Oh, quit saying that. You need to give yourself more credit, Miho.
Heck yeah, talk to her, Aspen. I can't. Me and Miho share the same brain cell. It just bounces back and forth between us.
We can only try to help show you the path. You're the one who has to follow it.
Preach, preach, preach.
Whoa. Who wrote that?
Me.
Nobody. I do occasionally have my own thoughts, you know. Anyway, just accept the compliment and let's eat.
Fine.
Oh, I love these three. They're all great. We all fill our plates and start to eat. Breakfast is as delicious as always. The pancakes are still warm and dripping with melted butter and syrup. And the hash browns are nice and crispy. Oh, hash browns slap so hard. Oh.
Great! I've never had hash browns that weren't soggy before.
Ugh. Sometimes that's because they were leftover I scavenged, but sometimes even when they're fresh.
I'll be sure to remember you like them this way. Oh, and the pancakes you made are delightful, Aspen.
Oh, the pancakes hit so hard.
Don't sound so shocked. I have to do a lot of baking and prep work at the Bell House.
They're really, really good.
You know, whenever voice actors have to, like, read lines where they have stuff in their mouth, I like to imagine that they were like, you know what, here's just an actual pancake. Put this in your mouth, please don't choke. That sounded wrong. I take that whole sentence back.
Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying them.
As tasty as they are, there ends up being more food than I can eat. I force myself to finish the pancakes, even though I'm full by the time I'm halfway done. With them. There we go, I can read. Because I don't want Aspen to take it personally, but eventually I have to throw my fork down in defeat.
Did you get enough to eat, Miho?
Yes.
More than enough.
I think I'm set for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll feel differently by lunchtime.
She does think about food a lot, so...
And there's no greater compliment to the cooks.
The three of us start to clear away the dishes, and I start to feel a little apprehensive as as opening time draws near. I've spent enough time in the library to know I don't need to worry too much, but I can't help but be anxious. There are a lot of little details to remember. Not just which books go where, but stuff like names and special requests too. I already know I'm going to be I already know I'm not going to be the fastest, since I'll just have to copy words and see which ones match, instead of being able to read them. With all the practice and memorization I've done, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. And so instead of dwelling on it, I make myself focus on rinsing the dishes, making sure I don't miss any spots. On the other hand, Aspen is positively buzzing with excitement, although I can tell she's trying to hide it. She flits from task to task, straightening things that don't need to be straightened and tidying up parts of the kitchen that aren't dirty. She hums to herself as she goes, sometimes popping up beside me or Juliet. And of course, Juliet herself is as calm as ever, calm and stoic. I thought she might be a bit worried about leaving the library in her hands, but considering she leaves it unstaffed most of the time, maybe not. At the very least, I'm determined to not leave the library any worse than when there's nobody running it. Finally, we finished all the cleanup and chores.
Thank you for your assistance. Are you two ready?
Yes, whenever. Yep.
Let's get the two of you set up then.
Juliet leads us to the front desk, where there's a fresh stack of checkout sheets and jars of pens, plus the computer for looking things up.
I did a once-over before breakfast to make sure everything was as it should be. I'm sure the two of you know your way around the place by now, and that's really all there is to it. And if you feel the need, don't hesitate to wake me.
Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'm like Cinderella. I intend to live my dreams for the precious few hours that I can.
Do you have any questions, Miho? Or anything you'd like to go over again?
I'm fine. I've done all the prep I can.
All right then. If the two of you are all set up, then I'll be off to bed. I'll see you in a few hours.
Have a good sleep.
Good night.
With a final wave, Juliet goes upstairs and disappears into her room. From behind the desk, Aspen places her hands on her hips and looks around like a queen surveying her kingdom.
And now we wait.
I take a seat in one of the two chairs and kick my feet back and forth. After pacing around a little bit, Aspen sits down too, twirling a pen between her fingers.
Nervous?
A little bit.
It's understandable. I was nervous on my first day of work too. I'm sure everyone is.
I just don't want to mess anything up. Especially not on my first day.
Relax, it'll be fine. Not that I think you will, but even if you do make a mistake, that's natural. It's how you get better at things. By doing them wrong until you figure out the right way. There's not much that can really go wrong, either. It's not like at a restaurant where there are customers paying money and with all kinds of different orders. If it takes you some extra time to find a book or put one away, that's no big deal.
Yeah, I know you're right, but I still worry. I don't want to do such a bad job that Juliet changes her mind about me or something.
Are you still worried about that? Juliet adores you.
Aww.
You could burn the whole library down and she'd still let you live in the ashes.
That'd be closer to what I'm used to, at least.
Right, you and your dramatic backstory.
Listen, this is why Aspen's my favorite. She's got that sass to her that I love.
My what?
Backstory? Life story? Whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of it.
Oh, it's fine. I don't mind. Just forget that you think it's interesting.
I hope someday you understand why. Maybe you'll hear a story that resonates with you and makes you want to know more, or get to know that person better.
Oh? She pokes me in the side with her pen.
Like me, when I met you.
Oh?
I guess that makes sense. Like, when I talked to you and Juliet.
Juliet, perhaps. Even I don't know much about her life before she came to Welly, and even that is fuzzy.
And you?
I know this makes me sound like a hypocrite, but there really isn't much to say about my past.
Anything you have to say, I will listen.
For one thing, I don't have nearly as many years as you two. But also, I had a boring, normal childhood in a boring, normal town. I went to a boring, normal school for a while before I moved out here, hoping for a change of pace.
Counterpoint, Aspen. You describing a normal life would sound wild to Miho, who doesn't know anything, you know?
But now I live a boring, normal life, just in a different city.
I'll bet I wouldn't think it's boring. I don't even know
See?
what a normal town and normal school are like.
God, this is what I keep talking about. That brain cell bounced to me, I responded to Aspen, and then it bounced back to Miho so she could also respond to Aspen. Gosh. Also, I'm starting to think that Aspen just isn't a fabled. Weird. Aspen opens her mouth to say something, but right as she does, the front door opens and Aspen leaps to her feet.
Good morning!
A guest. The guest, a red-haired human, looks surprised.
Oh, hello. Wasn't aware there was anyone working this early.
I'm just helping out today. But Miho here is the library's new daytime caretaker.
Hi there.
I wave, but I'm not sure if there's anything else I'm supposed to say. Luckily, Aspen seems to have it covered.
Let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Yeah, no, Miho, just for today, just watch Aspen what she does and be like, all right, tomorrow, that's all me, baby. Just gonna act like her.
Cool. Congrats, Miho. I'm just here to browse. Thanks, though.
Enjoy!
She gives him a bright smile as he walks in and heads to the books, before taking her seat again.
Good job! Thank you. Why don't you greet the next guest?
Or yeah, you know, that makes a lot more sense, Aspen. I'm glad that you have more than one brain cell that you're sharing with Miho. Because that makes more sense to have us practice while you're here.
Do I have to do that for everyone who comes in?
No, but a smile and greeting never hurt. Although we'll have to keep the volume down.
Right.
The door opens again, and a pair of twin dryads enter. I stand up, my legs feeling just a little shaky.
Hi! Let us know if we can help.
Neither of them speak, but they both smile graciously and nod in acknowledgement as they pass by us.
See? That wasn't so bad, was it?
No, but so far no one's needed any help.
True. Let's see who we get next.
We don't have to wait long. A breathless man carrying a stack of books staggers his way over to us.
Do you work here? Can you check these in for me? I'm running late as it is. Thanks.
Before we can even answer, he drops his book on the desk and then hurries back out the door. Dude, freaking Legoshi, what's his name? Jonah Scott? I hear his voice in everything, and I'd say I have like a 60% win rate of being right. The time that threw me off the most was in an episode of Pokemon where he was playing a dude who's just obsessed with blue Pokemon. I was like, nah, there's no way that's Jonah Scott. And for those who don't know Jonah Scott, that's the voice of Legoshi from Beastars, the English dub actor. Phenomenal performance in everything he does. But like, I just hear his voice, and I've gotten to the point where I just stopped looking it up because I'm like, is that him? Is that my boy? Oh my god, I don't know. Before we can even answer, he drops his books on the desk and then hurries back out the door.
I wonder why he was in such a rush.
No clue, but I respect him still taking the time to drop off his returns. Do you want to start writing them down?
Sure.
Taking a deep breath, I grab the top book and a pen. I grab the top book and a pen. The title isn't too long, fortunately. Slowly, I start copying the letters down. First a curve, then a straight line, then a loop, then an arch.
Hello, welcome.
I didn't even hear the door open this time. As more and more people start to come in, Aspen and I both end up pretty busy. The pile of books that just needed to be checked in grows fast, and I have to start taking some of them back to the shelves as I go, just to make space. By using a little chart with the alphabet and numbers on it, I'm able to slowly match the labels on each book to their spot on the shelves. As the library gets busier, though, I start making some educated guesses about where certain books belong and putting them with others that look similar. I can fix it later if I have to.
Could you give me a hand, please?
Over at the desk, the line of people has gotten pretty long. I have no idea what all these people normally did when there wasn't anyone around to help them. Yeah, I was literally about to ask that same thing. There wasn't a library attendant beforehand, so why does everyone need so much help? I shove the rest of the stack I'm carrying into an empty shelf and hurry over to help. After finishing with one guest, she hands me a few handwritten notes with label numbers on them.
Can you go find these? I think one was returned today, so it might not be on the floor yet. Also, these ones were checked out in the wrong name, so they need to be corrected on the sheet. These 3 here are going to be picked up later, but we've been asked to pull them ahead of time, so make sure not to get them mixed up with the others. Okay?
Got it.
Maybe.
This is absolutely how it feels to get a first job. Yeah, of just being like
You've got
overwhelmed immediately and being like, I'll do my best. Please don't hate me. With a little cheer, she goes back to assisting people. I watch for just a moment. She's clearly in her element here. Even with the line growing longer, Aspen doesn't seem to be getting nervous. I can't say the same about myself, though. There's no time to waste. I bounce around the library, trying to find the books Aspen wrote down. It takes a while, and I get the instructions mixed up a few times, but eventually I manage to track them all down. When I bring them up to the desk, the stack of returns is gone almost as tall as I am, so I start checking them in as quickly as I can. Meanwhile, Aspen has moved around to the front to give me more space to write and work.
All right, let's see.
I grab the top book and... I'm sorry, I just can't get over Miho's swirly eyes. I love them. I grab the top book and start to copy, then the next, and then the one after that. Before long, they all start to blend together, and the letters seem to swirl and move around on the page. I thought this was going to be easy, but it's making my brain feel like soup. I'm determined to push through it. Even if it takes me forever, which at this rate it just might. If Aspen weren't here, I don't know what I'd do, or what I'll even do tomorrow on my own. I can't worry about that. I can worry about that later, though. For now, I just have to keep doing the best I can. Book after book, line after line, guest after guest. It gets easier as the day goes on, but I wouldn't say it gets easy. But Aspen and I keep going. Eventually, we do start to get things under control and keep the chaos to a minimum. It's tough work, but not too tough. Maybe Aspen was right about something. The more I try, the more I feel like I can do this. Oh, whoa, is that a 9-tailed fox? Also, that was such an abrupt end to the chapter. Like, oh my gosh. Like, the first one, like, the chapter 1 ended on, like, the whole, like, oh, welcome home, Miho, and then music picks up, and then chapter 2. But now that one was just like, I wouldn't say it gets easy. The more you try, the easier it gets, or the better you get, and then it ends. But I love how these little... I need to find new words to say I love, to describe how I love it, because I just do love everything about this, all of Please Be Happy so far, and that includes these little cute little, like, chapter pages. I love them. But, yeah, with that being said, I will see all of you guys. Why did I have this one saved? I don't remember. I'll see all of you guys in the next one. Actually, let's go to the title. How far along are we? Load.
Ooh, I needed that break.
22%. We've still got 78% of this left to go, and these episodes are long, and there's been quite a few of them that I recorded already. I think this is like episodes 7 through 9, I think, that I recorded since the demo, basically. Yeah, I think so. So 9 episodes in, and we're at, well, I guess technically we're at 16 episodes in, but now we're at 22%. Whew, this is gonna be a long one, but I'm so okay with this, and I'm so ready to play it twice to get, like, both routes. I'm so ready. I'm so excited. It's gonna be a little while before we get to Fate, but that is okay. Because I was also thinking that maybe after this one, I could maybe do The Red Queen by Studio Lane, the same people who did this, just because it looks really neat and it seems pretty short, I want to say. Like, I saw someone, when I was looking up stuff about it, I saw that someone beat it in, like, I mean, not beat it, but, like, finished it in, like, 6-hour-long episodes. So it would probably, for me, if there is as much voice acting as there is in this game, it'd be like 12 episodes, you know? So I'm like, I could do that between, especially since there's no way that this is gonna go as long as a. Well, it could go as long as a Fate round. I actually don't know. Oh man, I don't know actually. That's a little tricky because I should probably get back to Fate because that's what people like, and I do enjoy Fate. But I just really like. I just want to check out more Studio Lane stuff, and there's so much Studio Lane stuff. So I'm like, man, I have visual novels that'll never run out of, you know? Because like this is gonna take me like. This alone is probably gonna take like another few months to finish, and then Fate's gonna take a few months to finish, and then obviously like again, Red Queen isn't gonna take that long. Like it'd take me like about a month to finish. Because I do about 12 episodes a month. Yeah, but I record about 12 episodes a month. So it shouldn't take too long to finish with that one. But yeah, there's just so much. I wish I could do more of this, just more, but it's just one of those, like, just time, man. Just time. I don't know where I would get it, you know? So, yeah, with that being said, I will see all you lovely, beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye.
Stop by again.
I will. More, please be happy. Old scars and new friends. Oh, Miho looks real upset. That's fun. Anyways, yeah, let's just get into it. Begin chapter. Why is it, like, off? It was, like... Haven't I? Oh, wait. Someone already said it. I'm kind of a little... Oh, yeah. No. Oh, shoot. I need to adjust these levels. Absolutely. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that should be good. I obviously don't want to overpower me, and I can fix this if I so need to. If they're too quiet. Because I did another game. Oh, man. It's going to be... This is the issue of recording without just using Audacity, too. Is that, well, yeah, I need to take like 10 seconds to sync my audio when when I'm editing. At least I don't ever have to worry about me not being able to be heard over the music or the music not being able to be heard above me, because I can balance it. Here, I just kind of have to wing it and like I'm like, I hope that this is all right level, and I have to do like a ton of testing. Like, I don't know, unless it's like a super duper long series, it just doesn't seem super worth it. Maybe I should make like individual scenes for like each game. Like I should probably make this like a please be happy scene and then make like stuff for like other games, you know? That'd probably work, I guess. I don't know. Recording is hard. The kind old man takes his books under his arms and shuffles out of the library. A whoosh of cool air passes over me as the door opens and shuts. With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy, but it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Talking to patrons. Aspen taught me that word. Oh, that's cute. Is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember, and there's still so much to learn. I don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Aww. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there, even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars. They never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person and books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has lots of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Oh, that's rough. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up to greet the new person like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar face. My nerves settling a little at the sight of her. Hey, girl. Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here. I say it again, but quieter. Also, I have no idea how big I should be in comparison. Like, should I be bigger? I feel like I'm just small. Maybe I should just go... boop, boop, boop. That feels more natural. Like, I would like to show off more of me. But now I feel too tall. But that just feels right, you know? That just feels right. Ha. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple of books that she checked out a few days ago. Hey, maybe you'd get more writing done if you weren't reading so much, lazy bones. I'm kidding. It was a joke. I'm not criticizing you. It's a meme.
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
Is that foreshadowing for this? Am I gonna get rid of that forget me curse and then we can be happy together forever?
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again.
Oh, that's rough. I hope that's not me in the future.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
If you say so.
It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. For now, though, I start copying the titles down onto the return sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes right back as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them.
If only I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line. I love Miho's like concentrated look. It's adorable. Oh my god. Also, I've been drawing Miho. I want to do some like little practices of faces at like different angles and that kind of stuff. And I was like, I've been reading this and I love it and I want to draw some Miho. So I did. Next, I want to do Aspen and then I want to do Juliet. And I was thinking like, do I want to try Lena and like do other characters from here? I don't know. Maybe, but I also want to draw other things too. So I might just stick with the three main girls for this one and then move on later. Follow me on Twitter because I plan to post them there if you guys want to see them. Which I should probably start putting my Twitter handle in or link to my Twitter in general in the description of these if I wanted people to follow me there. Yeah, that would make more sense. She hands me the pile. Oh wait, I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen. Is she gonna ask if you can teach us to write and read, or if we could get lessons about that somewhere? She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I have learned that sometimes it's easier just to make her spit it out. Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
Have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you
It would. I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue, though, so it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Have we? I thought this was like the end of our like maybe third week here. I was gonna say second, but then she was like, "Hey, I've been at this job for a few days," so I was like, maybe it's been 3 weeks total. What? She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me, but still, reading and writing. It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters, though, it seems like a lot of work. And I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure
Oh my gosh.
she'd be delighted if you picked it up.
This is gonna sound a little mean. I genuinely forgot like that Juliet would be an option for that, but she literally owns the library. Oh, we're gonna get lessons from both of them, and it's gonna be adorable, and I'm gonna love it. Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts. Also, I wanna do... There we go.
I'll think about it
Ah, she sounds so confident. I love it. Oh, that's right. Be assertive, Aspen.
I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and...
Listen, Miho, it's not like we literally do anything else. We literally go, pretend to have friends, and then come home. That just got, like, really sad. I don't know why. When I'm sad, I don't put my hood on that often, even though I think I'm adorable in it. But, like, for some reason when I'm, like, sad, I'm like, I kind of want the hood to be on right now.
Whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
Ha, not anymore.
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me. Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about.
Oh?
Aren't you here to get books? Right, that too. But anyway...
Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in little pictures of vases and statues and other odd... Is she asking us on a date?
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture for a limited time only.
Okay. Aspen, Aspen, you gonna say the line? You gonna say the line, Aspen? Please help! No, I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
An exhibit at your dad? No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was right. A few episodes ago, I was like, I think this place takes place in New Zealand, if I remember correctly. I was so right. Gosh, my brain is just too big.
You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington. That's very similar to the one I used on my first day here.
The Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I nod as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map. That's better than I can do.
When I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you.
But I wanted to go with you. Is Juliet interested in museums? Like, we could go, but she could only go at night. I just realized Juliet can only go out and do stuff with us at night. That isn't necessarily an issue, but I'm trying to like think too realistically about this, like of like them being in a relationship. And Miho gets tired at night. Juliet is only awake at night. I don't know.
But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Well, no, I want friends.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's been a long time since I've had really I've really had a moment to myself. Same. This is like the first moment to myself outside of working out that I've had in like I think like almost 3 weeks. I want to say it's so nice. That's one of the reasons I really like to record, honestly, because I can just like kind of sit down and just talk to me, if that makes sense. Like it's my recording is like my alone time. That and writing and drawing, because I don't really get a whole lot of I just don't get a whole lot of alone time, basically. Which you might be looking at like how often I record like hour-long videos and be like, you get so much alone time. Well, that's only realistically because I got so far ahead because I did record like all of Resident Evil 4 in like 3 days. And that was a whole month of work. So, you know, that and Breath of the Wild. I did a lot of Breath of the Wild all pretty close together too, so. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet or the patrons at the library. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes.
I think Aspen's thinking that our person's just dead. Because haven't we been looking for them for like, what, like 200 something years? It's, that's going to be a sad realization. Also, if we ever do if the person is still alive and we go to find them, we're going to have to leave Aspen and Juliet. Oh gosh, I just realized that if we ever find the person, we're gonna have to, unless they go with us, but they don't want to have to uproot their whole lives just to stay friends with us, I think.
Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon.
Okay.
I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Oh, I'm so excited for the... I'm so excited for the reading lessons. That's gonna be so fun. Wait, did I just skip something? Ah, without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the page. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple have writing on them that I can tell is a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. Ew, is it going to be from like where we like originally... Is that why it's called what it is? Because it's like, so who's ever like in charge of it or someone who brings in one of the exhibits is going to be like, from where we come from. Where do we even come from? I don't remember if they've talked about where Miho comes from originally. I love the background people voices. There's just something funny about them to me.
You got it.
I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lessons won't be so bad after all. Hey, listen, Miho. This is like the one time our single brain cell we share has been like off, you know? I'm so down for these lessons. I've been talking about them for episodes, and you're like, eh. Closing time finally comes around. The patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time.
Mick Callahan, that's a fun name.
Dottie.
Someone's actually named Dottie? That's incredible.
Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
In the time it takes me to finish writing on one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She knows everyone by name as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of all of them? I love Miho going into her impressed faced. I'd raise my hand, but I'm physically incapable. We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief escaping as the last patron heads out. My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
And we're about to get even better. We're gonna go further beyond when we learn how to read. And write, I guess.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. Like, I've been like really hard on my art recently. And like, man, I used to be so much better. Like, I found artwork that's definitely better than what I've been putting out recently. But looking through all of it, I'm like, wait. This is actually like not great. I am just better now. Like that, it's so funny. It's so funny because like you look back on some things like, oh, that was so good. And again, some of it was, but most of it is just way worse than what I'm doing now. And I was like, a reminder of like, maybe I'm being too hard on myself. I have improved more than I give myself credit for.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
Wait, when's the exhibit? Did we talk about that? She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those? Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho? Have you decided to learn to read?
More like Aspen decided for us, but I'm okay with her doing that.
Well, Aspen decided. I guess so.
Gosh darn it, Miho. Get out of my head. I pick up one of the books from Aspen's piles. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
How do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but like, okay, so Miho's adorable, and we all know that. But she doesn't really look like a little kid, but she kind of... I know we're trying to date these girls, but they kind of are like... what am I trying to say? It feels like they're like our moms in this situation, and they're just taking care of us. Like, we live here for free. They make us breakfast every day. They gave us a job, and now they're teaching us how to read. And like, just sitting here silently watching us, waiting for what they're gonna say. And she's just like, haha, so how do we start? Like, you know, like, she's trying to impress them. She's trying to not disappoint them. I don't know. It's just a very interesting relationship, I'll say. Not saying that friends can't help each other do this kind of stuff, but it's like, it's just kind of also the way that they act about Miho. Like, they kind of treat her like a kid, you know? Even though she's like 200 years old. Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisles of books. Guessing that I'll be here a while, I pull up a seat while curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Aw, that's cute. I don't know why, but like, this is gonna sound weird, but like, just characters just like complimenting each other is funny. Like, I was watching, I was gonna say out myself as a fan, but like, I don't care if people know if I watch him. I was watching Danny Mata react to Full Metal Alchemist today. Very odd reference. Check him out if you like anime and actually like really fun reaction videos. I think he's like the only reaction channel I watch. The other one I watch occasionally is like Koryax Kenshin. I'm sorry, I need to stay more on topic during this, but again, I think this game just puts me into like such a chill vibe that I'm just so willing to talk about everything, if that makes sense. Like, I've noticed I'm more talkative and more open, depending on like how like the game I'm playing, if that makes sense. But like, there was just a scene where Ed just goes like, "Hey Armstrong, you're like really good at drawing," and I was like, "Oh, that's so cute. I really like that." And then he immediately hits me with something very similar. I'm like, I'm glad that we think the same. But like, yeah, it's just little stuff like that. Like, characters just being like, "Oh, you have like way better handwriting than me. You want to do it?" It's like, "Oh, that's cute." Sorry, I took a drink. I was expecting a little bit more dialogue between them. My apologies. Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines.
To begin with, this is the letter A.
Gosh, I wish I could dress like Juliet and actually like pull it off. Or not necessarily pull it off, but be like comfortable wearing that all day. Because like, I like dressing up in like nice clothes and like a nice jacket with a good old button up and everything. I've never worn like a... Would that be like an ascot? I don't know what that'd be called. But like, I just know, like, I look at her and I'm like, I would love to wear that. I would just be so uncomfortable the whole time. The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean, and reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. You know what? At first I was like, that doesn't make any sense, but then the more I went, I was like, it checks out. It checks out. I'm sorry, I don't mean to yawn. I'm sorry, I'm evil. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quit for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
They're proud of us. Oh my gosh.
You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
I mean, hey, we have nothing else to do tomorrow outside of work, so we can totally just practice writing. The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
You think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
The look the two of them exchanged tells me my answer.
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading.
Yeah.
How quickly you pick this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
Bro, imagine living for 200 years and then being disappointed when you hear that something is going to take a few months. Could never be me. I've been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. Is she getting all... Look how cute... Wait, hang on. Hang on. Wait. I don't know what I was going to do with me. I was just going to, like, look at her like, oh my gosh, look how cute she is. I don't know why that was where my brain went to do it, but then I started, like, doing it, and I was like, I might as well show you guys what I was thinking in my brain. But she's so cute, and she's trying to not be all blushy. That's adorable. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen it's just a friendly gesture.
Here, follow these lines.
She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side confuses me further. See, here's the thing. Aspen didn't need to do that. She just wanted to do that.
Can you read what that says?
I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picture the cards and what they were holding up and what each letter sounded like. Oh, it's her name.
Miho.
With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes! You did it!
I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer me on for something so simple. But look at you, you love it. It's awesome, Miho. Good job. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, though, I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions that make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice each time. I get a little bit less shaky and a more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to my list.
It's our pleasure. Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
And Aspen, I love that you did.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes. I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until
Oh?
I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
I'm certainly good at that. What do you mean by that, Aspen? Oh my gosh.
How my? I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
As she gets up to leave, Julia and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
But I don't want to take too much of your time away from writing, though.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice.
Yeah, I realized I kept asking Aspen to do this, but then I was also like, I mean, Juliet's probably also really good at. I mean, she reads a ton, so she'd probably also be good at teaching me too. Maybe it just make more sense since we already live together and you don't have to go as much out of your way. I don't know. I'm thinking way too hard about this, as if Aspen's a real person. If she could come. You know what I mean? Because I like actually started thinking like, well, I also don't want to take too much of her time away from writing. You know, like that'd suck. I really want her to reach her goals and get out there and, you know, succeed in life. Like I think Juliet and I should do it because then Aspen doesn't have to walk here and walk back. We already live together. She can focus on her writing and stuff. And then I was like, wait, this is a visual novel. This is a game. She's not a real person. It doesn't. Anyways.
I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen.
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
Using your brain, man. It does it.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
See, this is what I kind of mean. Like, I know she's doing it to be nice, but like just the way that Miho's like, well, I didn't really actually like do my chores. And then she's like, no, I got it, girl. Go take care of yourself. Go to bed. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot and feel proud of myself. I can tell that Julia and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still wears me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that, routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of too. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. All right, and with that, I will see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we started learning how to read and write, and I loved it. And we are just gonna jump right into it, because I don't know what else to say at the beginning of these, so haha. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in at all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our customers but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, But I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. I love that when you actually like pay hard attention to like the progress you're making. That alone is such a good motivator. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol. Parasol and. Parasol. Parasol. I was right. I doubted myself. In hand, with a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
You're up early. Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Mia?
Great! Check it out!
I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. Why did I? What the freak? I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page, though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too.
That was so cute. Guys, if you can't tell, I just think that like all the girls, this whole game, literally everything about it is just so cute and comfy. This is absolutely just like a comfort game for me, and I love it.
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
We will do our best.
I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
Also, we can read now. We've leveled up. I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet and get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Hey man, anytime.
Oh, it's not that hard.
You do let me live here for free.
It gives me something to do.
Also, you let me live here for free.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself and have fun every now and then.
To me, that's the main part is the free rent. If I had that, I would also work. I would do anything you asked. I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself. Yeah.
I'm going to the museum after this.
Wait.
Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
So, Juliet can only come out at night. We finish our work at night. Juliet could totes my goats. Come with us. You know what I'm saying?
Useful.
Yeah, like about my person.
For some reason, did we talk about... Did Miho come from Korea? For some reason, like... That doesn't feel wrong, if that makes sense. But I also don't remember us learning where she was originally from. Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well,
I think they're just worried for us.
very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
Yeah. Okay, is this something other than the person being like... I'm pretty sure it's like 99% chance that they're just like, oh yeah, Miho's person, Omega dead, lol. But like, it could also be something else, and the idea of it being something else that's like scaring them like this much, it's starting to scare me a little bit.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Papa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye.
Goodbye, Mio.
You know, I saw a TikTok the other day that was like, hey, listen, writers, never include introductions or farewells in your dialogue. It's cringe and it takes too much time. And I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me. And I always feel like it might be a little awkward if characters don't just be like, if they never just are like, yo, what's up, man? Hey, Tibby Tom. Or like, all right, later, boys. Yeah, that kind of stuff. But, you know, whatever. That's just me. As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking, I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's hard to describe it's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face or voice, or the way they smelled like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life, been my entire reason for existence. At least until arriving in Wellington, anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Oh, dude, when we find out that our person's dead, that's gonna destroy me, ho. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Gosh, I'm sorry, I'm reading that one more time. I couldn't blame them since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby, something to pursue, and I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think okay, yep, it was in Korea. Yep. Not a day goes by where I don't think of that person back in Korea and my person, that forest back in Korea. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been a lot of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many other parts of myself, I'm still trying to figure them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study materials in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I've been spending so much time, this song is just always a bop. I realized I started bobbing my head. I was like, you guys can probably hear it in my voice, but then I was like, you guys can also probably just see me just bobbing my head with it. I love this song. Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and times outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting up from the town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back or maybe on a... Wait, but we need to make sure to see her. Don't we? If we don't see her tonight, then she'll forget about us. I follow the directions she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. You know, this building's a vibe. I dig it. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in. The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside it's huge. I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilizations. Okay, so fableds aren't like a secret. Like, everyone can just see Miho's fox ears. And everyone can see Cyrus's vines and Lena's wings. Okay. That was like the one part of the world that I was like a little shaky on understanding. Was if fables were just like an accepted part of society, or if this was supposed to be like a real world, but there are these guys that exist that just aren't really known about. Also, like, man, it looks so much brighter on this monitor than on like the monitor I'm looking at it on. Like, I was like thinking about that because I saw Miho's stomach and I was like, there's so much shading on there. I didn't notice that before. And then I looked back over and like, yeah, there's still like the same shading, but like it's a lot subtler because of like the coloring of this monitor. It's very weird. The civilizations, there are recreations of old human houses as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and fabled coexisting. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it. Just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much. This, I'm sure, Juliet would love to see. That this doesn't interest me a bit too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul. Is that how you pronounce that? The Korean writing system is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm about to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat fast with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from I am struggling so hard to read right now. I do apologize. From the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on a pedestal next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people and cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it does make me feel something, like I'm wanting something I can't have. Suddenly it comes to me, a feeling I've heard about that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I've passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside of them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays, in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now... I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course they're behind ropes, which keep me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought it was that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side... That was like a genuine like jaw-dropping moment of like, oh my gosh, wait, what? There's a fox? There's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring, but that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears, and several long, bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has the long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a small part that remains. A pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone-white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise the hand on my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumiho? It explained the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger, the curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fable became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and my tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved when I got caught stealing. Still, I had never been like the Gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone, that just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. Sorry to ruin the moment with the crinkle. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point on dwelling what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korea exhibit quickly, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brushstrokes, the shape of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally... It's been so quiet of just me reading that genuinely kind of scared me to hear like another voice. I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a middle-aged woman wearing a badge and a museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. What's the song called? Somebody, Someone? I don't remember what it's called. But this is like a different version of it. It sounds like it sounds really good. Or is this just? I mean, obviously it's just an instrumental, but like it's different instruments than like what's in the vocal version of the track. I think the instincts I thought I'd buried kick in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a getaway, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Miho, think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the displays? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building, though, and being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me, frowning.
It's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face was burning red, and I looked down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time, considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from humans. It makes some sense. Yeah, it was. That like felt like that felt real, if that makes sense. Like the way she was reacting, like trying to think of like all the different ways that like what to do and how like it, just with everything and like with the music too. That was a good moment. After I settled myself down a little, I turned my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card in one corner of the case covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I consider trying to copy it all down to have Aspen and Juliet read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet, or even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. As she looks over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them. Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
See very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me? Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all, simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for, a name. Zhang-in. I mean, it would be useful to listen to the rest of what she says, but, you know, that's just me. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born. Once I walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them. I say it over and over, making sure I'll never forget. Finally I have something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. This is going to be so sad. I might... No, dude, if Miho gets... I don't know. Just thinking about how it's going to go, I'm already like, I might cry. I know I'll cry a little bit. I'm not excited. I'm not excited at all for that. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, that's going to be the end of this one. I hope you all enjoyed, and I can't wait to see you all again in the next one. What do I usually say? I usually say something like something about you guys being lovely people. How do I normally say that? I'm never going to be able to say it again because now every single time I go to do an outro, I'll think about like, how do I say? I'll see all you lovely people in the next one. There we go. It's easy. It's so easy. I'll see all you lovely people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we are back. And oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was already like 11:22 p.m. That's crazy. Ha ha ha. It's so late. I didn't realize like how much time had passed for me. Anyways, last time we got a name for our person. I think, forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. I'm just not good at it. Xiang-yin. That sounds about right. That sounds how Miho was saying it, I think. And yeah, and now we're gonna go tell Juliet and Aspen about it next time we see them and get some news. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost in my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Good thing I can find my way back from here.
Excuse me, I had two little burps. I'm still within the area that I visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hummed to myself as I turned back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. Oh no, I don't want to read this episode. This is gonna be so sad. I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Xiang-yin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. Even if they were even if they were alive, though, they wouldn't remember Miho. I think this might be me analyzing Miho too much, but I just think that she's not thinking about that. You know? She has a person that's important to her, and she's like ignoring like very obvious and crucial things that could prevent her from seeing them again, just being in denial about it. Like, I get it, girl. It's someone that you love and you want to see them again, but like, they'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox I met back then, but a person now. I feel like that. Why can't I? It's already affecting me. This is. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. Wait, did Miho's eyes just get wider? I was like looking down here, and I out of the corner of my eye saw her eyes get wider. That was crazy. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Is it another fox? Then from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
It's just you.
So is this a fox or a Gumiho? Well, Gumiho have multiple tails, right? That's what Miho has? Yeah. Oh, it's just... Why did I read... Don't talk to me. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off me, she starts to transform. Whoa! Oh! I barely have time to be... Hang on! Wait. I'm sorry, I got slightly distracted. I just got a text. Hang on, what does it say? I just got like 18 text. I don't know, something about Charlie Day getting in a fight. I don't remember who Charlie Day is, but like, whatever. It was just very disconcerting to see that out of the corner of my eye. But after, like, I don't want to, you know, but like, it feels, story-wise, it feels a little too perfect to be like, hey, Gumiho are like are gonna rip people apart for the Lemowskis, you know? And now Miho's out here specifically feeling incredibly unsafe about this whole situation, and then a Gumiho appears after stalking her. Like, I wouldn't be sitting here being like, yeah, we're in danger because of a Gumiho being around, if the story itself hadn't just set up that this is how they were perceived, and then proceed to make Miho very uncomfortable with what's happened, like just in general about all of this. You know what I mean? That it just feels like that's the way the story's heading. I barely have time to be shocked. Looked as her arms and legs. The reason I kind of went through this because I was like, wait, did I already read this? I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. Oh, she's so cute. For the first, sorry, listen. Everyone in this art style is adorable, especially like, I don't know. There's always something about like wearing like the mask with like, oh, that's cute. Especially if you're just a cute girl. And I love the hair. Great choice. It's a little bit more of a silvery color than my own, but still a good choice, I'd say. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. But why now specifically? If you don't mind me asking, miss, just because like this feels too perfect. Is she related to Zhang Yin? Am I saying that right? Also, I'm sorry I'm talking so much. I'm definitely not trying to stall before we get to horrible news. My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away except for me and her. Yo, I love the fit, girl. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight like the skin of a snake waiting to strike, hanging loosely on her frame. The wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. Why did I say lead? I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller, milky color. Hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. I don't know, this might be a little bit of a nitpick, but like her arm... There's something a little weird about her art. I don't know what it is. And like this is... You guys know that this is me trying to be genuine, not trying to like nitpick or anything, because like I compliment this game for existing. You guys know this. But like, I don't know. There's something that just feels a little like off. Like I think like about the arms specifically. They feel too small, I want to say. Like are they too thin? I think specifically like the forearm is just a little small. And weirdly, it just feel like, yeah, it's just the forearm. Because like right here, you guys can't see my mouse. Because like the bicep down to the elbow feels like normal, but then it's just like the forearm past there on both arms. I'm like a little, that feels off. It just feels off. I don't know. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long flowing hair back as she takes a step. Can you see how long her hair is? As she takes a step towards me, I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instinct tells me that this is one of those times. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
The human pet still knows when to run.
Do you know me?
The human... What? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually.
I love her voice.
Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic.
Wait, is she talking about Aspen and Juliet? Is she saying that we're their pets? Because I mean, that's not the worst thing to be called. But, like, I don't know. I mean, we're just kind of vibing, my dude. I feel like you're being a little judgmental.
When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool.
Is this Miho's voice actress? There's something, like, the voice itself sounds a little similar, but it's just kind of like the way, like, the cadence of her voice, if that makes any sense. Like, the mannerisms she speaks with sounds very similar. Or they could just be a similar sounding person. I don't know.
I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scrubs.
Well, this has been a good talk. I'm gonna go home.
We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Good for you. I'm okay with that. Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just a moment ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience of finally meeting another Gumiho keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more.
You know, her calling us a dog sounds awfully like a slur, and I don't like it very much.
These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
Are you saying that you're gonna kill us?
You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your ability.
Wait, I just thought of something. I assume that Gumihos... Is it not just Gumihos themselves that have the curse on them that make everyone forget them? Because if so, how is anything, like, recorded about them? I'm just thinking about this now. Or is it just a Miho thing? Because if all Gumiho are forgotten, if you don't see that Gumiho within a day, then literally nothing could be recorded about them. Literally nothing. Well, not necessarily like nothing, but like you would like, let's say you see one, you get attacked by one, you go home and you're like, guys, I was beaten up by a fox lady. And then, you know, the next day you're like, beaten up by a fox lady? What are you guys talking about? No such thing happened to me, you know? Like, I don't know. She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm just left standing there alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other Gumihos. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on 4 legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over, just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up to her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but it's unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately. From a long time ago on one of my first mornings here, when I first woke up from my den near the mountain and stepped outside and knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I spent my entire life living free and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me, something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help but being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know that Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Aspen and Juliet everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Okay, and I hate to do this mostly because I want to read more, but it's just so late for me, and it's one of those ones that I'm falling asleep and I still want to do some things before I go to bed. I want to do a little writing and a little drawing. Even if it's only a few sentences. So I'm going to have to make this one a little bit shorter, and I do apologize, mostly to Beat, because I want to read more. I really do. Thinking about how I have to wait another whole week before I come back to this. I mean, I could do it before, but it's so hard to find the time. You know what I mean? It's so hard to find the time. So yeah, with that all being said, I'm so excited for the next episode and so dreading it at the same time. With all that being said, I will see all of you beautiful people. I didn't mean to take a screenshot. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Hang on, how do I save? I don't remember how to save. Escape. Ah, there we go. Yes. Sick. Bye-bye.
Lord.
Okay, guys, we are here. We are back. We are back with like my favorite thing ever. And if you can't notice, I'm still buffering a little bit. My plan was to not record anymore, please be happy, until I got my new computer, which I don't know if that's ever arriving, but it took so long that I decided, hey, I don't want to keep waiting, so you'll just have to handle me kind of moving at like a lower frame rate, because my face cam, takes a little bit extra, It takes a little bit extra. Hence, again, why I was waiting so long to get back to this, because I'm like, I don't want to like risk anything like breaking apart, So yeah, we are here. I don't exactly remember. I believe what happened last time was... Oh, sorry, wait, are we even at the right thing? Unload. June 8th. Oh, June 21st. We're on this one. Yeah, I instantly recognized, like, no, this is not right. Because last thing, I remember that we went to the museum, and we talked to that one girl who was also... But yeah, we did that, and she was like, you're like a disappointment to all of your kind. And we were like, I just like my girls. My girlfriends are like my favorite people. And then she's like, weak, you're being their pet. And I was like, no, you can accomplish anything with the power of friendship, Just like that. That was a great Tristan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged voice, I think. But yeah, with that all being said, let's get into it. I'm so excited to be back. I'm so excited to be back. I love this. I'm going to try and not move too drastically at all. I know that's going to be hard for me. But yeah, we're going to try a little bit. Because it's been like 2 months since I've recorded this, and that makes me genuinely so sad. Especially because like I started following another streamer who also streams this game and loves it and all that junk. And I was like, oh, I want to watch other people play this and go through it too because I love it so much. But I can't until I finish it, you know? Also, I can get a little Miho plush put on my head, but I can't. I don't want to risk it like destroying my computer, you know, man, you know? So I just don't want to risk adding any accessories myself right now. So, anyways, yeah, now let's jump into it. Yesterday's events, both the good and the bad, linger in my mind. Will I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up? Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho, right, Gumiho, by the end of today. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know, I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up by using the soaps and shampoos. I don't like this. There's no music right now, and it's feeling very ominous. Are we about to walk downstairs and, like, she's going to be down there and, like, murdering Juliet and Aspen or something? Dude, it literally, if anything happens to either of them, I will cry. I can't handle something happening to either of them. I clean myself up, given to me by Juliet. I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said. How I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
Yeah, snap out of it. Let them love you. I lightly pat my face like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start for her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a little more confident. I've heard that too. I wonder if there's actual like science behind it. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles. Ah, see, how could you resist that? Come on.
Morning, Miho.
Is it being greeted by 2 smiles the best? Why would you count that as a bad thing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide in my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go? The museum? Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Chongyin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though.
I hate this.
Museum
I
person
hate this so
didn't
much.
say.
The moment she gets it revealed, like that they're dead and that she'll never find them, oh gosh, that's gonna crush me. For a long moment, there's silence other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both of my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What? What are those?
I'm not ready.
For?
I'm not emotionally prepared for this. That was what? I didn't mean to put my hood on. That was a genuine accident. There we go. I'm so bad at being a YouTuber.
You seem awfully calm.
Mm-hmm.
I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too.
Oh, did I not realize?
I'll tell you about it some other time.
I guess they're not gonna bring it up. I guess we're okay for right now. Okay. It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Oh, Juliet sounds off. Why is she sounding off right now? Juliet fills her plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to talk to Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Jiangyin, but I want to wait until I can do that with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pan and Aspen wipes down the table. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure. As
Oh,
always.
I didn't mean to click. I'm so glad it still finished her little talk, because I did not mean to click that. With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library, ready to start the day. Or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep. I've got everything I need.
I click. Game? I had to click like 5 times.
Well,
I don't want to blame it just because I am causing everything to lag right now by overextending my computer a little bit, but you know, that's fine.
I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too. Sleep well.
Oh, they're both so worried about me. From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for my first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I wasn't sure what she was trying to say there. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately, as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Nice. I guess we can... Wait, no, I wanted to save. I just want to save here. Yes. Return. We have Cuba Street, Botanical Garden, Bell House Cafe. We could just go visit Juliet Aspen at work. Would that be weird? Or we could go here. I just don't... There's, like, not a lot of hints as to what these do, so we can just head here, I guess. I noticed from the pictures all around the cafe that they're advertising some kind of new drink that has bananas and chocolate in it. Feeling a little burned down on my usual, I decided to be adventurous. Can I get, that one? I point at one of the advertising pictures by the counter. Oh, the Banana Slamma, Frappe-Arama? That, gosh darn it, coffee. That sounds like a genuine name. The employee grimaces a little while she says it, as embarrassed to have even uttered it at all, she quickly adds. The name is a work in progress. Aspen asked me what I wanted to name a new frappe. And it was on the spot, and it was all I could think of on the spot. I'm really sorry. I don't know what apologizing to me will do. I just kind of smile and shrug, handing her my money. Needless to say, the next time I visit the Bell House, all the signs for the new drink are mysteriously gone. That's fun. Alright, I gotta do one more thing, don't I? Don't talk. Game. Game, please. Oh, I guess I don't. There's no music here either. I don't know. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Is as dead as I've ever seen it. Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. Well, we'll see each other later instead. The only patrons are here. Literally every single time she mentions that one of them isn't like here immediately, I'm like, oh gosh, we gotta go see her. We gotta go see him because so then they don't forget who we are. Oh no, I don't want to lose everything we've had. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather. so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towers near the door for anyone who needs one. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress, because I want to surprise them with it later. She's so cute. Oh, I love her. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
Ew. Whoa. At first it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle? Oh, gross. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in its middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. That must be what they did. That's what this one did. Now that it stopped raining, though.
No, you could dry up.
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flame goes out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me or even hear me at all, but I wave at the window and I hold up one finger to try and show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Julia has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure that she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti. I'm pretty sure she'd rather you save the water elemental than worry about that. We can get a new pan, alright? I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this by myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom nor in the library area. When I check the dining room a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet glass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Oh, this is a little lovely thing in the background. Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky. Oh, it's thick water? Oh, I hate that. Let it die. That's a joke, but sort of. Like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside.
Just put him in a bathtub.
Else out.
I hold the bowl as steady as I can and try not to spill anymore as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure none of the books get any books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
I rack my brain trying to figure something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait!
The bathroom!
That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
I can't. I can't go anywhere.
If you even can.
No, I can't. Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowled elemental. This time, I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big of a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked. Wait, didn't she have like a secret room or something? I remember that being a thing. I tried the knob again in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before since it's so far from my room. I dropped to all fours to try and see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, isn't a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had just been dark smudges turns out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk, a storage room. I feel like we've done this already. Have we not already done this? What am I thinking of right now? The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off. Yeah, maybe don't fill it all the way up, just fill up like the bottom a little bit. I didn't notice when I was getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face. Wait, why is she concerned about the bathtub running? Does Miho not take baths? I mean, I guess she is like, oh, it like wakes her up and then she's like, wait, Miho's supposed to be working right now. Why is she taking a bath? That weirdo.
It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
Oh?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's
I wasn't
section.
expecting there to be a fish tank arc. Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken, like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
Oh, she sounds so scared. She's so cute.
I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Oh my, the voice acting in this game is superb, through and through. Everyone does such a great job. I know, dude, I miss just complimenting this game, because I just love everything about it. Juliet's frowns deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry, more like she's sad.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong.
Although what? I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although?
Don't leave us hanging!
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of water before dipping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind. Hey, nice! Behind her. It has a rope handle and isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've ever seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
This is gonna sound so weird. I've never noticed like Miho's like little tassel thing. I'll point it out later. When she pops back up. Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control, but other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to spot what I had to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river. Way back when I was still living in the woods, I noticed a small abandoned ramp way back when I was still living in the woods. Haha, I can talk. But it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elemental spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes around the empty area before a turn of water suddenly shoots upward like a fountain, arcing clear over me. Oh, that's so pretty. As I look up to see I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water elemental crashes back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
Aw, that's cute. Ooh, who do we go with? Oh, we should probably end the episode there. I mean, like, we could do one of these and then end the episode, because I like these to go around 30 minutes, and my recording did go for like a minute or two, so we're only at like 25 minutes on the recording, so we're probably like 23 minutes in the episode, so we can afford to do one or two of these, depending on how long they go. But yeah, I mean, we might as well just do these two. Game? I'm lazing around at the library, relaxing in one of the comfy chairs near the shelves when the door opens. Two humans that I recognize walk in, Gwen leading Tommy by the hand. Of course, Jerby is floating above them. Jerby's like the cutest design ever. Like, that could be like a Digimon, and I'd absolutely get it in any Digimon game. The three of them go right past me, and Gwen takes a seat at the empty table close by.
I'm gonna be right here. Remember not to go too far away, okay?
I love that these are voice acted. Like, even like the what's like, I guess like the smaller parts of the game, like not like the main story is like still voice acted. I do appreciate.
I know.
Smiling, Gwen kisses Tommy on the forehead, and he makes a grossed out face. Then she pulls out a pen and some papers and spreads them out on the desk, sighing as she starts to look over them. I watch as Tommy, accompanied by Jerby, looks around the kids section for a bit. He pulls a couple books off the shelves, but puts them away without opening them. Finally, he wanders over to the edge of the library and gets down on his hands and knees, crawling along the floor. I don't have anything better to do right now, so I go over to where he is as well. I nod to Gerby as I do.
What you doing?
Tommy startles at the sound of my voice, but then he holds up one finger to shush me.
You're to talk so loud? We're in a library.
Great, even kids are telling me off now.
I'm looking for spiders.
Why?
Though.
You weirdo? I hate spiders.
Spiders,
Ew, spiders, ugh.
Why? 'Cause
No, they're
cool?
gross. Been playing a ton of Baldur's Gate 3 with my brother. He loves being a wild-shaped druid that just shifts into a spider constantly, and I hate it, especially when he talks to other spiders. Now that I think about it, he was trying to find bugs on it one of the first times I met him. I wonder if the one that I caught from is doing okay. Probably not, if I'm being honest.
Are you collecting them? Yeah. Do you like bugs too?
No. Okay, cool. We're on the same.
Really?
We're on the same page.
They're okay though.
I've eaten a few when I had no other options, but I don't think he wants to hear that.
Nobody does except me. Everyone thinks they're
Yeah,
gross
that's
and
the truth.
creepy.
That's what they are. Yep, they're creepy and gross.
But you don't. That's why I like them. Wanna help me look?
I'm not very interested in catching spiders, but Juliet might count it as helping to clean up a bit.
Sure, why not? I think I know where some are. Whoa, really? Yeah. There's this one corner that's really dusty.
Now, here's this little towel, and here's some furniture polish. Now go crazy, kid. I'm sure if you wipe away all the dust, you'll find a spider under them. Derby follows us as I take Tommy to the corner in question. Although Juliet keeps the library pretty clean, there are some spider webs and dirt between one of the shelves and the wall.
Wow, you were right! Gerby, come help me look!
Gerby floats down to Tommy's eye level.
Gerby's my friend. You can't see him, but he's here with us.
No, I can see him.
Cool.
I don't feel like explaining that I can in fact see him right now. Tommy closes one eye and peeks into the crevice looking for bugs.
Actually, Gerby's my only friend. I met him when I was looking for a beetle. He looks like a flower, but he's not.
Yeah. Gabe.
If I do
Thank
find
you.
any spiders, I have to get two so they're not alone. Especially if they're married. If they have any kids, then that would make their kids be really sad too.
Yeah, you're right. If you just kidnap their parents, that would make them pretty sad. I have to think that being taken away to be part of a collection would make them sad, but I keep that to myself. I crouch down to help Tommy look. There are some scraps of paper and a dusty pen on the ground, and plenty of spider webs above them. No spiders in them from what I can tell, though.
Do you know where else they are?
I don't want to take him too far away. Best to stay in the main part of the library.
Maybe up front?
If any come in through the door, they might have some set up close by. We go over there and start looking, with Tommy inspecting the floor and behind the furniture. I poke around as well, checking some of the corners. As I watch him crawl around, it's hard to imagine him getting into fights like I overheard his parents talking about. He seems like a nice enough kid.
Oh, found one!
Ew, stop it, Tommy. Stop. Tommy's kneeling down on the ground, pointing under a bookshelf. Both Gerby and I go over to see.
Look, see it?
I
see it. Are you gonna catch it? Oops,
Oh, is it thick and fat? Oh, those are the worst ones.
It could still be nice, but I don't know how to
With
reach
your
it.
hands, ya goober. Oh, whoa.
Maybe if we come back later, it'll be easier to get.
I don't mean to keep hitting that, I'm sorry. Tommy spends a while hunting the rest of the library for more bugs, and I follow behind him for some of it. Eventually, Gwen straightens out all her papers over at her table, and then comes to collect Tommy.
Tommy, what are you doing down there? You're gonna get all dirty.
Looking for spiders. This lady was helping me.
Gwen notices me, and I wave.
I'm sorry. I hope you weren't too distracted.
Nah, don't worry, I live here.
Oh, that's convenient.
I don't know if Miho's response makes a whole lot of sense, though. I hope he wasn't distracting you. No, I just live here. But you're still helping him look around for spiders. That's what I meant by distraction. No, I'm fine. The two of us watch Tommy for a second, who still hasn't given up on the spider by the door. Gwen sighs.
Thanks for keeping him company. He doesn't have a whole lot of friends his age to play with.
Don't say that too loud for Tommy to hear.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to study for grad school and raise a kid and work a job, and
get a divorce all at once.
Wow, lady, don't trauma dump on me. I don't care. Get out of my library. I'm kidding.
Not that any of that's your problem.
Gwen tries to rub her eyes and ends up almost dropping the paper she's carrying. She kind of reminds me of Aspen. The way she seems like she's holding in a lot more than she's letting out.
That's okay. I don't mind.
By tomorrow, she won't remember telling me any of this stuff. So if saying it helps her feel better, then it doesn't really bother me one way or another. With a tired smile, Gwen rearranges the things she's holding so that she has a free hand.
Come on, Tommy. We need to get going.
Fine.
Fine. Tommy looks under one last bookshelf and then finally stands up. Gwen leans down to dust off Tommy's knees and pants before taking his hand.
Thanks again. If you live here, I guess we'll probably see you around. I've got a lot of studying I need to do, so I'm sure we'll be back. Say bye, Tommy.
Bye! If you see any cool bugs, save them for me!
I will! Although you won't remember me, so I'll just be handing a random kid bugs in your perspective. Gerby waves goodbye to me as he floats out the door with the humans. I can't help but feel a little bad for Tommy and Gwen, and for Tommy's dad as well. It seems like both parents are doing their best, but Tommy has his own problems too. And without even trying, I know more about all of them than they're aware of. I have a feeling that won't change, especially if they're going to be back frequently, like Gwen said. Now that I'm on my own again, I return to the chair I was occupying before and settle down for a proper nap. Nice. Based. Hello, game. Hello. Yeah, I think with all that being... Oh, whoa. All right, we only got to do one thing? For some reason in my brain, I thought we got to do two. So I thought we were going to get to do both. Huh. Okay, but I guess that makes it even more sense. I guess it makes even more sense to end it there. But yeah, with all that being said, I'm super happy to be back. I know I've already said that before, but I hope that we can keep episodes churning out until the series ends. That is my ultimate goal, is to just keep going with this. I don't want to drop it again, because I love this, and I do want to get through it, especially since there are 2 routes. So yeah, with that all being said, I will see all you lovely, lovely people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we do be back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we started the game again and talked to Tommy and talked to Juliet and Aspen and helped Water Elemental, and that's basically it. With all that being said, let's just jump into it. Do. I'm so bad at intros, dude. I'm so bad. It's fine. I love it. All day it's been showering on and off, raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see the reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door. A series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3 from Juliet.
Yeah?
Are those her pajamas? I don't think we've ever seen them.
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
They're so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Sorry, I didn't want to speak over Juliet. But they're so cute. Oh, I love her little bow. It reminds me a little bit of someone else. I don't know who that would be. Who could it be? I don't know. Oh, who could ever tell? But it's so cute.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. Oh, she's so... Oh my god, wait, is that what Juliet sleeps in? She's so... Well, no, actually, no, this is her waking hours. Right. Vampire. It's still a great fit, though. She is, like, stylish. Oh gosh, I wish I could pull it off as well as she does. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out for my blanket to cradle it, happy for the warmth. I hold the mug for a while, before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although, I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Dude, does she make, like, homemade hot chocolate? Like, what does that mean? Like, I need to look up better ways to make hot chocolate, because I also... Oh, shoot, I crashed! I'm pushing my computer too hard. Oh, no! Here, let's see if I can get me pulled up while this continues. Let's just go like that. And let's just go like that. Sorry. 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 Let's see if we can get this to work. I'm also gonna click over here.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
Wait. Sorry. I don't know why he was going black.
We haven't. Oh, why don't we change that sometime?
I'd be
then?
down. We go on a little coffee date to where my other girlfriend works. That'd be great.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Well, that'd be lovely.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches. There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that
Yeah,
was
she
good.
doesn't exactly seem like the pickiest of peoples.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
That's the
Have you
fairest
found a
point.
favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen.
Aww.
Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it.
Also,
anytime.
sorry if I don't talk too much. I don't like to talk over them when they're talking because I think that the voice acting lends so much to the characters and it's so good. So I'm like, I don't really want to talk over it. And I'll comment when I have comments between them speaking, but I just want to clarify so then people aren't just like, wow, he's just gonna sit here for the next like 3 hours. That's cool.
Sure.
I tossed that onto my mental pile of ifs. If there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point I can't remember everything she said that about. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops. That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes. of
Juliet,
course.
come on, that was just earlier today. Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh gosh, I just wigged out super hard there. I'm so sorry, guys. Like, okay. Is it like a family member's or is it like hers from like her past and she just has like bad memory? But that'd be so weird. Bad memories just collected all these toys she's keeping. I don't know. That doesn't sound right. So I'm guessing it's like a sibling or something.
Oh, like from when you were
Oh,
a
or at
kid.
the end, maybe that one.
I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not mine.
Okay, yeah, no, I was right. Somebody else's. Haha. The sponge stops moving. Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Oh? Oh?
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person.
Did she, like, adopt a kid?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
That is such a pretty name. Oh no.
You have a
Oh
daughter?
no. Had a daughter. Oh no.
Yes. And she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning. So very cold.
Wait.
When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead.
So hang on. She said that she met them a few weeks ago, right? Or did she say that she did something with them a few weeks ago? Hang on. You remember when several weeks ago I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Who maybe... Oh, a civil... Oh, well, I crashed again. Can I still do my expressions? Yes, okay. Then we'll just go with that for right now. Sorry. That's vague enough. I can't really tell.
But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused.
Fair. Also, so wait, did they just not, like, knock? Yeah, they didn't no one knocked. That's, like, cringe. What the freak, dude?
I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her
I don't know,
on,
maybe it just looks
of
like an
all
orphanage.
places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't.
I didn't mean to click.
She had a
click.
great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day.
It sounds like she's saying axed.
She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her.
Oh, is this gonna be like...
But it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Is this gonna be like relating to Miho's thing of needing to accept that because of what she is, like, she's gonna outlive all of these people? Like, she's gonna have to be like, I had to watch my own daughter age, turn old, and die? Like, ah. Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she'd first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her.
Okay.
A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things...
Yes. The treasures and mementos of another
But why
life.
is it making you so sad, Juliet?
Of happy days filled with laughter. Of scraped knees and tummy aches. Of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Whoa. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Samesies. Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
No. Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier, with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure what else to do, or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since we have.
No, oh gosh, darn it, no. I'm not ready for this.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you. I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something, or maybe she just didn't want me to meet other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully it'll make more sense tomorrow after I go to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it up the stairs, but fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around. Now that I know what this room actually contains, more than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care to not step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. That's a little, you know? The morning air is fresh and crisp. The plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too hot and not too cold. As always, Juliet's steps are measured, and even as she walks, her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at that image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here.
We've been here for a couple months! Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question, because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
I can't. I don't. We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blink at the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees, which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this.
Oh.
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a badder fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle, or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onward. Right away, I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want us to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
No.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Woods are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word on top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, and then an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miha. I'm aware you didn't know. But... I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by
Oh!
now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there. Helplessly, she shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast.
She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp and try to force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch my own emotions in a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer, unfurling her parasol. She holds it over her shoulders like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She is also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho. To be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him. It's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learnt. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as one's vibrant hair fades to grey, and as one's strong hands soften their grips, as one's treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful, To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day, but there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as they pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. I run farther and farther away. One thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling and pulling, tugging at me. While I've taken over Juliet as we stood there, one I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything. For nothing. The world swirled in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever think to make it to think or make difficult decisions for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I looked around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize them at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here, even if she wanted to. Even if she found me, I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask who's hiding all these feelings? What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known that, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Aspen, too. Suddenly, every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Zhang makes sense. They both knew and were hiding it from me all along this whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple, too. So obvious if I just thought about it for a bit myself. I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down. Even more, I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from the pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Zhang Yin was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find something or somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together. Or at least her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cassette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again, potentially stronger? Maybe she was right, the other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. I think that's probably a good place to end the episode. And sorry that that hit me really hard. Stuff like this, just people dealing with it, especially if it's characters I'm invested in and stuff, and if it's well written, especially the people talking about their experiences with dealing with it, that always hits me really hard. It's something that I've had to deal with in the past as well. And so ever since that, it used to not hit me as hard. Just people talking about, unless it's a really unless I'm really connected to the characters and it's a really important to me character that's dying, that sort of thing. But ever since I've experienced this kind of stuff for myself, it's just these scenes have a huge advantage over making me get emotional. So I'm sorry if it sounded like I'm being a bit too much right now, but yeah, that really hit me hard, and that's why I wasn't saying anything during her whole speech, because I was just I gotta get it together, man, before I have to start reading again. So I think that's probably a good place to end. Oh, that was a lot. As soon as we started going there, I was like, oh no, I'm not. Because I know it's gonna hit me hard. Especially since again, I do love these characters. I know we haven't spent technically too much time with these characters, but I do love them, and that was just really well written, and the music was great. Everything with it would just work together so well, and I knew it was going to do that, because every single time it's even gets brought up, Miho's person gets brought up, I'm like, oh gosh, I'm not looking forward to that episode because I know I'm going to cry, and I was right. And based on everything that we've talked about in this episode, I doubt it's going to be the last time I cry, because yeah, again, it just hits me really, really hard. So sorry if some people out there don't like seeing other people get emotional. I don't know. But yeah, with all that being said, I will see all of you lovely people in the next one. I feel like I want to talk about that because that was just such a big thing, and I definitely had thoughts of what I wanted to say about it. So I kind of want to try to talk about it, but my brain is so cloudy right now. But I'm also not recording another episode tonight because my computer's done. I'm probably going to be able to record 1 or 2 episodes of these at a time from here on out, where I usually like to record 3. So that really sucks, but it's fine. Man, yeah, no, I feel like that's just I even called it when we were going there, yeah, this is just gonna play into Miho's story, and it did so well. It did so well. And I was expecting a bit of a bigger reaction from Miho when she first found out, but at the same time, I feel like Juliet just kind of completely stole all of that, though. I feel like it would be too. Oh gosh, I'm exhausted after crying.
I feel like it would generally just be like too much to have both Miho and Juliet have a giant emotional breakdown scene like that. And Juliet's was so good and so emotional. I don't know if I could have made it through another one. Like if Mio had to have like a huge breakdown scene, like I probably would have had to end the episode right there, and we just have to come back to it later, which would have been super awkward. And again, I feel like the emotional pacing of the story probably wouldn't have been as strong. Like it would have been too much all at once, essentially, you know. But that was just so well done, just absolutely phenomenal. From especially like Juliet's voice actress, like doubt you'll ever hear this from me specifically, because that means you'd have to be watching this video, which sorry if you are. But that was just so well done. That was such an incredible performance. That was like one of the main things hitting me was just like how sad you sounded. It sounded so genuine. Like it sounded like it was coming from such a real place, and that hit even harder for me. So yeah, just excellently done to just everyone involved in that scene. That was incredible. But yeah, with all that being said, I will see all you lovely people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back after a long break. Much longer of a break than I ever wanted to take from this game because I love it and I want to get through it. Mostly so, one of the big reasons I want to get through it is so I can watch other people play it because I love it and there's so many people I want to see play it. Just a couple Vtubers and PNG tubers out there that I like played through it. I need to see it. I need to see other people react to this because I love it so much. I need to see more of that love. Again, if you can't tell, Please Be Happy is like one of my favorite things ever. And the main reason I haven't finished it yet is because A, this year has been insane in games. It's been so much. B, I started streaming and 99.999% of the stuff that I taught of the time I spent like making content was streaming or making shorts, trying to grow, trying to get big, baby. But so like a lot of the other stuff like this and Fate, the Fate visual novel kind of just got pushed to the sideline along with stuff like Pokemon Legends Arceus or Fire Emblem Engage, which I love and haven't finished yet. Like all of this stuff that I was doing on this channel before I started streaming has just been on like the back end. It's been a bit on the back burner, but I'm trying to take a little bit more time, chill and vibe with some of this stuff. So yeah, with that being said, also you can't tell, I got a little Mimo on my head. Oh, look at her, is she cute? I also have the actual plush in real life, and I love her. She's so cute. She sits on my desk every day, actually like right above my webcam, so she's looking down on me at all times. I love it. It's so cute. But yeah, no. Just for full transparency, the release schedule for I guess the schedule for visual novels from here on out is going to be a Studio Lane thing and then a Type Moon thing. Sorry, that brain fart right there was just me trying to figure out like how do I describe what the schedule is going to be. So we're going to do a Studio Lane thing and then a Type Moon thing. So we're going to do this route and then the next route of this. And then we're going to jump into Heaven's Feel to finish up the Fate Stay Night trilogy, essentially. Then we're going to do First Snow. Also, why am I, like, so laggy? What's going on there? It looks like it's probably just, like, an OBS thing, because I'm looking, like, fine here. Very weird. Also, yeah, okay, there we go. The background's back. So, yeah, we're going to finish Please Be Happy. Then we're going to do Heaven's Feel. Then we're going to do First Snow, because Twofold came out, and I didn't know that was actually a sequel to First Snow, and everyone's loving Twofold right now, so I really want to get into that. So after Heaven's Feel, we're going to do First Snow. Then we're going to do probably Hollow Ataraxia. Then we're going to do Twofold. And then from there, I think we're probably going to do Witch on the Holy Night. And then we're probably going to do, like, two or three other Studio Lane things, because there's, like, the Red Queen, and there's one other one that I was looking at. I was like, I'm really interested in this one, and they're both on like the shorter end. So I was like, we'll probably do those ones, and then we'll probably do, depending on, hopefully by that point, Tsukihime and/or the Fate Extra remake will be like localized and available over here. And if not, then hopefully the fan translations will be ready for those. And if not, then we'll probably do some other visual novel stuff. I don't actually know if I'm going to stream visual novel stuff after I finish Fate, Heaven's Feel, and this, just because I'm like, do people want to see that? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Also, I don't know why I'm so laggy on my OBS. Is that just... Hopefully that's not just me. I mean, I don't know. This is very weird.
This is very. I've never had this issue with my computer before. Very odd. But I think with that being said, we've spent enough time dilly dallying. We can get into this. I throw open. Also, there was a line that I missed. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk in the sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
Oh, my headphones are being real bad. Hang on, let me disconnect them and reconnect them really quick. Because that did not sound good to me at all. And the voice acting in this game is too good for it to not be appreciated. Sorry that there's so much scuff in the first episode. Legitimately didn't mean for that. It just kind of happens. At a certain point, you got to realize hey, if you try to avoid all the scuff, if you try to record without all the scuff happening, you're never going to record. I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like. Covered in blankets and lying on the floor, I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend not now. She let herself in here. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Meanful.
Wait. There we go.
Put things together this way. Such a painful way.
Okay, no, these headphones are just not working. I think they must be super low on battery. Hang on, give me just a second. I'm gonna go switch my headphones really quick to my wired ones. I'm so sorry that there's so much scuff already. Okay, so I couldn't really... Okay, so I couldn't really fix it. Okay, so I couldn't really fix it. Just because there's no way for my wired headphones to reach, so I kind of just have to deal with this for right now. I think it's because my headphones are dying. Hopefully that's why. If not, then they've kind of always not been too great anyways. So I might need to get a new pair, which kind of sucks because I don't want to spend that money, man. But I'll just have to deal with it for this and probably the next 2 episodes, and then we'll move on. Hopefully I remember to cut all that out. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hand, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
So you did know.
Whoa, what happened? Why is it gone? Okay, there we go. I cut her off without thinking as she confirms my suspicion. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew?
Oh. Because she and Aspen have been giving each other those looks of oh, you know what's going on. They've known for a while, and it's just confirming that. Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head. Wait, did I read that? Wait, no, I want to get the conversation. Hang on. Bop. I cut her off without thinking. Oh, okay, yeah, I did read it. Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
Oh. She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did, yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I can manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that.
Oh.
This really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time.
But if you always wait for the right time, it'll never come. The right time never comes.
Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down.
Which is that's that's so fair.
Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again, not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket, it's Juliet's. She just lets me use it like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue, doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillow still covering me. My face and my head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too. Eventually. I don't know what to say, or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to conform like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs where we normally be having breakfast, except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library is already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apples without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library while Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
But don't you need to go see Aspen though? Don't you, because she's probably at work. She's probably at work now. We probably need to go see Aspen now. Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then, if she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Oh. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guests on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. Oh, please tell me that we're going to go see Aspen. Please tell me that's what we're doing. Please. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. Why is there no music? It feels so off. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a little more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
Oh, she doesn't know that we know. Oh, no. I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh,
Let me get,
Miho. The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow, picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink, just started ordering out of habit. See, for me, when I lost a friend, I'm so glad that I didn't. The reason I ate anything was because for some reason McDonald's turned into the perfect, like, horribly depressed, unavoidable grief kind of food. It was the only thing that I could eat without, like, throwing up or, like, I could actually get it down without, like, gagging, that kind of stuff. Like, it was a very rough time. So, like, I'm just saying, like, dude, because I didn't even realize, like, that was something I could eat for a while. So it was, like, the first, like, day or two, I, like, don't think I ate, like, anything because, like, I couldn't decide on anything. I was like, no, that sounds bad. I don't want to think about eating. I don't want to think about what I need to eat or what even sounds good, that kind of stuff. And then on the third day, I think I just, like, took myself out for a drive and was like, I should probably, like, get something in me because I haven't eaten in a while, that sort of thing. So I'm like, oh, this is hitting too close. This is one of the reasons, like, last episode hit me so hard and I was, like, actually, like, crying during it. It's because, like, I have also lost someone important to me. So it's like stuff like this, especially when it's, like, written well and it's like, oh, this is so true. It's like taking me back to that moment. It's like, it's simultaneously, like, such good writing, but it's also very hard for me. But I'm also, like, enjoying it because of how good the writing is. And I, like, love these characters and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's very sad and very real, but I'm, like, okay with it. Hello?
Whatever you recommend.
Sorry, the reason I said hello is because it wasn't, like, working for the first, like, second. Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Oh, you're so
Thanks.
sweet. Both her and Juliet are so sweet, but I also understand, like, Miho's, like, towards them. It's just gonna take her some time to, get back to him. Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
This? Coffee.
Thanks!
What else? Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Oh.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cups to my lips again just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine. Taking one of my hands in hers, I pull away immediately. And
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Oh. Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend
She
of
doesn't
yours?
know. Oh.
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Oh, I hate the music cutout. That hit me. As soon as she said that and like the music cut out, I felt like my heart stop. Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
You knew, didn't you?
Her hands toy uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way.
That's what I was really about to say. There's not really a good way to find out.
That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything. Just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself. And to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently stewing in my emotions. What felt like burning rage last night feels less explosive. I do wish they'd become more honest with me. I do wish they'd been more honest with me. But they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
You busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though, that I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though, that something's still bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
Oh, gosh. The performances right now are, like, killing it right now. They're like, oh, they're too good. Oh. Okay. Oh, I guess we'll go to the botanical garden. I don't really know how long this episode's been going for, because I did have to take that, like, tiny little break to try and fix my stuff. Also, I don't know why I'm so laggy here. Why am I laggy in the recording? I think I need to reset that. But I think we'll do this big ol' talk in the next episode, and I'll spend that time to try and fix my lagginess and to emotionally prepare myself. So with that being said, I will see all you beautiful people in the next one, and I am so happy to be back doing this. It's already so good. It's hitting me in all the emotions so hard already. So I'm so happy to be back. With that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Mm. Okay, we are back with more Please Be Happy. And I forgot to mention the last one. Another reason why I had to take a long break from this is I actually downloaded this like a month or two back to get back into it. But this is essentially my only criticism of this game, is that it doesn't appear to have sync up to the cloud on Steam. So I moved everything over to my new computer for streaming and everything. And this is the only game that lost all of its save data on it. So I had to essentially mash through the entire game to get caught back up. Basically, I had to mash through like 20 episodes worth of material, 21 episodes worth of material to catch back up. So I guess like the only criticism I have of this game that I'm like, oh, I don't really like this part is if you're moving computers, it's a little hard. Also, it looks like I'm still a little laggy, but like I'm better now. Okay, that's good. That's good. I did fix it. That's awesome. But yeah, with that all being said, let's just get into it, because I'm guessing that this is going to be a big, meaty, juicy chapter, baby. With that all being said, let's just get into it. Okay, we are actually back. Yeah, my OBS crashed. It was fun. Good thing all of it saved though, because I record as MKV files, which 99% of the time just makes me have to convert them over to MP4s and makes editing take longer. But you know what? In cases like this where my stuff crashes, because I am the king of scuff, it works so much better. But yeah, my stuff crashes as soon as we load it into this. So that's a whole lot of fun. But yeah, no, we're back with it. I'm probably gonna not be able to record as many as I wanted to tonight, because I was hoping to record 3 episodes, getting back into the swing of it. But because of that crash, I sat there for a while because I'm like, there's a chance it doesn't save all of my stuff. You know what I mean? But I was like, I kind of have to do it now, because I waited for like 15, 20 minutes, because sometimes even if you do save it as an MKV file, sometimes it doesn't save all your stuff if it crashes like that. So I just kind of had to wait and see. You know what I mean? So yeah, with all that being said, let's just get back into it. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. Okay, I didn't crash. Whoa! We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the Botanic Garden, not far from the Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat and thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
A new feeling to be the one waiting instead of waited for. Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
But we do kind of spend all day there. We work there, we live there, we hang out there. We need a new place.
We never really go anywhere else?
Yeah. Exactly, Miho, exactly. I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless wreck that wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click a sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talks about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
One of the photos there caught my eye, and I wanted to take some notes for further reading.
Oh, she's so cute.
There was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
Oh. I mean, I kind of figured that that's what she was going for, but, you know. The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, this is so pretty.
It's breathtaking.
Fully agree. I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand behind her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the Botanic Garden from here. I even spot the main gate far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, Both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly, but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation, but where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning, the very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years
I was just a
ago.
regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Chongin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Chongin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Chongin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Chongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat.
Oh my gosh, wait. Sorry, I've been quiet this whole time. I've been like saying like, yeah, I'll say stuff at the end of this. I'm just gonna like kind of let this play out. Sorry, it's been so long. But was the scroll like magic somehow, and it has like her necklace in it?
Coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jung-in's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jung-in had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
But I was thinking about, I was like, how weird was that? And I'm still like a little confused on how she works in general, but like, how weird that would be from going from just being a normal fox to suddenly being like a person with like more complex thoughts and all that stuff. Like, that's like just such a crazy idea to me. And then along with that, like, how does her power, like, is it the scroll that had her beads in it? Or since she is like a specific, I don't want to say like magical creature, but like a specific kind of, you know, thing like Juliet. I forgot what they called them in this in the story. Is it like something that just like comes to them naturally? I don't know. When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Oh, can we please get a CG of them just hugging, please? Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg. Those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also, they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memory should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special to me. But they were special to me, and I hope to Zhongyin too. And so, I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them. Just like at breakfast. Oh, not the. Oh my gosh. What is the name of the song? I haven't heard it in like a month or two. But oh my gosh. Oh, it's so good. Okay. Oh, so this is called Flyleaf. It just has like little bits of Someone Someday. That's the song. I was just thinking about it, like this song was called Flyleaf, and I was like, it just has little bits of Someone Someday in it, which is so. Ooh, you can hear it. Oh, it's so good. Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly, then Juliet begins to speak.
What you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Yes, let's go. Sorry about talking too much this episode. It's just like it's like such heavy plot, you know. It's not just plot; it's like very heavy plot. So I'm like, I'm gonna interrupt to say something stupid and silly. Like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just kind of like enjoying the story, if I'm being completely honest. So if you're not enjoying that, I understand it. Sorry that I'm just sitting here quietly. Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
Aspen? There's something that I'd like to tell you.
She begins telling Aspen about Cosette, in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit there quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She's just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed into one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before nosily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
A lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually.
Nani?
And a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhongyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone.
Why did her mouth stop moving? That was so weird.
Not to be anytime soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I wanted to say like that.
My cheeks burned from saying something like that out loud. For the first time ever, but I liked saying it because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right
Well
now.
said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
Aww. All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Going, oh, there we go! Oh, there we go! It's so cute! Oh. Listen, I said it as soon as the scene started, like, I mean, not as soon as it started, but like, I need the group hug CG. That's what I needed. Then spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe, all the way to now, it's chilly out here in the gardens in the cool summer evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, that was great. Like, again, I'm so sorry for not talking too much. Like, that does kind of defeat the point of you guys watching a video instead of just reading it yourself, that kind of junk. But, like, oh, I don't know. It felt almost inappropriate to talk. Like, I even thought of a few jokes in my head, but I'm like, I'm not saying that. I'm not ruining that moment for me. I don't even care about you guys right now. I'm not ruining the moment for me, even though I thought of the joke and all that junk. Oh, that was so good. That was so good, but also so heavy. Like, this, like, that's how, like, why, like, this game is, like, so special to me, is because, like, it's always just hitting me. It's always just hitting me in those feels, you know? It's always making me just feel stuff. And that's, like, the mark of something that's going to stick with me for a long time, is, like, if it can actually make me feel, like, I'm going to say, like, not negative emotions, like, not, like, frustration or anger or, like, disappointment, like, stuff like that. But, like, this is making me sad and happy, and, like, it's, like, hitting me, like, in those, like, feels of, like, it's bringing up, like, sad stuff from the past, but it's also putting them in, like, a better perspective, I guess, or, like, showing me, like, it's, like, not just a me thing that happened, but, like, everyone goes through, like, this kind of stuff. Like, if that makes sense, it's making me feel things in the best ways possible, and that's how you know it's, like, something really special, to me at least. But I think with that being said, I do want to record more. I want to record so much more. I honestly, if I didn't have to wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow for work, I'd probably record another hour or two, but I do in fact need to call it there for tonight. I'm glad to be back. I promise that this isn't, I can't even say I can't promise, because like the last 2 episodes that I recorded before I had to take this huge break, I haven't uploaded yet, so I still have them. So the last 2 I recorded. Then I had to take another huge break of like a month or 2. And now we're back, and I'm not going to take another break from this game until we finish. So I plan to record a few episodes each week, and then I think after I have the whole thing ready, I don't know if I'm just going to, it depends on how many. Like, if I'm at like 15 episodes, and then the first route ends, then I'll call it there, essentially, and start uploading them. But unless that happens, like, let's say, like, the first route ends in the next couple episodes, then we'll probably go... then I'll probably just wait till I'm done with the whole visual novel, and then I'll start uploading it, just so that there are no more breaks in it, because I've hated how many breaks there have been in this series. I hate it. Like, I like starting things and then, like, having them be consistent on the channel, you know what I mean? As if there's anything consistent about me. But I would like to either get a huge backlog of this, or just finish it before I start uploading it. So my plans are to try and record about 5 to 6 episodes a week, so then I can hopefully start uploading them by the start of either the end of this year or the start of next year. Honestly, with Christmas break coming up in like 2-3 weeks, I could probably just finish it then, depending on how much I have left. But, you know, regardless, with all that good stuff being said. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye.